Exciting.
I am excited, Dice. I am very excited indeed. Lots of important matches on today.
There are some very, very crucial matches on today. A lot of interesting games that are going on. And very importantly as well, we are leading up into the playoffs. So this is week 5, the last week of the open bracket. But Jay Beto, prior to this, that open bracket was leading up to the seeding that was going to be necessary for playoffs. And up until this point, we had teams, the 3rd seed all the way down to the 11th seed. For playoffs were within 25 points of each other. So
Damn.
it was possible for, at this week 5 point, Team 8 to get all the way up to where Team 3 were.
That's crazy.
So
I actually didn't know that.
very,
That's
very
crazy.
exciting. Yeah, there was a crazy amount of, the top 2 to 3 teams seem to have been comfortably placed up until this week 5 point, but up right now is the time for these teams to really force their way and get good seeding, maybe get a bye coming into the playoff weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's the time to make an upset, you know? Like at the end of the day, the seeding isn't be all end all because you still have to beat everyone if you want to come first. There's no way around that, whether you get the hardest team first or the hardest team last. If you want to come first, you have to beat everybody. But I think momentum is something that's really important in like a playoff series, where building up that confidence, building up that momentum, and then being able to watch what other teams are doing as well. Not necessarily to copy, but to get some info on what the other teams that you're going to be playing are going to be doing, and looking for counter to that before you get into the semifinals, finals matches.
Well, this is definitely the time to be able to do that. But, Jay, before we break into some of these games, I believe we have an interview ready to go with my personal GOAT and a very important member of Oceania. I'll let you take it away with the Gorus.
Gorus, how are we doing?
Great, thanks, Fede. Thanks.
Haven't spoken to you in a while. It's been a minute.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, I hope all is well. But got you on today. Thank you for joining me. I just wanted to firstly touch on, in Smite 1, obviously you were primarily in ADC. You had a season of jungle. I teamed with you on that in that season, actually. That was fun. Coming into Smite 2, you started off as a jungler on, I believe it was the Trial, was the team name at the time, before that team, unfortunately, was put to bed. And now you've returned back to ADC. Is there any, do you prefer one over the other? I know that you've obviously had more experience in the duo lane, but what's with the change? Is there a preference for Smite 2? Talk me through this.
So I think for me, ADC, as you said, I've always been with ADC for a long time, since season 1, but I think a lot of it comes down to the god choice in Smite 2. ADC, Jingwei, not really my style, and Anha, Sonos are okay. Everything else, not a huge fan. Whereas, jungle, I'm a big fan of Fenris. Susanoo's good fun, and I wish Thanatos was a bit better, but
for sure. Got to wait for that Artemis.
Yes,
added back in. The classic. Well, yeah, you had a pretty successful time in Smite 1 OCL. For any viewers who are in the chat right now who do not know who Gorus is, he was, I think, almost every season you guys placed second, very consistently at the top, competing against the winners, and even beating them at times as well. Obviously unfortunate that you weren't able to bring it out at the end there. But do you feel like this experience helps your teammates? How would you say that you are able to impact the teams you're on? You've been around for a bit. I know we spoke to Swifty. He said that you're a new player to him, but for me, you're not. So
yeah, well, I mean, Swifty was actually on my very first competitive team.
Oh, really?
I was on his, back in the jungle role, mid jungle. But it's an interesting thing to think about. I mean, I think for me, I bring a lot of stability to teams. It's not so much, I don't make huge macro calls most of the time, but if you just want a backliner who's never really going to lead you astray and can help you target call, is really where I think I bring my strength. Yeah.
So just really stable, concrete backline, really consistent.
Yep.
I think that's super important. It's all good to have a super flashy player, but if they can't step up when they're needed to, it can really let you down. And you touched briefly at the beginning about the kind of god pool that we're dealing dealing with at the moment, which, for some players is really positive. For other players, such as yourself, you mentioned that you're not super comfortable in the ADC pool right now. Who, in your eyes, would be the best, the most fun? I mean, for you, maybe for the game in general, if you would add any changes. We have seen quite a few slight little tweaks, like the Danzabura one. That one's pretty crazy. Like the Jingwei 2 charges. Yeah, have you thought about who you'd like to see and maybe some changes for that?
Yeah, I mean, I think my most played god is Ram. I think that's no secret. So, I mean, I would love to see something maybe change with his 2. I've always loved the way his dash works and his 1.
Yeah.
I think his 2 has always been the sort of underperforming ability in terms of how interesting it is to use. So,
Yeah,
I think
for
some
sure.
way to make it link more with maybe the 2 empowering abilities could be interesting.
Okay.
Similar to maybe what old Nike did.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. And I mean, there's always Hachiman. I love Hachiman's design. I think it'd be cool if his banner and his dash interacted in a way of like dashing into his banner did something.
Hmm.
I think
I was
that's
thinking
where
about
I would lean on.
I was thinking about Hachiman too, maybe a passive touch. From my memory, it was a pretty useless passive, especially now with the base gates where you can teleport back to lane. It gave MP5, right?
Yeah.
Not too much mana problems going on from, so maybe a touch there. But yeah, interesting. I've been enjoying everyone's kind of takes on what they would like to see, and obviously we're not deciding, but I think it's a fun conversation to have. Now, this is the last week. Seedings are, some of them are set. I believe first and second can't change, but everyone else is kind of open. Is there any team that you've got your eye on, maybe to focus on for the win, maybe to focus on, an underdog story? What are your opinions on the team's performances in this playoffs bracket?
Well, I mean, I'm obviously, a little bit heartbroken by one of our teams. So I think I'm gunning for Swifty and the boys there a little
Nice.
bit. Got to get my vengeance back for them kicking me off jungle. But I'm also pretty keen to see. I think, I played on Raven Guard very briefly, and I've talked with them a lot.
Yeah.
And I think they have a really good mindset to try and improve in the game. So I really want to see how they break out in playoffs and see if they can
Cool.
really, make a big stint.
That would be great. I'd love to talk to those guys too. At some point, maybe we'll get someone on. That sounds really cool. Well, Goris, I gotta let you get to your games. You've got some games coming up shortly, so thank you for coming. It's always a pleasure to talk to everyone who's got passion for ACE. It's really cool to see. So thank you very much.
Thanks for having me on.
Nice. What a man. Hello.
Wasn't that exciting, Joe? But we love the Goris out here, don't we?
I do. I think he's a great player too. Speaking, I know that we did just interview him, so his take from his perspective is one thing, but I do agree. I think that he's a really consistent backliner from my experience, at least. Playing with him, playing against him. I played against him loads actually. I think that that's correct, absolutely. So if you're looking for a really stable backliner.
I agree. All right, well, Jay Beto, we'll talk more about the Goris as we get into a few games later on tonight, but let's have a look at these picks and bans for game number 1 here between Ping, 269 and Apes together. Give me your thoughts on these two teams while we're waiting for the bans to start coming through, Jay Beto.
Well, we did just speak with Goris, so getting to see him in this game now, I'm excited to see how it goes. I've teamed with Half Frenzy before, Half End Frenzy, sorry. So I know them decently. I know that we saw Half Guy on his Loki against, I believe it was Fish, and he looked really strong. I think they play a very pick style, kind of early game based, kind of fast out the gate style. So I'm very interested to see what he gets. That's where my eyes are, to see how he's able to kind of start the game off if they're going to get a running start. But Ping 269 starting off with a Hercules first pick. I assume we're going to be seeing this quite a bit today.
They have left the Loki open here for half-go. We know that he loves running down this Loki. It's a very, very crucial pick in his God pool. We saw even against some of the top teams against Sunday School and against Fish, this Loki did a lot of work, and it's going to be coupled up with this Anher here, likely going to Thegoris as well, with the Neath hover on the other side. And Jay Beto, we've talked a lot about this Neath. It's currently
Yeah.
100% contest rate in Apac, so there has not been a
Crazy.
single game where Neath has not been either picked or banned, and that is insane.
Yeah, I think that's pretty crazy. I do think it's warranted, but I do really want to like harp on the point that I made in the last few weeks that I think that Neath is actually quite a difficult pick to play because of the fact that it leads into this like very pick-based cross-map style, and late game that's really hard to execute on when you can't just alter backliner. It's just never happening. We've got Armor and Barkus locked in on Apes together, so that Neath ult is hitting straight into probably Armor ult. So you really have to either be really far ahead in the early game to, kind of snowball that lead into a win, or you have to be playing really well with your team and playing the ult well, because I think that they've got like a Karte that I'm really expecting to get locked in 10th pick here for Apes together, is going to outperform in the late game. But Dice, I know we've talked a lot, about individual picks, but I love Ping 269's comp. They have such a strong front line.
I mean, I was about to say that. Look at all the tanks going on there. Hercules, Mordred, Odin. You've got the Odin counter in the Mordred and the Odin himself. It's a bit difficult. There's a few gods here that Odin can lock down, and Thacker Culkin picked up here for Apes together. He doesn't have a jump. He doesn't have a way necessarily to get out of Odin cage, but Jay Beto, Phantom Shell is a way to get out of that, and that typically is the relic that we've seen a lot of, especially last week we were seeing that Phantom Shell being picked up 4 or 5 players on a team, so that could start to get people out of this Odin cage quite comfortably in this game.
I saw the Anubis hover, and I think it's not too bad into like the front line. It also allows you to reach the back line quite easily as well, but into the Odin, I think the anti-heal is a bit rough, and he kind of gets ran at all game. He does do pretty well in the mid-prio contest against Neath, but I think that this Kukulkan really rounds the draft out nicely. You've got a lot of like engage, you've got a lot of CC. I think this backline duo is also pretty strong too, quite synergistic.
Yeah, very synergistic backline duo, I agree. Well, Jay Beto, we're going to take it over to our casters in just a moment. Esports fans, make sure you get some hype in the chat. We're going over to Dilo and Osme, our friend from the sewer. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much there, my friends Dice and Jay Beto, everyone. Guys, welcome to Apac. We got a pack of Apac games for you, and we're starting off strong here. Once again, I'm Dilo, joined here by Osme. Osme, how we feeling?
I'm good. I'm excited. Got some good games tonight. Really important ones for this playoff seeding, and these teams really want these wins. So I'm excited to see if some of the newer rosters are really going to show that they've been practicing, they've been scrimming up a storm, and maybe some of these more experienced rosters might pull through with that synergy.
Gotta certainly hope that everyone's been doing their homework. I mean, we have game tape. Thanks to these VODs, you gotta imagine that players are studying the strategies, and so far the strategy might be, wow, to step into a bit of a trap here. They're gonna instantly turn tail and run, recognizing those odds are against them. Always fun to see the philosophies of how we start off. Do we get wily? Do we get aggressive? And Apes together, like Caesar themselves, leading that Planet of the Apes to charge against the members of Ping, but so far, no one really quite wanting to test their mettle. Seems we might just have a normal start here, everyone respecting their boundaries.
Yeah, these team comps are very nice. I'm really a big fan of this Ping 269 draft. They have such a strong front line with the Odin, Mordred, and Hercules all together. We haven't seen too much of the Hercules so far, but support role, maybe not where I expected it to go. But with so much frontline, I don't think you're really too bothered what lane it's coming out of. On the other side, Halfguy is very happy with his Loki pick. Weave loves getting in there on that Bacchus, so it might be a bit of a battle of the frontline we see here. And this Soul, I don't know if you've played against it too much lately, but she's swinging with all of these new magical ADC items that have been buffed. So yeah, I'm actually excited to see which frontline falls first, I suppose you can say.
And it's something that the desk mentioned, that the front line here of Ping is something to watch out for. They have a lot of great space control between that Odin cage, of course, which denies you space, limits the area, and the Hercules, which forces you into an uncomfortable space, bringing you into the midst of the enemy team. So I'm curious to see how that all goes down. Of course, you have to make sure when you have that Odin cage that your PEMDAS, your order of operations, is correct, because if you're not coordinating with that Hercules, they might pull them outside of the range of that Ring of Spears.
Just something to note here. We see the Warrior's Axe being picked up on the Soul by Bachi, man. Bit of an unconventional one. I don't know if I like it too much.
Uh-oh. There's more. There's a nice kill. Fonda Dot Hog. Just call now the number below, and you too can get a first blood there for Apes Together. Join together. It might be another kill. This time for Ping 269, dropped to the dual lane. Bacchus not wanting to let their foe get away with the damage. Unfortunately, they've got a drink for the memory of their friend, but look at this, coming from the back line. There's the Dancing Blades. Hercules gets two-tapped on. Half Guy takes that one away. They're looking for a bit more, but this Soul's heating up. Gonna use those Purification Beads just to guarantee themselves a bit of safety, and that's gonna ensure that Apes Together overall get the better end of that. It's 3-1 on the kill board.
2-0 is not a start you want to see on the Loki if you're on the side of Ping 269. Half Guy's known for this Loki pick, and if you let him get a good lead ahead, he's probably going to run this game. So they might need to kind of get their comms going a little bit smoother, identifying where this Loki is at all times, or else this lead may grow and Half Guy will have his grasp on this game. We know he likes to play the map in a very particular way, kind of flow-charting it in his own brain. And solo lane is a big gank potential with Quickie. He's on such an aggressive god that you could say counters the Odin with this silence. I'm interested to see if Half Guy kind of makes his way over to solo, as you see he actually might be at the moment.
And you heard the desk boys mention the fact that they like this Loki, and for great reason. If you're giving them their hallmark pick, something that they're well known for, and you're allowing them 2-0, granted, it grants a lot of pressure on that Loki's bony shoulders. You got to make sure that you don't give that shutdown gold over to the enemy team. But so far, piloting it very well. They decide to visit their father here in the solo lane. This matchup here, Odin versus Ama. Ama's received a bit of interesting contention here, the peaks and valleys of their buffs and nerfs. How do you think she squares up against the All-Father now?
I feel like Ama's in a pretty good spot at the moment. Odin was the premier solo lane pick for quite a while and still is considered quite highly amongst all solo lane options. But I know Quickie's been playing a lot of armor in ranked. If you see him, he's generally on this pick. You might find this Mordred here.
This could be a bit troublesome. That dazzling offensive. Gonna pop a little quick health potion for his own right, just to try to keep himself in the battle. This battle not gonna last too much longer though. Dot once again added to the kill count, and Wild just gonna have to make a wild leap over that wall to safety. And you see the rotation as well from Frenzy. I love to see these mid rotations getting aggressive early, trying to make sure that the apes are indeed together. Now the Loki paying just a bit more service here, while Amaterasu goes and just takes all that jungle.
Yeah, I think it's a recurring theme we're seeing now in OCE of identifying this red invade on first respawn is so powerful. You can really start to get a good hold on that right side of the jungle and consistently find farm to gap both solo and mid XP. We already see some level deficits on that side of the map, and hopefully there can be a bit more of a togetherness when it comes to defending these buffs coming forward. Otherwise, it's only going to go down from here if you're Ping 269.
In the words of High School Musical, together, 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 everyone, and together, our friends on Ping 269 are going to be able to grab those beads off of Onher. Unfortunately, Apes together, going to be able to grab that kill onto the Odin. 0-2 for both of our warriors here. The Mordred and Odin just not having a good time.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of merit to this Mordred pick, regardless of what state he's in. The Pursue the Weak ultimate late game when you have the charge form, such a good engage tool, so much space that can be made. I'm not too sure if it, I don't know, it might get a little bit disjointed with the Odin dive late on, because that's going to be the, oh, we see it now coming out.
There's the Kratos combo, gonna knock them up and bring them down. Just the Spirit of the Nine Winds going to mark as their spirit leaves their body. A good counter kill there by Ping to grant themselves a bit more momentum. And now Loki could be in a bit of a spot of bother, using that invisibility to exit stage right.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. This Mordred ult kind of acts as a pseudo Naja ult, if you could think of it that way, where you can just set up really free, reliable damage for your mid laner. And I know Neith did have her burst reduced slightly in the previous few weeks with her passive weave damage being reduced quite a lot, but she still has that burst that's required. And as we've seen, Neith is such a highly contested pick that I think this combo together still can be potent, but it just depends. On the other side, the Loki and Kukulkan have a similar setup with the Assassinate into the Spirit of the Nine Winds. So I think it's going to be a big test of which mid-jungle partnership are more on the same page for this game.
Communication is going to be key. Absolutely. And we're going to be seeing it right here as Loki trying to go once up again against this Dot Hog. It's just been under so much pressure here beneath their own tier 2, and the tier 1's still standing. Kukulkan making another rotation for these buffs, just trying to slowly starve out the Mordred. Pursue the weak, but you're the one looking weaker for it, going to just run through these walls like the Kool-Aid Man, trying to get back to the Allfather, who in their loving embrace trying to save them, might not be granted the luxury. Dot Hog goes down to Quick J's sword. That Neith ult does nothing to save him.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed that the Hercules didn't value that buff defense there. He's still sitting in duo lane, but at the same time, not really helping his ADC. They are trying to spread this pressure across the map as we see the Soul. Oh, the Excavate comes out. All abilities off the mark at the moment. But I really would have liked to see him go over there to defend that buff.
They're still in trouble at this point. Kukulkan, though, a nice Spirit Arrow through that wall. Neith going to be able to get themselves a bit more pressure and force them to back off. That's good, because Ping needed that break. Now 7 minutes in, they might not even catch one at this moment around their own purple buff. Bacchus going to arrive in, obnoxiously belch all over them. They do get the buff, but at what cost? As the rest of them try to wrap around, a shell's been expended, Sunder there to counter. Bacchus knocked up, but the shell from their side keeps them in the game. It's 4 members strong. Good driving strike puts Ama in a difficult position. The Spirit of the Nine Winds not going to find anyone through that wall, but unfortunately, Soul's fires have been extinguished. A good Earthbreaker going to put Bacchus right back underneath that tower, but that dude's a bit too blubbery to go down for it. Another great kill there by Chaos.
I'm really liking this identity that Apes Together have been showing so far. They're playing very well as a unit. As Thagoras finds the Impale into the Desert Fury, clean kill onto Presnel, staying a little bit longer than he should have. But Half Guy's just happy as can be, farming away in this solo lane. Quickie's empowering his team with his... the name of his one escapes me, but the Amaterasu is the person that you want with the team in this situation. So give Loki that opportunity to farm the right wave and get big. You already see he's level 9, just getting the Hydras online. That's a scary Loki coming into these team fights going forward. And the rest of his team is finding lots of farm and XP, even though, well, that's just from grouping as a unit. And yeah, it's looking good for Apes Together so far.
4,000 gold ahead, 9 minutes in, without a Gold Fury even to boot. It's not looking great here for Ping so far, but they have tools, they have weapons on their side. Fortunately, might be losing one right here in form of the Neith, going to be able to back off with the quickness, that pursue the weak. Unfortunately, that Neith ult was being body blocked once again by the bulbous, round, blubbery body of that Bacchus. Could not find a way to shoot that Cuckoo in the face, and now could be troublesome here instead for our friend the Hercules. Their path's been blocked by that tornado. They forced to driving strike right through it. One more Zephyr finishes the job, hawks up a Loogie, and comes up with a nice kill on that Herc.
You can't mitigate those wounds, and that's looking like it's going straight into the Gold Fury here. They have so much pressure in mid that these early golds are really somewhat uncontestable, especially into this Kukulkan. He has so much secure. Yeah, it's rough. This Ping 269 really needs to play a little bit closer together. These invades, I like the idea of them defending this right side invade that's come up a few times, but Quickie's just showing that he doesn't care if you show up. Cage, sure. Just come back here and fill my Mirror.
I don't know, he might care because I think he wants to add some more kills to the stat board. Look at him, he's going in aggressive. You need to take a good long look at yourself in that mirror. Think about what you've done. Back somewhere safer next time, Dot. I mean, what could you have done as the Mordred there? That's so unfortunate, and they're still not out of danger. Bach is lurking in the background, and that guy's got enough damage and wine to share, and this might be something you need to care about because Bacchus enters the fray. Seems that for now, Herc and Odin are going to be A-okay, but Apes together, man. Such great synergy, such great communication we're seeing here, and it's only the laning phase.
Yeah, Apes together strong, it's true.
It's
just showing.
true.
It's just showing. that
Caesar
these
said it
guys-
best.
They really have an idea of how they want to play this map, and I know that Ping 269 have shown in these previous weeks that they might not be the most experienced team or like the team that you would consider at the front of the running, but they have shown good adaptability in these games, and I think it's not over for them just yet. We know that Josna, Dog Hot, previously known as Hot Dog, they know what they want to do together, but not looking too good here for the knee.
Ooh, but going to be able to evade. That's better than 9 wins thanks to that brilliantly executed Pursue the Weak. Half guy now made into the quarter guys. They're sliced up and a great kill. Not a shutdown quite. They only had 2 kills, but still, it's a speed bump. It throws Apes together a bit off their plan. You have 18 seconds to try to find some farm. Unfortunately, Apes together just have been farming too well to really find too much else off it. And at the very least, though, Ping do get a bit of a sigh of relief here. So now what do you do in the meantime? What's your game plan? How do we make sure to replicate that sort of success?
I think it's rough. The Amaterasu is very large at this point in the game. It's kind of pick your poison. Do you go and try and shut her down on that side of the map? While, as she can show, she can just rotate into duo just like this.
Oh no. I mean,
Yeah,
I guess
it's tricky. This right side of the map is kind of coffins if you're Ping 269. So you have to decide if you're going to put all your resources into trying to get something on the other side of the map, or if you need to try and kind of bring this right side back from despair almost. So Wild, I think he's doing the right thing, finding his farm, and the rest of the team just needs to play safe, knowing that they're going to be 1 member down because this Odin is holding this right lane down like a fort. Yeah, it's a bit tricky, but I think that Apes together aren't going to allow them to make these decisions, and they're just going to keep their pedal to the metal and force Ping 269 to kind of walk however they'd like them to.
well, this is a situation you'd like with Anetho coming in. I think it was body block though. Someone takes a bullet here for Half Guy, and that ensures they get the kill on Odin. Take that, adoptive father. Gonna be unfortunate there for our friends on Ping who thought they had hope to put Half Guy down once again. Now you're losing all your farm again. At the very least, they do manage to salvage that red, but it still does not feel good to watch Apes together stroll with Liberty through your jungle. That dazzling offensive forces that backflip. At the very least, you don't have to worry about that Ama ult. Kukulkan, though, making the rotation for any stragglers left behind. And the map state now slowly starting to reflect what the gold already says, which is that Apes together have got this one rolling.
I think that may have been Neith's first back as well. We see both of her stacking items online, but 0 stacks at the moment. That's not what you really want to be seeing coming out of the mid lane for Ping 269. I know Neith is a potent god and can have impact, but these stacking items are so important for her. And this Gold Fury, I think it's free. Prenzel's going to step up. He may look to contest with that Excavate, but at the same time, Soul's wrapping around the back.
Here comes Pursue the Weak, going to try to find some targets there. Not quite successful thanks to those beads. Now the Fury is still leashed, but unfortunately, Pretzel going to be turned into a pretzel, tied up, brought down. Here comes the Spirit of the Nine Winds, pulverizes Dot Hog for the double kill on Frenzy. Fury goes down there to Apes together. Strong triple kill. There for the Kukulkan. Quadra kill on the Barchimon. Give it to them, Neith. The pillar block. The Aegis won't save you. Grant them at the winds of change have blown. Apes together. Strong pentakill for Frenzy.
Oh my god, Frenzy. Go off, Queen. That's insane. We saw so much consistent damage coming out from the Cuckoo in that team fight. Spirit of the Nine Winds ripping through the middle. Nothing you can do. I think Prenzel's just caught in no man's land there. We see the replay here. Beautiful team play from Apes together.
Dear God, man. Nothing was spared. not the objectives, not the lives of any member of their crew. Ping 269. Get your internet in check. Call Comcast. Unplug together's routers. Do something. This is destructive. 15 minutes, 3-17. 13,000 gold lead. Dear God, that's almost as many minutes we've been playing here, Osman. Yeah, it's rough. I'm not gonna lie to you. That one's rough. That one hurts.
I'm trying to think of like map play things to do, but it's more of like a mental. What are you gonna do after just getting pentakilled by a cuckoo on gold? Whew, this is rough for Ping 269. I think that's the
There's
first penta
strategies,
we've
though.
seen in the OCL Apac as well. So congratulations, Frenzy the Bot. That's gonna go
Bro
down in
comes up
history
with-
for you.
Apac kills. Bro comes up with a pack of gold on top of it. But again, there's tools. They have methodology. They have good picks. They have these double ADCs that, even though, of course, Neath not necessarily the most typical god when you think of in-hand ADCs, still can do that damage. Unfortunately, right now, damage being done to her instead. Loki boxing hand for hand with that Herc now within the cage. Hell in a cell. That rock's going to bounce around, but it's more like a pebble. Does nothing to Ama with that dazzling offensive. Still not too much poke here on Ping, but it's Kukulkan once again. The danger noodle means that danger is close. Please step away before you grant them another penta.
There's such a big gold and level disparity now. Like, if you're Ping 269, who is getting on top of this Kukulkan? He can just free cast for the rest of this game, which is probably the worst possible thing you could ask for. This Gold Fury is going to get ripped in front of their face, and I don't think there's anything they can do to even respond. Hercules stepping up here, but I don't know if he's going to last too long.
Much like apes themselves, yes, ripping off the face of this FG. It's good thematic consistency here as it goes down around all 5 members' waists, and now they feel empowered. They're emboldened. Hercules, can you weather the storms? Not quite. The wind's gonna blow him over. Quick J's unstoppable.
Yeah, this is a very good showing from Apes Together. We know that they're a newer team, only being formed, or this iteration of the roster only really being formed in the last few weeks, but they're looking unstoppable. I know they've been practicing a lot. Quicky's been grinding that ranked as well. It looks like it's paying off. There's no response really coming out from Ping 269 at all. They are finding a few good items here and there. There are some promising kind of ways back in. I can see things going their way because we know that in the past they've been in these situations before and still made things work. So yeah, it's looking like a really good showing altogether from Apes Together. But yeah, I just don't really know specifically which avenue Ping 269 should take to get back in because there's just so many strong looks for Apes Together. They have every lane being pushed, only 2 towers remain, and really strong grouping here in the left.
Well, they're only apes. They're humans on the other side. Ping have the intelligence. They can figure out a way, and I think that it's going to be waiting for apes to overstep. At this point, you can't take the fight aggressively, of course. Apes have far too much gold and itemization differentials. Waiting around this Phoenix, have the bird help you out. It's nice to have that all-powerful flaming avian to back you up with those Phoenix shots. So if they can just try to catch someone out with their CC combinations, get a good Pursuit of the Week, trap them in the cage, get a fantastic Earthbreaker, there's absolutely hope. And the target that you got to think about is probably going to be someone like Weave, that front line, because Frenzy's positioning has just been too gosh darn picture perfect for them to really reach him.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I do like this slow play here, even though they have been absolutely running this game so far and they're getting these awesome team fights. They still identify that maybe it might be a little bit too much to go for that left bird siege. And I'm sure they all have about 10 billion gold in pocket. So taking that back here, they're probably going to be looking towards this right side, tier 2, maybe a half guy Loki split down mid. But I'm worried for Prensel and Wild in these sieges. There's going to be this Kukulkan just chucking out mega damage from so far away. It's going to be hard to step up in the face of Apes Together. Maybe, as you were saying, finding a Bacchus if he steps up too far or if he looks for a flop is their best kind of avenue of success in these sieges. But yeah, he's the same level as the jungler. I think he's the same level as pretty much everyone on their team, so it's going to be hard.
Yeah.
But I think that is probably their only look in, and Wild might be in danger land here.
Oh no, should not be tempting them in the wilds. That is the apes' territory. Don't go in the jungle. They are wild things. The night is dark and full of terrors here. Wild's gonna figure that out quickly as that tier 2 gonna go down for the claim. Sorry, buddy, you just gotta watch it crumble. And now, looking for these birds here. Apes together group up, 4 ape strong, while Loki trying to pull some jokes over on the Hercules on the left side. Amaterasu going in deep in that burn. In trouble already. Can be put down in stasis, and they're looking for the Neath. That dazzling offensive. Going to be able to find them within the throne room. The Titan can do nothing about it, but now Ama's a bit overextended. Maybe not. They wanted to be there. Barchi Man gonna go down, as well as Prenzel once again. Dot Hog gonna be put on a spit. It's only Wild left alive, and they've got no chance in hell to save it. Double kill there for Weave. It's the deicide. The Apes have won this war.
Amazing, stunning, beautiful. Apes together really showing that they can't be taken lightly. They showed from minute 1 in that game that they're here to play, and they really, really pushed the precedent and ran that game down. Congratulations to Frenzy on the first ever pentakill in OC Apac Founder Series, and yeah, that was a really hype game.
Absolutely, man. Something about that team makes me feel like there's like movie potential here. Like maybe, you know, like a movie and then like a remake that ends up being a trilogy, you know? You know what I'm saying? With like Andy Serkis or something like that. Andy Serkis on the team would go crazy, but those members are going crazy. Holy crap. That Gold Fury fight, that entire first 5 minutes of the game too, just their pressure was insurmountable. The way they were moving around that jungle like phantoms, it was beautiful. It's like all of them were invisible.
I'm keen to see them coming up against some more seasoned opponents, and I think that they will be able to bring this same identity going forward. I think for now, though, we're going to go into a short break, and thanks for joining me on the Castillo. It was a pleasure, and we'll see you all
I
soon.
catch
We are back here for game number 2 between Goblin and Apes together. My name is Dysart, and joined now here on the desk with D'Lo, the GOAT caster.
Ah.
How is that pentakill, D'Lo?
Dear God, like jumping into the Apac scene and instantly getting into how kooky and crazy it is. I mean, I'm honored to be here and honored to be here for a moment in Apac history as well. So thanks for having me, man.
We're very glad to have you here. And D'Lo, those apes together were strong. Do you think they're strong enough to beat down some goblins?
They might have just been watching the entire first season of Goblin Slayer. I wouldn't be surprised. Those apes seem pretty gosh darn intelligent. So if they've been doing their homework, which it seems like the goblins actually have been too, banding away that Loki, there's a good chance.
They have identified Half Guy's Loki as quite the threat, and they've also picked themselves up a Barkus in that first pick slot, and we know Barkus is still a very strong support pick, but leaving open this Mordred and the Jingwei being hovered here by apes together.
This is interesting. You have the Fenrir banned away, so it seems that we might be probably going Mordred jungle. Your typical options aren't necessarily on the table. You do still have Sasano available, which does surprise me not being picked up, but I can understand, especially with Jingwei, being able to get out of that Bacchus Floppus pretty easy with that agility is nice. It's even more confusing when you consider that they're hovering that Hercules, just more tools that Jingwei can easily evade. They do decide to pivot, though. It's going to be the Odin, and they're considering taking away a tool that oftentimes goes up against it, which is that Hekate.
I like the circle play as well. Oh, we were baited back and forth there, D'Lo. It is the Hercules. And
those bastards.
How dare they do that to you? But you're right, you know, Jingwei does have an escape tool out of Hercules too, so it's not too difficult for these apes to stay together and stay strong, but there's Frenzy hovering that Kukulkan, and I think D'Lo, after that pentakill, he's going to run the momentum.
You know what? You guys talked about on the desk prior, like, Hekate, man, it makes sense. And I agreed with you. I was waiting in the wings, like, yeah, Hekate against an Odin makes complete sense. No, it's fine. Go ahead, take it. Take your money, take the Kukulkan, and go. Please, just don't kill me and my
Don't
friends.
hurt me anymore, please.
Please. These objective fights are going to be so crucial around that. But you know what that does leave available? Is that new Wa. So instead of going for objective pressure, maybe we're just going to try to kill you with that nice little ult.
I like this on her as well, but again, it feels like D'Lo Goblin are giving more and more escape opportunities to this Jingwei. More knockups means that Jingwei has more opportunities to get out. But this Athena is interesting too. We don't see too much Athena at the moment, but she has a lot of setup here, and who's she setting up for, D'Lo? That Kukulkan.
That's scary as heck, man, to see, because once you have that easy, I call it the caveman combo, bro. Big taunt into big fat ultimate that just wipes the floor, and behind players like these, apes together, apes strong. Their communication's been proven to be consistent and cohesive. If they replicate that, it's going to be a difficult match.
Well, I'm very excited to see what they do. Thank you very much for joining us, D'Lo. We're going to go to game number 2 here between Goblins and Apes together with Nuxel and J-Beto on the cast.
Thank you so much, Dysart and D'Lo. My name is Nuxel, and I'm joined here with J-Beto for Goblins versus Apes together.
Yeah.
How you feeling, man?
I don't know. We just saw apes together. They had a very dominant performance, but this time Loki is target banned away from them. Will Half Guy be able to have the same impact on this god as he did in the last game? I don't think that that's out of the question, but obviously it's a much different look. But he's able to like make the Loki look so good. I know it's a comfort pick for him, but you know, and then I've got to say, D'Lo's right. Just pick the Kukulkan again, bro. Like, he's back on it. This time with an Athena. That's terrifying. I see 1 beads. That's terrifying. Looks like a 5-man invade on this purple buff, though. Looks like apes together are sniffing it out.
Half Guy, there's a blink coming out here from Rexy. Good push, but there won't be anything happening here other than a little bit of scare tactics there. Just showing them a little bit of aggression. Maybe there's something that'll translate into the rest of the game there, but yeah, Mordred being picked up. I believe it's still a very strong pick, especially for Half Guy on apes together here. I think he can do so much with this pick. The Pursue the Weak is just, it can be such a big ult. And like you mentioned just before, 1 beads can be quite scary with that. We've got the Fire Shards, CC immunity ult as well with Nua, but even so, you can suddenly be surprised through a wall.
Yeah, definitely.
And here I am, now you're up in my ult.
Yeah, now you're in the air, now there's a taunt afterwards and a Kukulkan ult over the top of you, just crushing you into the dirt. I think you're right. It's you know she has CC immunity in the fire shots, but like if you go through a wall, it's so hard to react to that. I mean, there's a sound cue, but it's not a really accurate sound cue. It's like how close he is to you, which direction he's coming from. So I think that the backliners this game on Goblins are gonna have a really hard time.
Yep.
The armor, like CC immunity, is so good into Arnher and into the Nuwa. They just can't stop her from getting on top of them.
We might see some interesting plays here as well, having the Athena taunt available for Apes together with the Kukulkan. I feel like we haven't seen too much in terms of damage with the new sort of +1 that we see with Kukulkan being with his tornado and his dash,
And
being
his
able to
dash,
do a burst of speed in one direction, as well as just a bit of damage with some intelligence proc.
Yeah.
I wonder if something like that will happen. Bit more aggression from the Kukulkan. Good leap in to start off and engage here on the duo lane. Weave taunting out, but just trying to get them off of Thegoris here. Just get a little bit passive.
I think that's you've got to go for it, but Jingwei's actually really good into Barkas on her. You just dashes away from both of their jumps. I'm sure there's a world where you can cancel dash with the second knockup, but that's some tech right there. You got to have pretty crazy mechanics to layer those dashes, and
I would be surprised.
Yeah. I mean, you could probably pillar in front of the dash too, but we're talking pretty high execute mechanical plays here, so...
There's a bit of a look here as well, coming out over in the solo lane. Unz maybe getting a little bit more than what he bargained for. A little bit late here, but Unz still taking so much damage. Tower shot for half guy, but he'll be picking up a kill. First blood for Apes together here at the 2-minute mark, and 1,100 gold now compared to 10,000.
Half guy loves these early ganks, specifically into the solo side. Got to be ready for those on that timer. It can be a bit hard to judge, you know, when the jungler's going to be there, but a great timing from half guy gets him first blood. And after a good start of that solo lane, we saw Quickie really play, you know, like what I would say towards his peak in that last game. 7-0, I believe he was towards the end of that game, and you know, getting like just essentially pressure towards this solo and potentially for some buff invades as well on these respawn times coming up soon. It's going to be scary.
Can I just say that this Odin skin looks like Wukong?
Yeah, it kind of does with the tail.
Yeah, and just the
Yeah.
way that he's holding his spear, I almost got confused and thought that there was a Wukong engage, but starting here over Spirit of the Nine Winds, dodging out by Apple Cruise. Good miss to just juke it out, stay in the tower. Ooh! Good cue, just a good one there, just to dodge out. Very close to a kill there. Quickie getting a little bit low. Just fights all around here. We've got a Hercules over in the solo lane to maybe get a little bit of play here, but
A lot of
that'll
scrapping
be
going on.
nothing quite yet.
All these
Other than an
back camp
invade.
invades. Mordred is level 5 now, so could look on this on her.
Yeah,
Deciding to
absolutely.
play it safe, crossing over. Oh, that's actually pretty risky. He's going over for those solo side buff camps as they're just doing a cross map. All the fire shot's going to reveal
they
it.
know where
He can
Mordred
get
is.
collapsed on here.
Yeah, jungler, solo, and mid are here. I don't think half guy
He's going for them.
realizes that they have vision on him. He's going into the bush, but Pursue the Weak is coming out to start this fight. We thought the goblins would be the one engaging, but it's Apes together. They're going to be starting this out, and you didn't realize massive knockup, but it looks like Unz is going to be the one that's getting taken down there. Quickie's going to be picking up that kill. We're 2 for 0 so far, but what a great amount of communication there to just be able to turn it around.
Yeah, that Athena ult was so beautiful. That's terrifying as well. Like, yeah, body blocking the ult, and then you see the Athena ult is on top of him. When he lands, she's going to be there too. That's not something you want to see ever. But yeah, really nice macro from Goblins. That was like, okay, half guys behind them. Oh, now they're collapsing on him. He's definitely dead. No, now it's a double collapse. What is this Inception style gameplay that we're seeing?
I'm starting to believe that Apes together are a bit of a hive mind. We're seeing some of the communication and coordination that they're pulling out here. That was not going the way that I expected.
Apes together are strong. We found that out.
We did find that out indeed in their first game here in APAC Week 5. Exciting. But
Yeah.
speaking of exciting, Goblins are here to take a little bit back for themselves. Great taunt to just get them off of that Kukulkan. Flop coming out. Invictus doing lots for his team, but can they do enough? Great Herc knock up, and that's Pursue the Weak coming out to knock them up. You're weak, and you're being pursued. Half guy turning it around all over again. This is just deja vu.
I feel like there's just not enough damage on the side of Goblins. They catch Frenzy out there. I feel like he has to die there. There's a Herc push into your team, but there's just no damage on top of him. He's able to just kind of walk away.
The knocks up that are happening from Rexy over here have been crazy.
Yeah, true, he's hitting them.
3-man, 2-man knockups, but there's just been a stun or something in response that they just, or a wall even, that they just can't quite do anything with.
Someone check his PC. Surely he can't be hitting that many knockups naturally, right?
Something's happening there.
Carter might be caught out
Speaking
here.
of Apes together, again, that hive mind coming over to Goblins here in the left lane. A good bit of engage to push Half Guy straight into the tower. Lots happening, but not enough. Carter finally getting that kill onto Half Guy, and they'll be finally taking one back after 3 detrimental kills that Apes together have been able to pick up in a few fights.
You know, apes together, Dilo mentioned it, they're only monkeys, they're only apes. So, you know, sometimes they overextend under tier 1 tower and they don't need to. The Athena ult was good, but I think with their pressure right now around the map that they're able to look towards maybe a Gold Fury instead of like a dive on the tier 1. I think that giving over the kill isn't the end of the world, it kind of just neutralizes a play. But, this is interesting pathing from Weave.
More invade. Spirit of the Nine Winds coming out onto Apple Cruise here, and Quickie is just absolutely dazzling offensive straight onto their backline, and the fight is still continuing. Un's trying to get as much as he can, but he's having to leap over the wall. There's not anything else happening there, and Apes are just taking everything that they want. There's nothing that Goblins are able to do except for 1 kill in return so far.
This feels really... It just feels bad, you know, when you're getting invaded and there's just not much you can do. I think that we've been seeing quite a few solo side invades. Pull missing. Looks like Half Guy's just
not
going to walk
having it
away.
anymore, and Victor's walking a little bit far up. Half Guy's just bouncing around, jumping up and down, and that'll be a good tornado to just
Honor
zone
is
out
cutting
the
him
rest
off
of the
here.
Goblins. Ooh, a little bit of a collapse here. Maybe Half Guy's getting caught out yet again. Flop down. Half Guy's still just bouncing around, and Pursue the Weak. The CC immunity is what's going to get him out there. But a good
This is a great time for gold here.
rotation here. They might be looking at gold, just like you said.
I mean, Spirit of the Nine Winds just coming back up now. It's up soon, but I feel like that's a chase for kind of nothing. You push him all the way out, he resets out solo side. I understand that Kukulkan is like really unfortunate to try to play objectives around, but you can at least try to force them to come to you, and then when they do, you can either just back off. You know, if they respond the way that they should, you can maybe try to engage on them while it's a 4v5, or, you know, maybe it's a 2v3 or something like that, or you just get the gold if they don't look at it. But Uns might be caught out here.
Yeah. Apes are here, Apes are around, and the Apes have you locked down. Not quite. Phantom Shell coming out, dazzling offensive under tower, taking lots of damage from both sides here. Pursue the Weak to just secure that kill, and you would think that that's almost an execute with the way that he's getting 3 kills already, and it's not even 9 minutes.
Yeah, Half Guy off to a similar start in this game as he was in last game, showing that, you know, ban the Loki, I'll pick something else. It's totally fine. I'll do the same thing. I think this playstyle is...
Speaking of same thing, Apes together, just continuing the fight over on the other side of the map. Carter trying to get away, but the Thegoris Dash is able to secure a kill. 6-1, 9-minute mark, and we're at 2,800 to 28,000 to 24,000 there on the gold scoreboard.
Big gold swing already. If I'm Carter there, I mean, I know that he's kind of trolling by proxying, but I'm so, like, annoyed. Both my support and mid and jungle are under mid tier 1 tower, just doing nothing while Kukulkan based. I feel like if you're going to make a play like that, at least have your team rotate over. The buffs are nearly spawned. You're able to, you know, maybe proxy that wave together and then get the buffs. I mean, obviously, the answer is just don't proxy. Your team isn't there. But I think that proactive play like that's not too bad.
Ooh, Blick coming out. Rexy just wants to get down. Belly flop coming out. That's not a dive. That's a belly flop. And he's making a big splash here over on the duo side. Lots of damage coming out. He's demolishing them, but just can't quite get a kill. It's Half Guy that has these executes, but not quite. But Goblins just can't get it for themselves.
They have such a strong front line.
Still going though. It's
Oh my
still
lord,
going.
it's still
He's
going.
around. He's being a bit cheeky, but speaking of still going, they're going to be getting out now.
Yeah, I think that oh my, I can't even talk. Half
I
Guy
know, but I keep saying that it's still going. I really mean it. But it looks like finally, maybe we're looking at a little bit of downtime for
I think
Apes
this is a good
together.
time
Take a
to
breather,
pull gold
guys.
though. This is a pull gold time. I think they've overinvested in this invade. Quickie is taking the teleporter over behind. Does have dazzling offensive available. Cuckoo can't. Same story for him. Ultimate available.
Doesn't look good.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a good look.
This doesn't look good. Spread of the Nine One's coming out. They're picking up the Gold Fury now, but they're collapsing in. Goblins don't really know what's going on. They're having to get away. Pursue the Weak coming out and taking up that belly flopped Barkus, and he's trying to get away with the tornado, but that'll be securing the kill. Frenzy picking up 2 of them. Both the duo laners with the support and the ADC going straight back to that Gold Fury, and that'll be that for this fight.
Wow, man. I thought it was a good timer for gold, but I guess not. The teleporter, just such a insta rotation potential. The Athena ult on top as well. I actually think the Cuckoo Carnot was a bit early.
Caught out a little bit too much, but
He's
good
Odin.
Ring of
He's got a
Spears.
shield and another jump.
Yeah.
I mean, Odin's such a sneaky champ. I mean, he is 0-3, but he's still really survivable on that pick. This might be a mid-tower angle as well.
These apes, though, they're shaking your socks off. They're giving you a run for your money. I'd be scared if I was Goblins over here. It's almost starting to become a tale of older time, I think. But maybe
Apes
we'll start
versus
saying that a
goblins?
little bit in the future. Apes and goblins. We'll see if that becomes a bit of a common trope. But we're making history here with the OC APAC leagues. That's
think
what's
nothing-
exciting to see.
Yeah, nothing too much going to be happening for the next few minutes, other than maybe some tower plays. This solo lane tower is super low. Odin resetting. I like this rotation from Weave actually to try to pressure out this first tower. Good
he's in.
dive.
Oh, that is
Oh,
unfortunate.
no.
He's got out the airstrike though, but he missed his push under tower, so there wasn't going to be anything happening there.
Yeah, I would have thought he would have hit that too.
There's going to be something happening over here, and he has been knocked straight down. He doesn't have an ult to work with, so he's going to be getting picked off over there in his own jungle. And Goblins maybe picking up this left tower to have a little bit of a comeuppance, but pushing out Thegoris here a little bit too far. He's picking up 1 for himself. That's the start. No ult, but Athena is there. Thegoris is getting taken down, and Athena just doesn't have the amount of damage that she can have to work with. But Apes together are a little bit spread around the map, and
this is
Quicky's
awful.
wrapping around here. Look.
Just
We're
getting
seeing it
zoned
back
away.
over. They're having to teleport away, but it's not quite fast enough.
no.
Carter trying to get that turnaround onto Weave, but look how much damage he's taking, and Quickie's here now. Quickie's going to kill him. Silence down. He's still 1 health. Can he do anything else? Come on, Carter. Oh, not enough. And Weave, well fought and well deserved, is picking up that kill for himself. Good blink away. Belly flop down. I cannot stop talking because there's
can't say
fights
anything 'cause
everywhere.
they don't
It's just
stop
always
fighting.
happening. But I think we're getting a bit of a breather now.
It feels like there's just one thing happened on one side of the map, then something else happens on the other side, then we go back and another thing's happening. There's just so much going on. Okay, let's try to talk about what happened over the last few minutes.
Run me
Hopefully,
through it. Run me through
we
it.
don't get another fight. So we get the solo side invade. Unfortunately, Unz falls down. You're right, his ult was down. Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate, but they're just prioritizing that side of the map, especially with Athena. They can always be at a numbers advantage. But on the other side of the fight, on the other side of the map, Goblins.
Fight's happening again. Sorry to
Oh,
cut you
no.
off, but here we go. Invictus getting taken down. He's trying to intoxicate as many as he can, but that's a dazzling offensive to close that out.
That's alright. I didn't want to talk anyway. I didn't want to say anything. I'm just here. This is a one caster game, by the way. No analysis needed. As another dash on tower line taunt onto 2. Well, we're gonna do some more damage. Man, these guys just want the fight. They want the smoke.
They want this over. They got stuff to do. They got places to be.
Get me on to the next
apparently. Yeah. Good. That's a solo over in the duo lane. Solo in the duo.
He was full health too. Gorus didn't take any damage at all. Didn't have to use his ult either. That's brutal.
We saw it at the start of the game. Goblin showing a bit of aggression, using a blink at the start. But it
Yep.
looks like Apes together are the ones that are taking this back. But Quickie, luckily having that relic available for him, and he's going to be phantom shelling himself out of dodge.
That's not too bad of a trade for Goblins. They got they used Odin Cage, but they were able to get Athena ult. So maybe you're able to make a side lane play, but they're going to be going for this Pyromancer, which it's pretty good, pretty strong, fine play. I'd like to see a reset gold here soon as well.
Oh, do they know? Yeah, they're straight onto the Cuckoo. Cuckoo has quite a bit of damage though, and quite a bit of health.
He's just dancing around.
He's dancing
Invictus
around.
is
He's
the
not
wave.
taking anything for himself. Invictus doesn't really know what's going on. Spirit of the Lion wins to chunk out that Hercules there, and Dazzling Offensive closing out another kill straight onto Apple Cruz, and the apples are out of the bag. He's dead.
God is farming. Oh no.
Rexy having to get out of the way, trying to use as much of his healing that he can to just avoid and mitigate as much as possible, but Quickie's just dancing around them. That Daffodil offensive, he's walking around, dancing around his toes. And
This
that's
is
a
an
fire giant as
OCE
well
game,
started.
by the way. This is 16 kills in 16 minutes.
This is the kind of domination that you expect from teams like Sunday School, though.
I know, that's
really
they're thrashing
impressive.
them right now. I think what I want to say is hopefully we can have a breather so that I'm able to say anything. But I think that Goblins are getting dragged into playing Ape's game, and they're not able to do what they want to be doing, what they need to be doing. And I think that against a player like Half Guy, you're just not able to do something like that. I think that he's just going to out-mechanic you, or he's going to pick a character that's going to, do it better than you are. He's going to be around the map just looking for kills. That's what he wants to do. That's what these guys like to do.
Ooh, Athena pushing back Quickie, but Athena's still there, standing her ground. Another Dazzling Offensive. This is 3, but this one is not going to be picking up any kills. Belly flop down onto Quickie, but he's not taking any damage at all. Look, he's just showing his presence, and his team is just walking around and doing whatever they want.
Someone's put paperweights on all of Apes Together's W keys, and they've just decided to not take them off. Because they've only gone forwards. I mean, it's working, right? Like, I think that this playstyle is a lot harder to execute on when you have losing lanes. So for Half Guy, if his lanes are losing pressure, maybe, like as an example, duo lane, you've got a really pressured duo lane, they're able to secure all the camps. Even if he's ganking solo, you're able to be cross-mapping, invading those camps, having your mid laner rotate over and your jungler rotate over too. Maybe you've got mid pressure too. I think this playstyle suffers a lot because it relies on having prio in your lanes, and I think they do this game, right? Like, Armor's been thrashing lane. Goris is, I mean, he's a great ADC anyway, but he's been winning lane as well, got that solo kill off. So I think that this playstyle, while it looks super dominant, pardon me, it looks super dominant. Okay, just a Marcus jump out.
You're good.
Oh my lord, I can't talk. While this playstyle looks super dominant against a team that I'm not even going to say that Goblins are bad. I don't think they are. I think that they're just a bit
Maybe you're not.
this
Carter
game.
getting a little bit caught out. Ring of Spears trying to save as much
Like,
as
what is my
possible.
ADC doing?
Phantom Shell is used up again to just keep the W key paperweight straight down into this solo lane. And as well as that, we've got the dual lane Phoenix being looked at for the rest of Apes Together. And they are strong. They are content. They are together. And they are engaging here over in the dual lane Phoenix. And it looks like that a fight is going to continue again very soon. They're just waiting for their minion waves to pop back up. And a good pull straight onto Phoenix. And that's Cuckoo getting a little bit caught out. Spirit of the Nine was able to close out that kill into Ords, and that's the first kill of this fight. Segura is picking up one for himself onto Invictus. That's not the way that I thought that this was going to go. And I think that's the moral of what I've been saying this entire time. Is just Goblins getting a great engage, getting a great start, and Apes Together just, I guess, being too coordinated. They're just better, I guess. They're just winning that fight. I don't know what's going on anymore. 17-2, 61,000 gold, 46,000 gold for Goblins, and look at this lead for Half
19
Guy.
kills in 19 minutes, baby.
level 19 for the Mordred, level 13 for the Herc, 4-1 and 0-1. This is a crazy lead, and he's running this game.
I mean, we can say that this now, but I do think this applied to the whole game. It feels like Goblins had a lot of really good engages, like great picks with the Herc specifically, and they just don't have enough damage to follow up. Whether that's a comp diff, whether that's just a communication diff, I'm not too sure. I can't really tell, but obviously now it's a gold and XP diff, right? You just mentioned 6 levels in jungle, like probably a massive gold lead in jungle too, because we're approaching, 15k or so deficit for in the favor of Apes right now, and that's got to be almost impossible to play against, especially when you've got characters that can output as much damage as like a Jingwei, as a Kukulkan, as a Mordred can. This armor probably feels absolutely unkillable raid boss mode for Apple and Carter. I can't imagine how it would feel to have this armor running at you right now. It's just terrible.
What's going on there? Dash behind him. I don't think that's the way that you want to go, Rexy. You want to be dashing the other way, man, not that way. And he'll be getting taken down for the 18th kill for Apes together. We've got an Ancient Fury here to maybe close out the rest of this game. They're taking it there to disable those Phoenix. They don't have their big birds to protect them no more. They've only got each other, and the Goblins, they as together as the Apes. We will see. Good engage. Weave here taunting out both of the duo lane people on Goblins, and that's another Pursue the Weak, knocking up 2 people. Spirit of the Nine wins, taking down Invictus. First kill again over 4 Apes together. Goblins trying to get even more than they bargained for. There is a Phoenix that's still alive and hitting, and well, he's not been taking much damage yet, but 5 people up for Apes together to continue this out. Good boulder over onto Quickie. He's taking a lot of damage, and he's able to use his ult, his dazzling offensive, to get out of there. Otherwise, he'd be taking too much damage and maybe getting taken down. But speaking of taken down, Weave is getting taken down. It's getting a kill straight for him. He's 1-5 compared to the 4-0 Quickie, but Quickie's got no health as opposed to this full health Unce machine. But it looks like Apes together are backing off, and Goblins don't have anything more to work with. They're trying to get as much scraps as they can, and they're going to group over at this Fire Giant to maybe get just that little bit more than they have, so they can close us out, just close that gap just a little bit more.
I think Apes together overextended a bit there. The health bar's low. I really think this was a fire angle. I really think that they could have just gone fire, even with the deficit, even with, how bad it feels to be down 2 Phoenixes at 22 minutes. I think they really overextended Apes together. Their health bars were low. Kukulkan has no ult. You have a Sunder up and available for Odin. You have every relic as well. I really think that's a missed opportunity for Goblins. I would have loved to see a Fire Giant pull there. It might have swung the game, at least given you the agency to try and swing the game. You're probably going to get Pyromancer off of that too. Maybe some towers. I mean, there's so many towers. There's so much standing gold for Goblins to be able to get, just at least to mitigate this deficit. But it just feels like they didn't really get much from that. I think that they were in a better spot than they realized, which is a bit unfortunate, because now this Fire Giant's going down. Carter's farming in left. It just feels like a bit of a rollover move.
You need to take the risks when you're this far behind. Otherwise,
yeah,
there's just no help for you. If you can't win out those risks, high rewards that come with those risks, then it's going to be very difficult when you're this far behind. And far behind is what's going to get abused here for Unce. Apes together and dazzling offensive working to just chip away at that Unce machine, and there'll be no uncing no more for potentially this last fight, or at least this Tower and Phoenix over here in solo lane.
This is a brutal spot to be in for Goblins. Game on the brink of the end for Goblins. Apes pushing down the right side. That Phoenix not long for this world, and I believe the game is closely followed, Nuxel, because this is such a hard position to play from.
That's a blink. Carter getting a little bit of good aggressive here, but it looks like this is where the fight starts, and this is where the fight might end. Good engage, weave, another taunt to just start this out, and it looks like they'll be trying to get just far away as possible, maybe play under their Titan, but
beautiful.
that's Spirit into 9 wins, picking up Invictus for probably the 4th time that I can recall at least. Full health over on the Titan, Rexy getting a kill onto Half Guy in his fountain. Weave as well, Rexy pulling them both under his fountain, and that looks like that'll be the end of the fight. I think we're biting our tongues a little bit here. Rexy coming out big to just defend their Titan, but they've got no more Phoenixes to work with, and this is a good replay. I'm keen to see
beautiful Spirit of the Night
breakdown.
wins.
Yeah.
I think the fight's a little too split.
Watch
We're all
Rexy,
kind of
watch
going
Rexy.
for
Look
one
at
thing
this.
over on the
Oh.
other. Yeah, I think Carter's fighting Quickie over here. Google Card no ult, and Weave gets pulled in. I feel like they needed to take a step back, reset, let the
That's another armor ult,
push
dazzling
in.
offensive in the back line. Ring of Spears to try cut off the fight and separate it a little bit. Quickie maybe getting a little bit too much of what he's bargained for, but he's going to be getting knocked away, further away from their back line, and they'll be picking up that Gold Fury for themselves. Apes together, hovering around. Few low health bars, but not enough people to work with. But speaking of health bars that are low, Goblins don't have much for themselves, and they'll be dropping that Ancient Fury again, and Apes
Thanks for
together,
the
and now
leash.
trading it for themselves. It's just a bit of ping pong here, and they'll be picking up another Ancient Fury for that mid Phoenix there. It's the only Phoenix that's left for Apes together, as opposed to 4 towers and 3 Phoenixes for the Chaos side. He's already got his ult back up. Didn't we just see it come out in that fight? Carter getting taken down, and Invictus is going to be walking away. Rexy getting taken down. This is 2 for none, and Apes together walking straight into that Titan room. They're trying to work with as much as they can. Quickie getting a little bit too aggressive here. He's going to be taking a bit of damage from that Titan, but he'll be taking it up, and Apes together are going to be demolishing the rest of that health bar and taking the game for themselves. 2 in a row for Apes together, and they're going to be continuing it out in the bracket.
What a dominant performance from Apes there. I think that, some overextending, some happy inting, it all happens, some content plays, but minus those towards the end of the game, I think it was a really clean, clinical game. I mean, sorry, it wasn't clean. It was dominant, but it was not clean. It was very brawly, very fighty. We had so many kills. I'm not going to lie, it didn't even... Obviously, we aren't in the game, but it didn't feel that lost, even towards the ending of the game. I know that they gave up some kills, some pressure, some tempo there towards that Gold Fury, and maybe the Fire Giant as well that I had mentioned. But yeah, I mean, great showing from Apes. We'll obviously be seeing more of them today. I've seen a bit of them already, so I'm excited to see how they do. Are they able to cut through, maybe have a finals appearance? That would be really cool. Yeah, what are your thoughts on that game? I mean, you talked a lot. Maybe you need a break.
Some exciting stuff there. Apes together really pulling forward a lot, which has been really exciting to watch these first 2 games. I'm rooting for them a little bit if I'm trying to bring out as much bias as possible. But with these games that have been shown, I'm keen to see what is brought into some of the later bracket matches that we're going to be catching up with a bit later on. But yeah, really excited game. Half Guy really showing his skill level there, and just that gold lead and that level lead in jungle was absolutely insane. It's worth mentioning that Goblins did have a couple subs. The amount of coordination, and communication was maybe that lacking there was definitely could be explained by that. But some awesome matches to be seen there. But looks like our next game is going to be getting started here. So we're going to go into picks and bans for us. So
Whoa.
and 99% engage your game 3 Apac players. So we'll see what happens here.
I mean, we've seen quite a lot from these 2 teams, right? 99% engage, obviously a bit of a new formed team. Fish been around for a bit now, all the weeks. They've looked pretty dominant, but yeah, they do have some subs. Unfortunately, I know that it doesn't look like it says it in the graphic, but they do have 2 subs, which is always unfortunate. But stuff happens. That's what subs are for.
People are busy. It happens.
Yeah. I love this Fenrir ban too. I think that against a jungler like Simply, you just absolutely cannot give over Fenrir.
No, no, absolutely. Keen to see what, you know, we've been seeing 99% engage on that bit of an incline here with Apac. Bit of a rocky area here and again, but they're definitely not a team that's worth batting an eye against with some of the players that are there. And Odin Cernanos picking out in response to that Neath. And simply picking a very well-known champ that we've seen him on a bit, the Mordred. And then Hercules. Oh, I love these Hercules games that we're picking up now that the new gods are into the APAC League. Herc has been really exciting, but haven't seen any Baron picks yet, which was such a massive pick in the previous weeks. It's just not really been prioed at all.
I think Sharks got through to everybody. It was, guys, stop prioing Baron super high. He's really strong, but he needs like 6 items to be really, really strong. And a lot of us, like a lot of OC, we just play for aggression. Like you saw it in that game, which is why the Mordred so like impactful in OCE. We just saw it there. Hopefully Simply can have, I mean, I know that he's going to be able to perform it Simply. Hercules locked in as well. That is potential flex, could be support, could be in the
maybe not support
solo lane. But now, with this Yemoja hover, I mean, could be Yemoja solo, who knows? But Barkus and Loki locked in on 99% engage. We've got a lot of team fight going on engage right now. And for Fish, they do have team fight as well with the Yemoja ult and the Mordred ult, but there's a lot of pick potential as well with potentially a Herc 2, a Yemoja Riptide into River's Rebuke. I never like saying that. It's always doesn't come off my tongue correctly. With this soul locked in, I mean, this could be either ADC or mid for either of the backliners here, but I'm assuming it's going to be mid soul because they kind of do the same thing, Cern and Soul in mid. But Soul obviously being able to do magical damage is going to be pretty impactful. On the side of Fish, however, a lot of physical damage coming out. Not something we haven't seen quite a lot. You know, there's not too many gods in the game, but yeah, we'll have to see if that ends up being a problem or not.
Absolutely. I really like seeing the Yemoja again as well. I feel like it's been dropped more than I would have thought for the APAC League and some of the people that have been playing it. I thought that would be such a massive prio, but maybe not so many support players in APAC are as experienced as we've seen in some other regions, as well as players like Shank. You know, he absolutely loves the Yemoja and he dominates on it. So maybe it's a matter of just not wanting to look bad in comparison, but keen to see what these teams bring out for the next game. We'll bring you over. We've got on the casting desk, Diceheart and Osme.
Thank you very much, Nuxel and Jay Beto. And yes, it is I, Diceheart, and I am joined by my dear friend Osme to bring us into Fish versus 99% Engage. This is an interesting one, Osme. We wanted to see these teams go head to head, hey?
Yeah, it's cool to see it happening earlier in the bracket. One of the teams will be leaving the other in the dust, and this early grouping here coming out from 99% Engage is a scary thing when you've got these gods.
Yeah, it is. We're just going to fix a quick issue here on the technical side, but Osme, let's talk a little bit more about this matchup between these two teams here. You know, it's two teams that we've been wanting to see match up into each other for quite a little while. I believe, though, that while we're going through these technical issues, we are going to quickly come off of the game, make sure we get it fixed up. So, welcome back to seeing our faces here. But 99% Engage is a team that made it all the way to finals last week. They kind of formed up out of nowhere. Well, not out of nowhere. They formed up out of a few different teams. But Fish have been very consistently first, second, third place on the ladder. So, Osme, what do you think about these two teams?
Well, they're both excellent teams. I was really impressed with 99% Engage last week. They showed that they, by being a new team, they're there to throw punches and they're there to win games. We saw that the players that they have the skill level to contest these top teams. Fish have been showing that week through week now, and yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing these teams meet at an earlier stage in the bracket this week. I think that 99% Engage and Fish both do have subs here, so it might be a little bit of a different dynamic seeing these players like Ward Hunter make their way into these games, but it's really going to be a test of who can accommodate their subs better and who can adapt and overcome when it comes to just working together as a team. We've seen in these games so far tonight that they're all so fast paced, and I don't know if they're really going to be any different tonight. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's very interesting to see, exactly as you said, how these teams are going to use their subs. You know, we see Nuxel piloting this Neath in mid, and the Neath has a 100% contest rate at the moment in Apac. That is absolutely massive, the amount of priority on the picks and bans for this Neath Osme. So I think that Fish might have made a good decision putting Nuxel on that god, a very safe and global sort of option.
Yeah, it's a benefit to any team comp, really. Like, we've seen this combination of the Neath and the Mordred time and time again so far in APAC Founders Series. That World Weaver into the Pursuit of the Week is just such a good setup tool for any gank, and Simply will be no doubt calling that on cooldown whenever he's looking to visit any lane. To mention though, I'm really excited to see this Hercules coming out on Osha. He's showed time and time again that he can do whatever he wants in solo. Ooh, could be a first blood.
Oh, a lot of damage coming out onto this Emoja. Dash out from the Konos as well, but body blocks coming down there from Flix is going to protect his support, and a good bit of healing for the Emoja as well will keep him alive. But Osme, 99% engage, are showing a lot of pressure in this duo lane, and also a little bit in mid as they've pushed out this blue buff, but potentially an engage coming out from Simply here as we see the root coming out from underneath as well. One more auto attack will do it, and Simply finds first blood over Swifty, but it's not over yet. 2v1 blink away. Does the Mordred go? Ward Hunter just barely, sorry, not the Mordred, the Loki. Ward Hunter just barely getting out there, but that's a first blood.
Yeah, massive. This Soul is arguably far stronger than the Neath early, but this Mordred is really making up for where that Neath lacks in the early game presence. That one first ability from, oh my god, the jump in.
A look at the jump in,
Furin's
Flix trying to find the auto attacks, and Furin will go down. Jed9 also being targeted out inside of that pillar. Will flop away safely, but wow, Osme, Fish have turned this game around very, very quickly. They didn't have pressure at all across the map in the early game, but they've managed to find the kills anyway.
It's a bit worrying seeing an Anher get into a lead here and this Mordred finding a lead, as they are these characters can just push this pressure so much down into the enemy, like enemy jungle, enemy lanes, wherever they really want. And we know Flix has shown he's very, very comfortable in that duo lane. Although the partnership may not be like all the same as when Ultimaton's playing on that support.
Yeah.
I do still have confidence that Flix can really run this duo lane. And the Xenanos pick coming out from Furin is quite new. I'm a fan of it. It does bring a lot of good sustain in lane. It does have a dash, which some ADCs don't. And the ultimate is also an excellent ability. This gank coming out here could be promising.
He's made a rotation to the duo lane alongside Ward Hunter. A lot coming out here, but trying to dash away using that Riptide. Will this Emoji be able to find his way out underneath the T1 tower? Yes! Escaping again. But Osme constantly being engaged on is this Emoja. And how many more times can this happen before he actually goes down? So we're going to see Osha actually looking for two chimps and one trench coat here. Simply put his pressure onto the solo lane side of the map. Jump away from the Odin though as the Mordred ult comes out, picks up the Odin, brings him back down, and Osha finds himself a kill. 3-0 on the board already for Fish, Osme.
Yeah, I thought that the Odin might sneak out there because Hercules did not have the excavate in that fight, but a good pursuit of week really kept two chimps, one trench coat in one place. And Osha is showing us why this Hercules pick is so valued. Has great early game pressure, and week in, week out, we see this Fish team looking for those invades, and another successful red-blue invade coming out from Fish. I think
it has to go on.
I think that 99% Engage tried to pick up that identity of being on the front foot and invading in the jungle, and last week when we saw them play, but they might have taken that style from Fish to begin with, so they're ready.
It has
this
to be
pressure
rough as Engage as well to be putting all your pressure in duo lane only for Simply to get a kill in solo lane, as we're going to see this ring of spears come down. Osha trapped inside of it, but not before the Mordred ult comes out, knocks up two chimps in one trench coat once again, and takes him off the map. And Osmate, we were just talking about it, and it happened again.
Yeah, no vision on the right side from the Odin. It's kind of just inviting this pressure, and simply has identified perhaps this is the lane that he wants to keep coming back to. And Osha's probably saying, sweet, sounds good to me. Let's just keep putting our pressure onto this Odin. You know that he's going to struggle to face tank into this Neath, into this Anher if he's falling behind this early. And perhaps a little bit more vision could be useful if you're playing on the side of engage here, but you never know. Maybe Two Chimps, One Trenchcoat has that sixth sense, so he can just feel those ganks coming in the future.
That's true. We are 5 minutes into the game. Simply did look for a very aggressive back camp / speed buff invade there, and did find it as well. So this Mordred slowly ticking up further and further now, 2 levels above Ward Hunter on 99%, sorry, engage, as Nuxel takes a bit of poke in the mid lane there. And this Yemoja is in the area, and Osmay, we haven't talked about it much, but we don't see too much of the Yemoja being picked up in Apac right now. Is simply going to use that Mordred ult this time over in the duo lane, followed up by the spears from the Arnher, but a great use of the Aegis from Furin as well, allows him to survive, but not long enough as Furin jumps in and finds himself the kill. Sorry, Flix jumps in and finds himself the kill. Furin goes down. Osmay, it's starting to get scary here for 99% engage.
Yeah, this Mordred is running the early game. I'm really loving this pressure that he's putting out, but no side lane is safe, it seems, at the moment. I will go back to what you were talking about with this Yemoja who falls here in middle lane, but we have seen on multiple occasions now, maybe not just then, but that Riptide ability is just getting them out of fights. And if they do play together, as you kind of would want to if you have a Yemoja, we could see these slippery disengages coming time and time again from Fish. A little bit of purple buff pressure coming out here from Jed9, which I do like to see, just to kind of answer back to that pressure that they just found in the duo lane.
We did see Jed9 lock himself down the first kill for 99% engage, and as you said, Osmay, now going to steal away this purple buff, making a rotation now as well over towards mid lane. Might be spotted out here by Simply and Nuxel, charging up the Whirlweaver ultimate, but actually it's going into the left lane, finds the stun, but no one from Fish available to follow up. That's a big ultimate on cooldown, but once again, here's the Mordred ult, finds Jed9, brings him up into the air, and there's follow up here. River's Rebuke is down. Can they get the kill? Great turnaround. Oh no! Riptide from Jay Beto from the Yemoja is going to completely prevent Simply from following up there.
That was very, very close. I would have thought that he would have been caught there by that Riptide, but maybe it was just a few pixels off. It's the right idea to try and keep them in that cage combo, but Bacchus with a Phantom Shell can just walk out of that.
He's made a rotation. Oh, I thought something was going to happen. Never mind, Osmay, please go on.
Yeah, something I want to touch on is this Soul in the middle lane. We have pretty much only seen Soul as this exclusively auto attack based. Oh my god.
So close to killing Fury, and there was Flix with those spears, but not quite enough.
Yeah, we haven't seen Soul being played too much as this burst mage as we have with the identity
out of position here. The assassinate from the Loki coming out. Aegis forced out early on this Neath, but the belly flop is there, and Swifty will pick up the kill on to Nuxel. Good trade out here for Engage to start picking themselves up a bit of a return into the game.
You nearly said bat out of hell there. I thought we had Camazots in the...
I was excited for the Camazots to be back.
But yeah, I was touching briefly before on this Soul as a burst mage, and we know that was a strong identity in Smite 1, but might not be as commonly seen in Smite 2. We know she has such a powerful presence with that Dagger Frenzy and with those really strong auto attack items, but we see Swifty going towards this Doom Orb and presumably more ability focused, burst focused identity for the Soul. So I'm interested to see if following up off this Bacchus, they're going to be able to find that big damage that they need late game. There's a little bit of a staring contest going on here in duo, just ADCs doing their thing.
Bit of a freeze out there. Flix didn't take it too personally. He wasn't baited out, stepping up. Simply, though, might be in a little bit of trouble on this Mordred, as Jed9 doing a great job pulling the Naga back towards his side of the map. Now, only this Yemoja in the area to try to steal this objective away. It will go to Engage as well, so great play from them. And we're starting to see that the lead is disapparating a little bit, much like this Soul. And Engage have caught themselves up despite the pressure that Fish have been putting across the map, Osmay.
Yeah, Simply started off really well with this pressure in both side lanes, but he hasn't taken a tumble, but has maybe just taken his foot off the pedal slightly. There is a bit of focus towards this right side again as we see the Mordred engaging on top of Odin. Loki's there to respond though.
Loki is in the area. This Mordred not going to have so easy of a time, but a great pushback there from Osher is going to prevent Simply from being hard engaged on. But hard engaged on he is as Ward Hunter finds the kill. River's Rebuke is out, and this Yamoja is able to find 2 people trapped inside of a Riptiding away now as 4 members of Engage trying to turn the fight around, looking for Osher. This Hercules has to find a way out of trouble here as the Soul Ultimate comes down and it starts ripping through Osher's health bar, but healthy still is this Hercules. He's in amongst 4 members of Engage and he's not stopping. Jed9 goes down, black flip out from Nuxel, doesn't find a pick, but 2 chimps, 1 trench coat trapped inside the fire giant pit. Osher looping his way back around the backside here. He's caught 2 chimps on 1 trench coat on the jump out, but doesn't find the push away. Great play there from Fish. Is going to secure themselves that fight, and look at Osher go, Osmay.
Goodness gracious. I saw him walking into 4 and I'm like, Osher, it's 10 minutes into the game. You're not that tanky. But he just stood there and said,
But he
yes,
is.
I am. Yes, I am.
He is.
There was a wraparound there around the back from Nuxel, but it looked like he didn't find the full burst that he was wanting to. I think you kind of need to identify that this Herc might not be the target that you want to be focusing if you're on the side of 99% engage. I know there is a level disparity in solo, and I know that there needs to be some presence put on that side of the map, but dumping all of your cooldowns into this Herc who just seems to take 0 damage, they might need to look at a little bit of a different avenue here. Left side of the map, there are junglers coming over, and this is a kind of
And supports.
yeah, this is a kind of dangerous 1v1 as Arnho's so powerful. His passive just swings these 1v1s as you like, but I know Fearin is not one to back down from the 1v1.
Never back down, never what, Osmay? As Engage.
Never give up.
They aren't giving up. They've pulled themselves right back into this game. Only 300 gold separating these 2 teams. And Osmay, I think this next Gold Fury is going to be the telltale story for how this game goes, because I think whichever team is really securing this mid game is going to determine which team can get themselves more comfortably into the late game. And we're starting to see, Osmay, that this Yamoja is having a lot of impact in team fights, but I think the talking point here is how tanky Osher was in that last fight. He was just impossible to kill, and now he's around this Gold Fury.
We do see a good amount of, I hope I see a good amount of anti-heal coming out. We do have the Divine Ruin on the Soul. Hopefully would be seeing a Brawlers on perhaps this Loki. Oh, big pick coming out here in left. Simply may get out of this tower as well. Lovely pick. There's a very strong grouping in the left side here.
Well timed as well, but Ward Hunter does find the assassinate onto Nuxel there, forces the backflip back onto tower for this knee. Doesn't realize, however, that there's an Odin behind the tower too. Unfortunately, 2 Trimps and 1 Trenchcoat won't be able to find an engage opportunity here. Well, Weaver fired off, looking for the pick. Whoa, just barely not able to get the kill onto Jed9. This Barkus will back, but Osmay, 99% engage, and not here for this Gold Fury. Flicks and this Umoja alongside Nuxel are here to start it up. Very likely to go down here.
Yeah, I think that they identified that Engage identified that they just lost a member on that side of the map. We saw Odin rotating slightly towards mid, but then just decided, I'm just gonna take these back trinkets, find some farm where I can, and I think it's a smart play from Engage not to fully contest, because we've seen already this Hercules is impossible to kill, and he's on that side of the map. So right side it is, and I reckon there is a little bit of a kind of way back in on the right side if you are finding a little bit of, or as much farm as you can on the Odin. I'd like to see. Yeah, it's just tricky. There's so much pressure wherever this Hercules decides to be at this point. So a big 5 group would probably be the way to go for Fish.
We haven't seen a lot of, obviously this is the first week that Hercules has been allowed in the Apac Founders Series, but Osmay, a god that I do want to talk about is this Neith, and I know that last game we didn't see her picked up, but before that she had a 100% contest rate as Chaos Team Engage will steal away this Naga as the River's Rig does come down, and this Mordred pushing up a little bit too far, forced to use his Aegis here, but there's the Excavate out from the Hercules. I don't think Fish saw him on the right side there now, finding a little bit of poke, but Osher, the raid boss, pushing up further alongside Flicks, using those Spears, sorry, to try to find some poke, doesn't find enough of it, and it's going to give Furin time to back in this left lane, but Nuxel trying to push up the mid T1 tower. I don't think he realizes, Osmay, that there's a Ward Hunter here, and there's the stun coming out. Chase down will be here. Blink immediately on the backflip landing. Is it enough as the root did come down, but here's the burp, and there's the follow-up. Down goes Nuxel, and slowly, Osmay, Engage have pushed themselves into a leading position. 1,000 gold over Fish right now.
Yeah, his name should be Neutral Hunter, the way that he's finding those picks in the middle lane. Yeah, as you were saying, this Neath has such a high contestation. She has so much presence all across the map. But we did see those other picks there with the Odin being picked up 100% of the time also.
Yeah.
Or picked up or banned, that is. And the
Yes.
Fenrir, which is more banned than picked, as it's been kind of handshaken upon by all OCE teams that someone bans Fenrir.
Protect yourself from the Fenrir. We do see it there. 44.44% ban rate at the moment is this Fenrir, and the Odin also has quite a high ban rate at that 35.56% rate. Even this Barkus, so Engage have managed to find themselves quite a few gods that are very highly contested, tend to get a lot of bans out in OCE, and now Fish, they're going to get themselves a free Pyromancer heroes, man.
It's a great map play there. They identify that's somewhere that they can step, and you know,
Whoa,
I think-
there's the Emoji roll being dropped down in the mid lane here, and a good use of the Riptide to trap in Flix, but here comes Simply up and down, does go Jed9, but that's a tank, and you're not killing him that easily. The Barkus gets out alive, a lot used by both teams, but Osmay, what were they fighting over?
pride. And but yeah, I was just wanting to say that I think maybe this Hercules might be joining those other gods on that ban list coming forward. We see how tanky he is, and players who are really experienced as this tanky raid boss, as Osha is here inside this ring of
There on
spears.
Simply, and will be stunned out by this very low health Jed9. 2 chimps and 1 trench coat does find the kill onto Simply, and it's not over yet. Engage have rocked up to the party here as the Worldweaver will connect with Jed9, but this Barkus is still staying, looking for another burp as the stun's coming down onto Osha. The raid boss is not looking too tanky for much longer, but still alive is this Hercules, and he still again manages to zone out so many members of Fish. 1v1 between Flix and Furin, who will be able to get the better half of it. One more would do it, and Flix finds it.
Damn, Flick says, "Yep, I'm the boss here. Go back to base." Great job.
I mean, Arnhurst said it before and he'll say it again. What do you say to the god of death?
Not today.
Not today. Flix was thinking exactly that when he took down Furin there, but Osmay, I like what Furin did there. He got up close to get that additional little bit of damage from the auto attacks. It just barely wasn't enough, but I think I like this Kernanos pick. He was 2 levels down there while he was taking that fight, Osmay.
I'm not sure if he had the full Berserker's shield in that engage there either. I'm not like privy to what the most present and current ADC build is, but I imagine into a comp like what Fish has at the moment, FizzD is not a bad idea. There's not really any magical damage output, which, as was mentioned on the draft, might be something of worry, because yeah, you can just buy items like this in your damage rolls and be a lot safer.
Do you think, Osmay, that potentially Furin is looking for this to get the better side over Flix in the 1v1, try to catch up a little bit and out-rotate him, or do you think that this is a team fighting item for Furin?
A little bit of both. It's just kind of like a why not item, because where's the magical damage?
Around this Gold Fury, the Rivers Rig will come out, but on the counter side of it, 2 chimps and 1 trench coat will find that ring of spears. Here comes the Mordred deep into the backline, is going to find one, but turned around on immediately, forced to use Jaegers. Excavate out, Simply will go down to Furin, but there's a Hercules in the backline. Osha picks up Jed. Furin finds Flix, double kill for the Kernanos, and Engage are pushing further and further in, but Osha isn't done. Double kill this time for the Hercules as Furin goes down. Nuxel and Osha are going to run towards the mid lane and prevent Ward Hunter and 2 chimps and 1 trench coat from achieving anything. Huge gameplay, Osmay, coming out from both teams.
Yeah, it leads to a relatively even trade there at the end of the day. I'm actually quite impressed with 2 chimps, 1 trench coat. He was down 2 levels at the start of this game, but this pressure from the Hercules hasn't really seemed to phase him. He's found his way back in, finding these levels and items, and actually beat him to that rotation. So yeah, it's good heads-up play from the Odin, just identifying where his use should be applied in these team fights. We saw the cage finding that Yamoja, as she can actually Riptide out of it, but it's good to be there anyway. And I'm a little bit worried that this no magical damage from Fish is going to come back to bite them. We've seen so far that maybe it works in the 1v1, but in these teamfight sections, who's really stopping Engage from itemizing into physical defense and just kind of being tanky and out-sustaining these teamfights?
It's a good point, Osmay. I think as well, just following up on that, there's not a lot of secure coming out here either around these objectives for Fish. You know, Swifty has a slightly better secure in that Soul Ultimate than really anything that Fish have available to them. So Fish really want to be brawling here, I think, Osmay.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And we'll see in maybe right here if this secure is going to be supreme. Odin seems to have been a little bit late to that rotation, so good idea not to commit to the pull. Hercules is a little bit too scary to pull an objective in front of, but Simply has kind of let his foot off the pressure a little bit, and this Loki has found his way into actually being quite nicely farmed. So yeah, I'm impressed with Wardhunter so far. We know he's a sub stepping into this role, and it's quite a big ask coming into a new team who performed so well in their first week. And he's showing that he's ready and he's here to play where needed.
He is here to play when need. A great Riptide in the mid lane will pull Swifty back inside this River's Rebuke, but not enough to find the engage here for Fish. 99% engaged, though, are looking for their opportunity, and a good bit of poke out onto Flicks coming from Swifty there might be the opportunity they need, as Pyromancer has been started up here by Fish, looking, though, for an engage. Osha steps up. Riptide is out. Osha pulled back inside the Pyromancer pit here, but it's been enough to prevent Pyromancer from being engaged on here, as Simply did find his ultimate off, and a two-man pull there from Osha forces the blink out immediately from this Loki. Low health, and Assassinate has to be used to get him back underneath the tower as well. Jet9, low health, walking through damage, and Osha will find the Barkus. In the meantime, backline, 2 chins, 1 trenchcoat will fire off that Odin ultimate, but has to jump out as well. Fish have the better side of this engagement, as once again Osha finds a pull and forces those beads out of the soul. Fish push in, take the T1 tower, and Osha's still not done. He wants more, trying to push into the T2 tower now. Fish will disengage here, but they found themselves a Pyromancer, they found themselves a T1, but Osmay, where is Furin?
He's doing his thing. He's getting that tower. I'm a little bit conflicted about that team fight, because yes, good to get some tower pressure on the left side of the map, but Fish showed their hand so early there on her rotating mid for this Pyro play. But the group was just so slow from engage. Odin chose to proxy his wave and didn't come to the fight until it was practically over. But the rest of their team still wanted to engage. Who would have guessed?
Who could have guessed? This time it's a fight around Gold Fury, and I believe we have the comms for 99% engage that we can go and take a listen into right now as the fight starts up.
Fine. I'm fine, guys. I'm fine. Oh, never mind, I'm not fine. He fooled me. Good ball. Fuck. My bad.
Alright, I'm huge now. Like, I can fight around you.
Well, that was quite interesting. I expected an opportunity there for Engage to try to prevent that Gold Fury, but unfortunately they just weren't able to find their way into the position. Osmay, good pickup there by Fish, and they found themselves 3 in a row.
Yeah, they got that passion there. They're here for this game, and it may have been looking a little bit rough to start out with for Engage, but they're showing that they're not going to sit down. This is a little bit worrying though if you're on the side of Fish, because this Neath is not as farmed as probably you'd like to see.
Engage here from Simply. The Pursue the Wake is good, and it completely traps Wardhunter in. Nuxel finds himself the kill, and Fish are pushing up even further for more. Look at Osha frontlining. He's so tanky, so impossible to take down. I think, Osmay, this is the definition of a raid boss.
Yeah, Osha has been showing that he has that in the locker week in, week out so far. On this Fenrir pick, on this Chuck we've seen as well, I'm pretty sure. He just knows how to play this space so well in front of his team and buy so much, I'm not going to call it fake pressure, but like assume so much area that there's just a no-go zone for Engage, and he does seem to have maybe prioritized too much towards the mid here, but he's coming back in to find, and they're looking for the fight here.
It is going to be a fight breaking out as we find the stun onto this Odin, but immediately Ring of Spears popped in return though. River's Rebuke will come down and trap this Odin inside of his own cage. Osha, the raid boss, taking a lot of damage, but will heal a lot of it up using his 3. Pull in and push back is Furin, but dashes away safely. Those beads were used as well. And frontlining, both of these tanks are doing so much work, completely zoning out both teams, preventing damage from coming down. Fish, though, take the worst end of that fight and have to back. This could be an opportunity, Osme, for the Fire Giant to be started up by Engage, but instead going to pick up a little bit more farm.
Yeah, both teams were kind of forced to back there. I'm not sure about what the ward vision is looking like on this. If you're this Soul, if you're this CERN, maybe considering not taking that back, seeing every single member of Engage backing all in the same spot. They could have ripped that fire, but I do like getting a little bit of map pressure here. I think it's even enough for these players to kind of, oh my god, what a wave.
Yeah, huge wave. I thought there was a new Nuar in this game for a second.
Yeah. Yeah, I was saying that this Neath isn't as farmed as you'd like, but we saw in that fight before, the World Weaver still does the same thing. If someone gets picked up by Simply, there will be a stun landing on them the second that they drop. And maybe there might be enough like overall damage, but I would like to see some Soul Reavers and some other pen online to just help boost that burst that they really need to take down players like this Odin who are diving quite freely at the moment.
Fire Giant has been started up this time by Fish. Osha and Simply doing their best to zone out here, but Simply forced to use this ultimate very early as the River's Rebuke does come out as well. Zoning out 99% Engage. 2 chimps and 1 trench coat do find a way into the backline here, and the Ring of Spears has prevented Simply from getting back towards the Fire Giant. It will be picked up here though by Fish and Engage. They're looking for the opportunity to take this fight here. 2 chimps and 1 trench coat will stun out Simply, but the counter stun is there from this Emoja. Aegis forced out of the Mordred, and in the backline, Nuxel caught out of position, charging this World Weaver. He will find a stun, but low health bar for this Neath. Furin finds the Neath, and the chase is on Jed9. Low health on the Barkers, but Furin gets himself a double kill as Flix turns it around and picks up Jed9. 2 trips and a trip change code, though, return the kill, and Flix goes down. Simply, Yamoja trying to get out of trouble. It's a 3-for-1 trade. The Fire Giant, it looked like, Osme, it went in favor of Fish, but Engage find the better fight there.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then now they're just going to get even more map gold here. Both right lane and mid lane forfeit with 3 members dead. It's looking great for Engage at the moment. They're going to be able to finish off their builds, find these extra items to really help with killing Osha. As we saw in that last fight, he wanted to do as much as he could, but a strong grouping in the back line. Perhaps this is where those this physical defense from Furin is really showing. Like, they can kind of box better against this Herc when he's not doing as much damage to them. Falling back here into the gold is a nice look, and yeah, the gold's still even, but feels like the whole map state is in much more favor of Engage at the moment. I did like the Umoja. She was peeling quite well there, finding some good defensive stuns, but maybe saving her Omi for her heal is probably could be wiser.
Damn heal.
Yeah.
It's a good point, Osme, as we've reached a bit of a dead period in the game. 28 minutes or just above here, and 3,000 gold separating these two teams. Fire Giant was just picked up by 99% Engage. Where, Osme, do you think this game state will head to next?
It's tricky. There's lots of... Well, you could guess that it might go down right lane for Engage, but I kind of... It's hard. It seems very back and forth at this point. Just depends where they really find this input. Losing a fight, they still did find gold, and they're saying, we're going to be on the front foot here. We're going to bring this question towards the other team. Sieging down right, finding a little bit of map pressure. It looks like they're just going to back off it, but could get caught out here.
Fish, a little bit of a clinical play there to make sure they took down the T1 and T2 towers there in the right lane and comfortably walk themselves away. I think, Osme, that Osha's probably getting out of here. He's not called the raid boss for no reason, but this is a big chase from Engage. Maybe an overcommit when there's so much farm on the map.
I think there's not a whole lot to really fight over at the moment. You're really going to be just wanting to try and finalize your builds and get wards ready for this next FG. I think there will be a big fight, probably game deciding fight breaking out around that. So I think it would be a little bit silly from either team to kind of commit too hard unless it's a guaranteed pick before then, because little lapses in judgment and focus can lead into kind of game-ending scenarios when it's this even and there's really nothing to fight over. I do like the Bacchus just following this soul around, trying to find farm.
Yeah.
And I think we'll see. Like we can see the soul is pumping out big damage as the Pursuit weak in middle lane coming out here.
Does connect with the Odin here, and Osher in position to push back towards his team, as this Odin going to have a hard time getting out of dodge. Does successfully drop his Ring of Spears and find his way safely out here. And
Left side siege going on.
while Fish were distracted in mid, Engage are trying to push down this left side Phoenix, and Osmate, Fish realize it, but they want to trade Phoenixes here. They're going to push into the mid T2 tower, and very likely this is going to be a Phoenix trade. There's not enough people to stop either teams here. Osher raid boss in the left side Phoenix, but two chimps in a trench coat are behind Fish in this mid Phoenix, and he might be able to find an engage here. Flick's getting a little bit low on health, but not as low as Simply as he's forced to use that Aegis. Well, Weaver does come down though as Flick finds Ward Hunter. This could be an end position here for Fish. They've got a wave. Simply is healthy and has a Umoja behind him as well, but the backs are being channeled very quickly, and Engage actually have a much better position here. Riptides being used to get Fish out of trouble, and it might be enough to prevent Engage from finding an engage here.
Osher couldn't stop the backs there and left, which I'm sure he's very disappointed about, but we've seen this time and time again in mid in OCE where players will commit too much down mid, get chased out, and the game will end. But this Umoja is just preventing any counter engage coming with those Riptides. Playing together as a group, escaping together, very good show. But now there's just so much map pressure in favor of 99% engage. They can find these really deep wards with the enemy team forced to back. And Odin is just showing that, yeah, these buffs, they're going to go to me. But on the contrary, this next fire might go to me as well, because I'm going to have that deep vision ahead of you.
Oh, great Riptide there from the Umoja. Does catch out Fury and finds a stun off the back of it as well inside of the River Dubuque, and trapped in place by Simply as well. Focus the Jaegers out of this ADC. Flix finds the counter kill, and this might be enough for Fire Giant Osmate, just out of position with Furin in that bush.
Yeah, that's a really rough pick right as Fire's spawning, but they look like they might be trying to commit onto Osher.
Yeah, Engage. I don't know if they're aware that Fire Giant is happening. They should be aware because of where the pick happened, but either Osher is so much of a raid boss that Engage are not able to get past him, or they've decided they want to trade his life there. But Osmate, Fire Giant goes to Fish here off a great play from the Umoja.
Yeah, that just kind of leads down to Furin being picked there. I wasn't really sure exactly why he's positioned like that, but good initiative from the Umoja to find that River's Rebuke and just catch him out. He did get a good Aegis, but it just wasn't enough. And now this left lane is probably going to be the next target for Fish. We'll have to see if they can really kind of step up to Siege as if you were a normal team, because we know these mages have such good poke potential on Siege, but a big grouping coming out here.
Let's take another listen in here too.
That's a beast, Mages!
As we take a look
Beast
at
one!
this fight.
Back up. Oh no, yes.
That's huge.
Gold.
I'm
gonna push right. I'm
kill
gonna push
them.
right. You guys full gold. I'm gonna push right.
Okay.
Yeah, I reckon it could be an end, a possible end, honestly.
Yes, agreed.
He's
I
in
agree.
right. He TF'd to right.
Yep, we just go right, guys. I think we do look for the end. Both their damage dealers are gone. We just Odin cage. Herc is here by himself with Mordred.
I'm looking up. I'm walking up.
I've caged in 20.
If you can cage or find a pick, Loki, just keep pushing
No,
right,
no,
guys.
Just
Just
push
keep
right,
pushing.
push right.
Yeah, I'm
Push
still
right.
pushing. I'm still pushing. I'm still pushing.
I am looking to how long on cage? Okay, whoever you cage, we just kill. If you get cage, we just play off your cage.
Yeah.
We got 20
We can,
seconds.
can we just dump everything on Titan? I'll put cage on Titan.
Okay,
What
just
is
dump
that?
Pine.
Well, a lot of Jed comms there, but we do see the Hercules find a huge pull onto Engage, and this might be enough to prevent Fish from losing the game right now. Ward Hunter, though, does find Simply inside the Titan area, and Fish, they're going to be pushed out here. Only this Umoja inside of Fountain, sorry, but Nuxel does find Jed 9 as Flix picks up Swifty, and it's enough to end the game. Fish find the lost. Sorry, Fish do not find the win there. Engage find themselves on the back end of that fight. I was listening to Fish comms, seeing them lose the game. Very confusing, but a great game coming out from both teams there, Osmay.
Yeah, it was back and forth for a lot of the game, but similar to what we saw in finals last week, just maybe a grouping that the enemy didn't expect. Finding two deaths on speed was just brutal, and that really snowballed out of control into that end there. I was really impressed with both teams, but I think the Odin actually had really good impact despite being put down and pressured out early by Simply. And maybe it was probably to his probably to his disappointment that he couldn't continue that pressure that he really started off early with. Yeah,
Mhm.
great showing from both teams.
You're absolutely right, Oz, mate. It was a great showing from both teams there, and it's showing as well. We talked about it very early on this and during the stream as well that the middle area of this bracket, the middle area of this seeding, is very, very close at the moment between all of these teams. Fish, pretty comfortable sitting in the second place slot at the moment, but just lost a 99% Engage. And if Engage can keep this momentum, they could find themselves in third place, they could find themselves in fourth place, they could potentially find themselves in a position where they're going to be fighting Fish in the playoffs. For now, though, let's take a little break before we get into our next set of the night. Welcome back, esports fans. My name is Dysart, and I'm joined once again by Osme on the desk for this next game. What an exciting one we had there between 99% Engage and Fish.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Back and forth. Love to see it.
Well, let's get ourselves into picks and bans for this next game. Apes Together versus 99% Engage. We just saw Engage have quite a good game there against the second place team on the leaderboards at the moment, Fish. See how they go. We've seen Apes Together quite a bit tonight as well, Osme, as the
Yeah.
Jingwei ban coming out.
I'm excited to see who gets the better of who in this game. We saw that Apes Together are having a wonderful time together, and they're just showing teams that maybe you shouldn't underestimate them. This Cuckoo pick maybe look back towards, but Mordred coming out first is a great pick.
We've seen when these apes are together, they are strong. And Kernos Barkus hovered here. We're seeing that Furon really enjoys playing this Kernos, so it's likely going to be going towards him in that ADC. I don't see it going to Swifty in mid. As the Barkus also locked in, and Amaterasu hovered and locked by apes together here.
Yeah, Quickie's been showing that he just really likes that Amaterasu pick. Could just be molding well to his playstyle. The Cuckoo again is a great look for Apes Together, but I'm a bit like question mark about this CERN top pick. Maybe it's Furin's flavor of the week or spice pick, but there are other gods that can be getting taken away in that first pick.
Well, Osmay, it's exciting to see this Kukulkan locked in for Frenzy. We saw him get a pentakill on it earlier, so maybe he can reciprocate or do the same thing here in this game. But the Loki is picked up by Engage, and we've seen Wardhunter play this quite a few times. It's not quite half, guys, but still a very strong pick. How do you think this is going to go with the team comp that Engage have so far?
Yeah, it's a mirror draft from the last game that we just saw, and Wardhunter is a sub stepping in, and maybe he just has a lot of comfort on this Loki pick. So it's not a bad look to send him back to that same pick. They did have success then. Why can't they have success again? And we did see, I do like this Athena pick. We did see Weave playing that earlier tonight, and he did have so much global pressure. Getting that level 5 really early is something that can just turn this first invade from his team into a really good capitalization if they find those picks, because not many other teams are going to be expecting that level 5 Athena, Defender of Olympus, to be coming out on their heads when they're defending those buffs.
That's exactly right, and it also provides a lot of great setup here for the Kukulkan for Frenzy to find himself another pentakill. But the Hekate last lock in there for Engage, we haven't seen her, I don't think, so far tonight, Osme, but alongside this, Odin tends to be a very strong pick and can be set up with the Loki. There's a lot of CC here from the Engage roster, and that might be hard for some of these gods like the Kukulkan to deal with, not having any CC immunity in his natural kit.
Yeah, and the Odin as well in that team comp is going to force a lot of these backliners probably into the shell. So a lot of pressure on Weave here to buy that Beads Relic early and find good use of it. Otherwise, we're going to be seeing a repeat of Yada in a few weeks ago finding those 5-man or 4-man Hekate ults.
Definitely has a lot of scary potential here, Osme, but let's send it over and see what our casters think. Jay, better want Nuxel, take it away for us.
Nuxel, welcome back.
Hello. I'm Nuxel. I'm here with Jay Beto here. 99% engaged against Apes Together. A very scary game to behold here in the spirit of Halloween with that scariness indeed. How are you feeling against these two monsters that we've been seeing so far?
Well, I'm hoping I'll be able to talk a little more this game. I do like yapping, but a lot of brawling in that last game. But I'm going to jump straight into some analysis here. Something that I'm really happy about with Apes Together, something that I think is of note, is that 99% Engage left Loki up for first pick. They said, okay, take it. We can beat you on it. Half guy calls the bluff. I don't need it. I don't need it. We played Mordred. It looked great. And he's picking it again, saying, I don't need this Loki. I don't need it to run you guys over. We're just going to run back essentially the same comp that we did. It worked. This is what we want to play. And I know that we're kind of memeing on the pentakill thing because, obviously he did get a pentakill. But if this is a comfort pick for Frenzy and also, Weave to play together, I really like it. I think that it's a great look for them. I don't think they really have to deviate too far from what's working so far. Obviously, this would be better in like a best of 3 or best of 5 scenario where you could just go, okay, this is what we want to play. Let's see how it works. But this is a best of one, so can be a bit risky. I can see potentially some issues. They do have a lot of single target damage, but I gotta say I love Engage's comp. So many circles.
I like to see, I know we saw it earlier with some of the games towards the start of tonight as well, but it's nice to see Athena finally in her role that she's made for, maybe not made for, but that we see her so commonly in.
Yeah, in the
We've only
jungle.
seen her in jungle, and she wasn't looking too great there, but now this game, and I believe it was either the first or second game today, we
Yeah.
see her finally take her stance back into that support role. So keen to see some good engages there with the Confound Taunt ability. I think
Those-
that is going to be quite exciting.
Yeah, I think that Athena jungle's probably decent, but it's just not an OCE thing. Like, we're just super aggressive. I know that we like to build tanky, but we like to go assassins and warriors and then build tanky anyway. I know that classes don't really exist anymore. I really like this invade. This is a really good duo gank timer as well for Halfguy. They have no clue that he's here.
Yeah, I think
Looks
that
like he's just
really
gonna play for the back
shows.
camps. This is a
I
bit
think that
risky.
shows the level of skill for a jungler like Halfguy,
Mm,
just laning vertically or
Mhm.
farming vertically instead
Yeah,
of
jungling vertically,
horizontally.
yeah.
I think that really shows a level of difference in comparison to a lot of junglers that we see in OCE. So
Yeah.
it's really exciting to see that happen. You know,
Halfguy's
from a
getting
first
aggressive as
experience.
well over onto Wardhunt right now. Can't quite see it yet, but he's getting collapsed on as well.
Oh.
This might be an over-aggression from him.
Yeah, he's got health to work with though, but there's going to be 4 people collapsing on him. Halloween spookiness indeed, but it looks like they'll be falling back and it won't be too much happening quite yet.
I think they could afford that. He's a level up on the Ward Hunter. Gotta be careful over here in duo, but
Oh,
jungler's
good
in mid on
confound
vision,
there to
so
cancel out that burp. Belly flop missing. And Furin walking into his brambles, but not too much happening quite yet.
there's some map movements going on right now. Nothing too crazy. Halfguy getting it feels like a lot more camps than Ward Hunter is after that invade. So potentially going to be hitting level 5 first. I would love to see a gank over in duo with that. It's Furin only has Aegis. Barker's having the Sundar. There's not too much counterplay if that Mordred is able to land the ult. Condemn the weak.
Getting that early ults off when there's not a lot of ward visions as well is definitely beneficial for a god like Mordred. Just
Yeah.
going through the walls, drifting around, and just picking up whoever he finds. And this Cernanos doesn't have beads to work with. He's got Aegis. So if Halfguy finds the ult, there's he's going up, and there's not really much that he can avoid it with until this Bacchus gets that Talisman of Purification. But speaking of engage, it looks like it'll be starting here. Burp coming out, making Halfguy a little bit intoxicated and getting stunned out, but not too much happening. And it looks like the first tickovers of level 5 are going to be for this mid lane. For Into the Bro is going to be the first one with Spirit of the Nine Winds, but still a little bit of a look over in dual lane here.
Yeah. I'm waiting for this 5 tick over for jungle for Halfguy. I did mention it before. There's a little grouping over in duo. Looks like purple buff was secured by Halfguy, so I'm assuming he's very close to 5, maybe after this speed buff, but Frenzy getting, how did he get here?
I don't know. And 3 of the rest of 99% engage were also there.
Yeah, I thought that was Quickie, but no, that was Frenzy over there. I was like, Quick, wait, no, that doesn't say, that's not an armor.
Yeah. And
All right, Halfguy is 5, and he's pathing over towards Duo's side. He does have a great gank timer, but they're resetting. Oh, I don't know.
good work there for Frenzy to just take some of those bad camps and then go straight
Yeah.
and soak up the rest of that mid wave. That's really good to combine with that vertical jungling, just getting as much farm off the map as possible and having really efficient golden levels across the whole side of Apes together. And this is that hive mind that we're talking about. Does it even need to be said? We don't know. We don't have comms. But exciting indeed.
Something I think to of note here is Halfguy looking for a bit of poke onto Jed. Nothing too crazy. Just a little bit of, hey, get out of here.
Yeah.
But 2
none of that.
Sunders picked up for 99 engage. We haven't seen Sunder really that much in not much across like the world, to be honest. Not very many regions prioritizing Sunder after it's gotten a few nerfs. Kind of acts as more of a like old Sunder, Smite 1 Sunder
Minerals
now.
coming out. Defender of Olympus strutting herself down, and Half Guy is getting a kill straight on to Jed 9. Bacchus dead first. Too drunk there, man. You'll be getting taken down, but Frenzy maybe getting a little bit caught out himself.
Oof.
He's in the cage. He's got nothing to do there. And Swifty's picking up a kill all for himself. So 1-for-1 trade across the map. It looks like that first blood gold isn't really changing too much here. It's dead even right now on the 5-minute mark. And
I
one
know
to the
that we-
jungler, one to the mid.
We spoke about you spoke about the Frenzy going into solo side buffs to secure them on the cross map, which I think at that point in time was fine because there were no ults. This time, he can't get away. They leave lane. I was watching the wave. Swifty left his wave. I feel like if you're Frenzy there, you just push out the wave and maybe get a plate in mid. It doesn't feel great, but you're going to be... Oh, my lord.
Good Aegis coming out. Furin not looking like he's got much health to deal with. I'm curious to see how much health he had left. That looked really, really low.
Trolley's like double digits. That was crazy.
I'm guessing 23. That was
23? All right, I'll guess 22 then.
No, okay. I see how this is.
Yeah, but I think that Swifty going down there is really unfortunate. Actually, you know, it's not unfortunate. That's not the right word. I think that it's greedy, is what I'll say it is.
Greedy
You've got to
indeed.
respect the cage and
Especially-
try to make plays on the, like where they're not.
Especially when you're a cuckoo and you can just
Yeah,
tag the
yeah.
wave with your whirlwind and then get out of there. Like, that'll take it down. Pursue the weak. Coming straight back onto Jed. Good blink to dodge out the damage and CC that 99% engage are bringing in.
Oh,
but it's
beautiful.
not enough. The gates are open and 2 people are dead. Another kill for Swifty. And Jed will be picking up another one of those kills for himself. 3-for-1. Unfortunately, one of those is for their support.
Yeah, not
Don't
too
like to
bad
see
for
that.
Apes. I think it's a bit of a punish onto Half Guy. Okay, get out of our jungle. Can't really be playing like that anymore. We punish you. 2 kills on Hokage does feel pretty bad, but not
Son of
too
Olympus
bad.
coming out, trying to get a bit of engage here with the confound. Good engage straight onto
Beautiful.
the Loki here, and that'll be a death and a bit of a trade for Thegoris there. We're looking at a little bit of it evening out there.
Yeah.
That's
I think-
that's very nice to see.
That's a kind of like a handshake deal. We both into our junglers away play right there. Half Guy gets caught, then Warthunder's like, all right, guys, I'm here. Come kill me. But
Getting caught is maybe what's happening over here in the solo lane, but a leap is available and a Warhorn is what is getting taken here. Oh, not quite.
I'm surprised that no one's pulled Gold Fury yet. We've got a Cuckoo on one side and Double Sunder on the other side. I think that Engage have such a great teamfight bait as well. It's really hard to walk into their comp. Like you're walking into Barker stun, into Cage, into Open the Gates, into Odin 3 stun. Gore's looking for a 1v1
Great
though.
engage!
Oh, beautiful.
Pin the wall, not quite.
Must have been down. That was so close. He
That
lined that up
was
too.
So close. Yeah, Thagora is showing his wealth on the 80 carry roll. We talk about it so much,
Yeah, he
but I'm
said
sure
it
he's feeling
today.
so comfortable here. Oh, great confound there to taunt out Jed out of the belly flop and the burp. You're hating to be a Bacchus in this game when Weave is here to just deny your burps. And some fight happening in the mid lane with both the junglers, Loki and Mordred. Who's winning it out? Zephyr missing here in a whirlwind. Is not going to be hitting the Loki either. He's dodging around, invisible, but Confound coming out straight onto the Cernanos, and the Cernanos Wild Hunt is coming out as well. Good polymorph, and Weaver's going to get taken down. Thegoris doesn't have anything else to work with. He's showing his mechanical skill, but his team
That was
not
a
really
sick
backing up the
bait
rest
from
of that.
Jed. He just has his talisman, doesn't use it on like the 3 taunts before, saves it for the all-in play. It's really smart too. Like maybe it's a bit lucky, but I think that was a good read. Gore,
Is there ever any luck in Apac? Furin securing out that other kill, but there's a Defender of Olympus and a Mordred here. Great Aegis to deny as much damage as possible. Confound toting out the Loki. Half Guy is going to be picking up both of these kills, or maybe not. Jed belly flopping around. Weave is still here. Come on, Jed. We want you dead. And he looks like he'll be getting out with
taunt available.
those
Unlucky.
dives.
Unlucky. I think that one is unlucky. A taunt got to be a few seconds away on the cooldown there. I'm for sure that Jed's dead there off that taunt. Invade going on. Remember,
Jed's
Sunder
dead.
is
Sounds
with
like a
Odin,
hell of a
so
thing.
yeah, pretty easy secure for him as well. Not really much he can do. 2-level lead for Odin feels pretty bad, but I don't think it's the end of the game. Armor scale's fine. You know, Odin's kind of just turns into a cage and stun bot. So not feeling too bad down those levels. I mean, obviously does feel bad now, but can catch up. I'm really surprised that no one's pulled an objective yet. Just a lot of kind of lane ganking, relic pulling, and then nothing.
Before 99% engage, when that Gold Fury is up after they had that good fight, but then kind of left it a little bit, they didn't really have a lot of ults to work with.
Oh,
Now they
casting curse the
do.
Gold Fury.
And now it looks like Apes Together are the ones that are going to be taking it. They've got their own ults to work with. They're going to ignore the solo side. They don't need anyone else to take this. And 99% engage are caught with their hands in their pocket.
Yeah,
That's a Gold Fury for Apes Together.
Half-guy holds mid-wave. Hopefully he
this
doesn't
is
die
great.
here. This would be really bad if he did.
Coming out. Oh, great link to just dodge out the opening of the gates. And they've got a bit of an ult disparity for 99% engaged. So if they can reset and maybe look for a fight here, there's some decent stuff happening. You don't really need the blink to engage on Mordred. You just drift around inside walls and you can catch people off guard.
Spirit of the Nine Winds is down though, and that is primarily a lot of their damage for now. Good pushback from Goros. Pillar not going to do much. The same with the Sonanos ult.
For Sonanos though.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Wild Hunt down. And so is the gates.
Yeah, a lot of ults. You're right. Engage.
With.
Yeah, but the problem with this though is that there's not really much you can do. You could try to force a duo lane play with, you know, pushing a mid wave in with Kukulkan, rotating over with maybe Athena ult. But Ward Hunter reading it well. He's sitting in the bushes there, making sure that no one's there. They've got them all on vision as well.
And Weave's going to get something. Confound coming out. Talisman of Purification is what's going to be trying to keep Jed alive, but Half-Guy's picking up the rest of that there. It looks like the fight still might be going on here. Ward Hunter looking around, hiding in the bush, and Cuckoo's just dancing around. He's saying, hey, I know you're there. And Weave also knows.
I think
Weave's
Athena
looking
could
for
ult to
something
do it
here.
right now.
She definitely could. She's dancing around. She's got her taunt up. And she's going to be using it straight onto Swifty. Swifty caught a little bit out, but there's not enough damage to secure out that kill. Ult is still up for Athena, though, like you said. And there's still plenty to be had here. Cuckoo needs to be a little bit careful, though.
I think in this matchup between the 80 carries, Arnhurt jumps, and if he gets a knock-up, Athena just ults on top of him. And he becomes so tanky, Cern has to run away, but then he's going to get pillared, right? He's going to get pillar stunned because you're dashing in a straight line. And then Athena's going to land, dash, taunt. It just feels so terrible. He has no beads at all from so much CC. It's never a 1v1.
Speaking of never a 1v1, hello, two chimps, one string. There's two of you, but there's three of us. There's a third person coming around the corner, though, that's hiding in the fire pit, and they're looking like they just want to get out of dodge because I think they realize Jed9 doesn't realize that the rest of his team's gone there, and he's just trying to be a bit of a nuisance. And a Sundering Arc was used, but it's not going to get taken, that blue buff. And now he's starting to realize that the rest of his team are nowhere to be found. Jed, can you get away? Or is Jed dead? And it looks like Apes Together will be picking it up. Never mind, the Goros is down in the left lane, and Apes Together cannot pick up their kill over in the Fire Giant pit.
That doesn't look too bad from a top-down view, but Barkus sundered away blue buff for free, didn't die, and then Goros got ganked by the Loki in left, and they're going to lose this duo tower if Weave isn't able to get in time. It looks like Loki's trying to block, which is a really nice play here.
We can see that the Loki ult was used there. Assassinate would have had to be used to catch out Goros there, but he still has his beads.
Massive gold swing for Furin. Like, look at that full tower.
Yeah. That's so nice for him, 2-1. We've just trying to be a little bit of a nuisance, but we're seeing a bit of a flip side here that we saw over in the Fire Giant pit. But Furin doesn't have a lot of health here, but he does have the numbers, and Weave getting belly flopped down. He doesn't have much health to work with anymore, and Apes Together cannot get anything at all. Spirit of the Nine Winds is going to be missing. Goros is back, but not without a death on his team.
Both objectives spawning, Half-Guy dueling in mid. Knock up not going to hit, so the chase is off. Both objectives spawning. in 30 seconds or so. Gold and Pyromancer. Not up to that Ancient Fury yet, so not too bad to give one, trade the other. I'd like to see that from a macro standpoint. I think that both teams should want the trade. You've got Kukulkan Karnalt to secure, but you've also got double Sunder on the other side. I can't see those relic timers on red side, which is unfortunate, but yeah, it's a bit hard for either team to take the fight right now. Kukulkan Karnalt is also down. Oh, this is risky. Half guy just reset, but so did
You have the
Loki.
numbers advantage. 99%
Yeah.
engaged, maybe getting caught again with just
the Odin
their
TP,
hands in
watch
their
that.
pockets. They're looking at a bit of an engage as to say the trope of their name a bit, and Jed getting caught out. Lots of damage taken to him, demolishing strikes as what's going to be happening, but the gates are open and they're going to be missing. But Abeads has gotten beaten out from Frenzy the bot here, and Weave is getting taken down. Great Mordred ult to pick up the backline there, but he's getting taken down as well. Thegoris, he's chucking out his autos. Can he get the Ward Hunter?
No.
Ward Hunter's dancing around. Goris, come on, can you
No.
live? And that's not going to be happening at all. Swifty has gotten the dance around, but Ward Hunter's going to get picked up. Get another one, can you? Yeah! Frenzy the bot is getting one straight onto Jed. You can't keep getting greedy with these 1 health players. It's a decent trade there, but still 3 people dead for apes together, and they need as many apes as they can get to win these fights.
They've got 2 chimps and a trench coat, but they have 5 apes working together, but unfortunately it's not quite enough. They are able to secure the Gold Fury. Pyromancer getting traded back for 99% engage as well. I love that Odin flank TP was so good, got behind them. And they just couldn't get away from him. They just chased them down. A nice slow chase as well. Brutal. Brutal.
It's a 6v5 here. I don't think it's fair for apes together.
Yeah. I think we've made this joke every week. That 2 chimps equals 6 players.
Yeah.
Someone's gotta phone the admins. This can't be fair.
Well, I'm sure that there's, maybe there's a decent amount of communication for the chimps in the one trench coat, but who's calling the shots?
Maybe
for the
they're
rest of the
both
team
calling
there?
different things. Maybe it's actually a negative.
They got a
that there's
mic
2 of them.
each.
Yeah. But
Do
they
you think
both sound the exact same. Yeah.
Okay. That'd be very interesting to play with.
Solo side tower, the only tier 1 still remaining. However, for apes together, they still have to take down every single tower. It does feel daunting, but a lot of standing gold for them if they're able to get a good team fight, maybe secure this Fire Giant. Weave looking for a taunt. His team is behind him, but Mordred not out of base yet. Red buff secured.
Yeah, 99 engage are looking to get an engage over here. They're dancing around, and it looks like Odin's the first one in. Confound just trying to deny the engage there, and they're falling back a little bit. Dancing around this tier 2 tower.
I think they're too scared there. I feel like he's dead. He just jumped in to what looked like 3 people, and his team was nowhere to be found. Athena ult over onto the left side.
Olympus. Aegis out. Furin. Oh, great old Wild Hunt polymorphing out Weave, but it's not enough. And Confound is what's going to be taking the death of Furin and possibly a tier 1 tower. This is the standing gold that they need, and Halfguy playing with his food. Jed9 having to run away, and the food is what's going to be taken. Speed buff on the enemy side straight for Halfguy, but Quicky's taken down. What's going over here?
I really need to see some more macro from apes together. They get the pick, but they're not able to get anything from it. Another pick potentially.
Oh, look at the damage here. Arna's just doing so much. Weave is picking it up though. They've got the big, the big minion brute there to just tank it up, and Halfguy's hovering around. You just can't deny this. Odin got the
how in
TP,
all of
though.
this, junglers farming, invading on right side.
Look at his left side. Odin's jumping on Thegoris here. I think they're starting to realize apes together are trying to collapse. They want this purple buff for. Farmer's always nice, but 2 trench, 1 trench coat, and try to 2v1 Thegoris here, but he's just doing so much damage. Look at that leap over the Pursue the Weak. That was crazy. That's something that you see out of a
movie.
Yeah, out of a movie, out of one of those Dude Perfect films, just doing some crazy shots and crazy plays. Absolute inhuman reactions, as some would say.
An old clickbait YouTube video. Gold Fury spawning again. This will be 3, so all 3 of those buffs going towards apes together if they're able to secure this one. Ancient Fury followed by the next one, so not quite this one. Naga pulled by 99% engage. Looks like they're going to be securing it. No contest so far. Looks hard.
Does look hard indeed. They'll be taking that for themselves, but What's next? It's still so even. Well,
Dash
what's
wanted to
next is
leave.
disengage. You're in 99% engaged, but we're 100% engaged. But
And
fight's
Nuxel,
not
that
breaking
was
out.
talisman from Jed. That was he beats only himself on that play.
That is not great for 99% engaged. That's not what you want. You need that up for your backline when you just have Aegis here. And the fight's breaking out yet again. Weave, not with a lot of health to work with. Good Phantom Shell. And he's being brought into the backline with those gates. Pursue the Weak taking out Furin. And you're just caught out, bro. What can you do? Thegoris is taking that kill for himself. And it's a 1-for-1 here over on the side of the Gold Fury. Quickie and Ward Hunter are fighting it out in the solo lane. So it's a 3v3 dancing around this Gold Fury. But a tower maybe over for Quickie. I'd like to see that tower, but it looks like he's chasing the kill.
He's hungry for blood.
He's hungry.
Support for
indeed.
ADC though, trade for Apes together is so good in favor of them.
If he gets it, it's
Ward
okay.
Hunter? Oh,
Blink's
okay, blink
good,
out.
but
He's getting
this
collapsed
tower
on.
is
This is a free gold if they walk over to right side, but they're a bit aware. They're aware that this is a problem. Walking over. Thunder potentially still up for Barkers. This would be...
Can they steal it? The Gold Fury has been
Yes, they
destroyed.
stole.
And that was destroyed. That's not what you want at all. Look at the gold lead
Marcus
now for
flop.
99% engaged. It's just so many little mistakes. It's not quite enough. The communication for the secure just wasn't quite there. And Quickie, why aren't you doing that tower, man?
Why
You don't
aren't you
need that
pushing for
kill.
gold? Oh, yeah, we're going to quickly have a look back at a replay while Quickie just has a little brawl over there.
Keep an eye on this Odin here. Look at where he is at the moment, and he was
Yeah,
able to get
this is so
all the way around. Oh no, it was
unfortunate.
Jed that stole it. My
Yeah, it's
bad.
Jed. Jed flop stole. He might have had
Belly
Thunder.
flop.
I didn't quite see, but yeah,
Yoinked
it might have been an auto. I don't know. Something that it shouldn't have been with a Cuckoo standing there. Athena ult forced over as well as Armor ult cage down as well while we were jumping back into live. I want to talk about this Apes Together roster. I think that mechanically they seem to be really solid. Like Goris is just making some plays, like crazy plays. I know that he said in the interview before we got into our games tonight that he's not that flashy player. He's consistent, he's stable, he's like a rock. I've seen a lot of crazy players. He's been consistent too, but he's jumping in all the time. Half guy, obviously, you know, a kill fiend.
Yeah.
But I'm not seeing a lot of macro. I'm not seeing a lot of tower prio. And they've got objectives, sure. And I don't think that the 4 kills that they're down really matter that much, but they're coming down on a 5k
happened?
gold lead now,
This is
6k.
2v2 it was, and now it's starting to be a 4v1 over in the mid lane. Something's happening over there. Lots of low health bars, and Half Guy's hungry. He's wanting to pursue the Weak over here, but it looks like Furin will be denying him of that with 3 levels on top of him. And Apes Together are going to have to back out if they want to do anything else on this map without their mid laner.
Yeah, I wish we could have seen that from another angle because we were in duo and I wasn't looking at the map. I thought it was just nothing was happening. And then instantly, Frenzy's dead and Pyromancer secured by 99% engage. How did that happen? How are we allowing that to happen? How is Frenzy caught while 3 of his teammates are in left and they're losing Pyro at the same time as well? I don't understand how that's allowed to happen. Either the call should be, let's play for tier 2. Can you stall? You know, he's got beads up. He didn't use beads. Maybe it was down and I didn't quite see, but yeah, I don't know. Especially with mid tower down. Mid tower, you can't retreat easily to that safety net that Hecate still can. Swifty having that tier 1 tower up means that even if they try to engage on him somehow in that play, he can always just run back to mid tower. He's totally fine. He has his ult available. I think of like a really team misplay there from Apes.
Yeah, and the gold is definitely showing that misplay. 69,000 over to 63,000 for Apes Together at the 24-minute mark. And look at the absolute smacking that Swifty is doing. He is 5-0 right now on that Hecate compared to Frenzy's 1 and 2.
Here. I don't know if it's Half Guy. I don't know if Half Guy can answer Fear in here. Although Engage is all over on the right side. So he sniffs out the potential engage, but Apes are on the right side.
Odin's there in the back line. They're going straight onto this Athena here. Ring of Spears coming out to secure her out as much as possible, and that's a dazzling offensive as well to peel for Weave there. But the numbers are for 99% engaged. They're looking to fall back to this Fire Giant, but the Gorus is not having it. Jed9 dancing around a little bit, and Defender of Olympus is coming back from base, jumping in. 2 chins, 1 trench coat. What health do you have? And a lot is the answer. Thegoris is now getting turned on. Spirit of the Nine Winds as well, trying to peel out for Thegoris, but he'll be the first one getting taken down. Unfortunately for him, Half Guy getting a good trade back on to 2 of the members, and by 2 I mean 2 chips, 1 trench coat. 3 people down now, over on 99% engaged, and we're having a lot to have to deal with around this Fire Giant. What's going on here? Quickie is dead is what the answer is. Jed9 still with lots of not a lot of health, but he's kicking along and he's doing CC and he's still making work of it, and Half Guy just doesn't have a lot that he can do now.
I'm watching that fight from Goros's perspective as we were watching him from, third person camera, and he's doing so much damage. The jump in aggressively onto the Odin, gets the knock up, doesn't have his stun available, and then I see all of his team leave him to try to dive the backline, and that's fine. They get 3, they trade 3, although Half Guy has to blink away.
Out. Oh, good bait for the dash. That was good.
Yeah, nice mechanics there. But I feel like if you're Athena right now, the game is, okay, let's just, and actually, you know what? End the armor. You just have to sit next to Gorus and hit, you have to front to back. You have to hit whoever's in front of you.
Yeah.
Pardon me. In that fight, that was Odin. He is dead there. And the Loki is too. He just invised right up into Gorus' face. If he gets taunted as soon as he starts channeling his 3, the Blades ability, he's dead instantly. He has no beads. He can't channel his ult, can't blink away. But I think that Gorus kind of got sacked there a bit, and you hate to see it. And they did trade 3 for 3, but gold not too bad. I think that Apes are in a fine spot right now.
You got to call it for sure.
Yeah.
Especially if you're Thegoris.
I mean, he jumped in.
He had such a good opening there in that team fight, though, and it felt like maybe it was the rest of his team that were lacking, or maybe it was just a bit of over-aggression. I don't know. It looked good for me, but I am definitely by no means a professional, so...
You're not Gorus. He's the
I'm
GOAT.
not Gorus, that is for sure, and Gorus is the GOAT. And it looks like Gold Fury is being danced around a little bit here.
This is an awkward dance, Nuke. So mid tower still being up. Maybe just drop this gold, go for this mid tower. But looks like they're going to be grouping around, or maybe a pathing over to Fire Giant. They're really scared here for the engage.
The speed of all these gods feels very lacking. This looks like a tower over in the right side of the map, potentially getting taken down to just minions if that's able to push in. Gold Fury is now getting looked at after a little bit of waiting here, and it'll be taken down. That's an Ancient Fury as well for 99% engaged, but Apes together just not really wanting to contest.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Half Guy decided he's just going to go do red buff and then run away.
And
I feel is Fire not up? I think you can pull Fire there. Anha's super tanky. Sorry, not tanky. He's super strong. And you've got a Kukulkan. He's got, what is this, 4 items? 5 items now on this Kukulkan. He's mega strong.
Look at this jump scare that's about to happen, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, there's not much happening. No one's walking towards that. They'll just be looking at that Pyro and then possibly the Queen Naga there. But look, Quickie's probably finally going to be able to get it, but that tower's been up for too long of its life.
Yeah, I at least get the tower, right?
Someone's written its name in the death note, and for some reason, it's just been keeping on. I don't know what's been happening there. A bit of active supernaturalism, as it is Halloween in the spirit of that. But even this mid tower, with how much 99% engaged has been able to have free reign of the map as of recently, you'd think that some of the traded plays would be around these towers. I mean, the Fire Giant, sure, it is quite tanky, but these towers are squishy at this point if you can get a wave under it.
Yeah, I think from Apes Together's perspective, or what I would say, I really want to see a more focus on macro. But scrap the macro, we're running it down mid.
Yeah, but look with this tier 1 mid tower, it just stops so much that you can look at.
You can't walk into
just
the jungle.
dash in under that tower when potentially 4 other people are around, but you might take that risk if that tower wasn't there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you look at where, like right now, look at where Frenzy has to, Frenzy has to play. Look how far back he is, and look how far in Engage are allowed to walk up because there's no tier 1 tower. Still, he's still walking back because he has to catch the wave, decides not to put Whirlwind on, I guess, and walk over. But it's so hard for them to play with no mid tier 1 tower right now.
And looks like the fight is going to be starting now. Jed9 getting caught a little bit out. He's burping out. The displacement and dazzling offenses are going to be starting up the rest of this fight. Straight onto the 99% engage. Good. Pursue the weak to get this off, and he's going to have to be blinking away to get out of there. Good engage back on. Quickie getting the kill. Half guy's getting taken down finally. Thegoris is trying to get as much damage over onto this Ward Hunter here, and it looks like they won't have the health bars to play with. Look at how much they have. It's just not enough, and 4 people still up for 99% engage. They have the gold lead, they have the health lead, and they're about to have the objective lead. Weave doesn't have much to work with for himself. Loki's just going to be chasing him out. Double invisible over there in that bush. Can he get to him? Good slow, but Weave, what is your health, man? For HP 5, he is liking that a little bit. I think he's dead if he didn't have that.
Look how much damage this Akade has done, by the way, on the left graph there. That is so much damage. Although Odin above the CERN is kind of crazy too. He's pumping the damage out. The carries of Apes not too far behind, but this armor is really lacking in the damage.
Spirit of the Nine Winds had to get used to take away that mid lane minions, but maybe not. Maybe he missed it. And there the Oracle straight onto tower. Mid tier 2 being taken. And there's no contest really here. Speaking of contest, never mind. Taunted. Confound taking out, but they're just so tanky. They just can't get that off. Good dash in. Zephyr to slow him down, but the leap is back up twice in a row. They are so tanky, and they keep trying to front to back with these weave engages, but it's just not enough. And now Quickie's being caught out over in mid lane, and now they just don't have the numbers to work with. Polymorph coming out onto Weave, and 99% engage is chasing him down, and the backliners just don't have an angle to get into this fight. Half guy dodging out the damage, but 2 chimps, 1 trench coat are going to be getting the kill straight back onto him, and it's 2 for none with a 12k gold lead for 99% engage, and they'll be looking at this Ancient Fury to close out some of these Phoenixes, or maybe this tier 2 tower over in the dual lane.
And this tier 2 tower's got to be shaking right now. Like, hey guys, please don't kill me.
Shivering my timbers, and I'm shaking in my boots.
Shaking in my boots, exactly. Someone play that. No, but this is a really strong position for Engage. I think the Apes have kind of... Like, it's a weird thing, because it's hard to kind of pinpoint exactly what's been going wrong. It feels like a disconnect. I know that this team isn't super new. Sorry, is super new. It's not super experienced playing together. I feel like with Kukulkan and Anher, I want to be seeing a front to back. But when I'm watching this Mordred with Athena ult on top of it, I do like that combo for sure. But I wish that the backliners were safer. You know, if this was something like Hecate with a lot of range, or even Nuwa with her ult, and something like a Jingwei, which unfortunately was banned for, Apes, maybe they wanted to play that. Although Gora said he doesn't particularly like Jingwei. So maybe that was never an option, but I just think that Goris is getting sacked every fight. It's not even his fault. His whole team is walking forward, and he's just getting left to fight like Odin and Loki by himself. Look at the shield buffs that he's picked up to give himself a little bit more breathing room in these fights. But I want to pay attention to his positioning in this fight that will, inevitably be coming back up in either mid Phoenix or maybe left Phoenix as Engage walking forward.
I'd like to point out the items that both teams have. I feel like even with this 15k gold lead, that there's definitely potential to turn this around. Most people at level 20 now, and most people have like 90% of their full builds here. So this team fight that is starting now could definitely turn around for Apes together. Beads coming out and a dazzling offensive in the back line. Ring of Spears and Spirit of the Nine Winds hitting out 3 people there. And this is what I'm talking about. This is what can get turned around. Thagor's getting the kill that he's finally sought after for so long. What? Not having the turn to work with, and Thagor's getting another kill for himself. Swifty's dancing around, doing good damage, but Quickie jumping right back onto him, and Ward Hunter is in the mid lane. Swifty is going to be getting the kill onto Quickie, and Swifty's going to be the swiftest one out of the 2 of those. A little bit ironic there.
I think that I think that Apes can still play this fight, although Engage is walking away. We're going to jump into a quick replay as potentially just some resets coming through. Look at Gorus in this fight, by the way. This is beautiful
Watch the
front to
Spirit of the
back.
Nine wins.
Yeah, it's so good. Right on top, they both dodge, open the
Oh.
gates. Beautiful. And then Mordred ults catch him out here. They taunt in the Barkus who just jumped in. Look how much damage Gorus can do to this guy, by the way. Stunned, and then just like 3 autos and he's dead.
Yeah.
I really liked that play. If we can see more of that and less of
Ooh,
what I'm
good
seeing
bead
right
fake.
now.
That's 2 ults for a beads, though. I don't know if that's worth it. And that mid-tier 1 is still
It's
up.
still up.
It's still denying so much, and now they have fire waves in left lane to deal with on top of that. And that's the
Yeah.
worst Phoenix for them as well, as this fire giant
yeah.
is coming up in about
10
20 odd
seconds.
seconds.
Yeah.
They're not liking that. They want to have their AD carry with them, but the only sort of potential there is either you get there and you drop it, or maybe you have someone like Quickie push this lane up and then TP around with those little side teleporters
the
to get there
gates.
just that little bit quicker. But not
Gore's
really
pushing this
putting up
next
much of
wave
a
in.
face there.
Yeah, it looks like
The
this is just
wards-
is a drop. You know,
Yeah.
that fight was pretty good. So maybe the comms are. You know, I'm just trying to think. You know, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. What are they thinking in this situation? Hopefully, not
I don't
going to
think they're leading
engage.
this up yet. They didn't get the ward aggression here, but Quickie wants something. He's looking around, but they don't have the Goras to work with. I think they really need to reconsider what they're doing here. 99% engaged. They want this fight. They saw the
Yeah, numbers
the Honor
disadvantage.
over in left lane. Quickie's
Quickie's
still
a great position.
behind them. 3k left on the Fire Giant. It's going to be getting taken down, but Quickie's engaging now. But his team isn't there. They're on the back line. And Weaver's getting taken down as well. It's 0 for 2 to start this off. Spirit of the Nine Winds is going to do a fair bit of damage, but still no kills for Apes together. But they'll be taking 3 deaths and most of a health bar on Half Guy. Walking straight into this Phoenix. This potentially is the end of the game. Great snipe from Swifty. Absolutely killing it with this 7-1 scoreline and 8 assists to accompany that. Pulling out the rest of the minion wave that's just hanging out the back there. But maybe never mind. Are they going out the left? They're wrapping around.
This is
Hello,
a ring around the
We're not
rosy
dipping.
play
We're still
right
here.
now.
We want to end this game. Look at the damage there. The Zephyr picking up Ward Hunter there. Good damage, but Swifty picking up his 8th kill of the match. Not much health left on the Titan, and that'll be your game win. It is 99% engage over onto Apes. Oh my god. We just saw that 2 chimps in a trench coat just beat 5 apes. Who would have thought that?
That was crazy. I think that was a chimp's diff in my opinion. Like, no, I think that 99% engage played really well. They played their macro better. They were down in the early game. Like Half Guy had a big lead. He was 5 first. He was completed first item first. But I think that they weren't able to play together as much as I would have liked them to, especially around Goras, who I think is like their star player by far. I think he's great, not to take anything away from the others, but I think Goras is an incredible player. And we saw it in that fight at Phoenix defense where he just destroyed them all. But then, literally 30 seconds after we get out of that replay, we tune back into live with Mordred ult going onto a tank with Athena ult on top. Now there's 2 ults gone. In my eyes, Athena ult should be on Goras every fight in the late game. After you've taunted, just immediately ult him for the extra protections, the shield. Yeah, I think just a re-look back at how to play that comp from Apes. I think they definitely could have won that easily, but
there's definitely a lot of notes to take out of that for Apes together there. I think that they had a great showing in the early, and then it kind of evened out at sort of that early mid, and then 99% engaged just really showed their experience, I'm going to say, with late game and a lot of the mid game to just lead it into the rest of that. They just had a really good grouping, and like you said, with the macro and everything like that, I think it still was super close in the mid game, and it could have been either which way there, but the tempo was just so in favor of 99% engaged with how they were continuing and starting to snowball a little bit more into that 10k, 12k, 15k gold lead suddenly. And even though the levels and the items are starting to even out a little bit, you've got those permanent pots now. And is it ever really even when it's just infinite stacking pots? But a great showing, really great teams. That was an awesome match to watch. Keen to see how they start to improve now that we're into next week with playoffs and stuff like that. But looks like we're going to be going into a bit of a break. So we will see all of you guys very shortly for our game 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Smite Apac Founders Series. I am joined on the desk by Osme. We just saw a pretty crazy back and forth game, Osme. I'm keen to get into some of the other side of the bracket matches. We've got Sunday School versus Drink or Drunk up as our next match. Now, I don't want to be doom and gloom, but Sunday School, they're kind of first on points. They're pretty strong, pretty good team. So, but who knows? Maybe we got some upsets in here. What do you think we're looking at for these picks and bans? What do you think is maybe a prior pick? Sunday School do a first pick, so that's a bit scary.
It's good to say. We've seen weeks in advance that Sunday School have just been picking things that no one else has. We've seen Vintage go to this Chuck mid. We've seen Tilly bringing out strange picks in
Yeah,
duo.
for sure.
So it's really hard to kind of predict where their draft is going to go. I know Sharks is cooking up these picks, but the Jingwei ban is kind of becoming more and more common from first pick. They're trying to leave things open, and
Yeah, I think we've seen
really
Jing Fen every game.
yeah, trying to leave your draft open-ended by banning a super safe ADC and forcing the other team to ban Fenrir pretty much is always a good look.
Yeah. In first pick, Barkus Armor, following up by this Soul Hover. We've seen a bit of Soul today. Soul Neath, actually, we've seen quite a bit today as well. So that combo getting a bit of highlight. So, you said Sunday School coming out with the, pardon me, with the innovative picks, but today, Sunday School are the ones playing the same thing that everyone else has been playing.
And Tilly did find success on this Soul pick last week. I'm keen to see if he finds that success again. And we know Drink or Drunk, Moxie, loves this Bacchus. It may not be in his hands this game, but he could be on the Amaterasu. But that front line is dangerous from Drink or Drunk. We've seen a few games tonight having big impacts coming out of solo. It also does have the jungle flex potential, which is always something worth mentioning for your draft.
I've seen quite a lot of this on her as well tonight. So I'm a big fan so far of what we've seen. Obviously, we've seen quite a bit of, we saw Flix and Gorus, some of the top ADCs in my eyes playing this pick. So we're going to have to see how Schmitty is on it. Mordred as well locked in. Loki and Ares on 4-5 for Sunday School. I feel like we're getting a lot of very similar comps across the board. Nothing too spicy this week from OCE, which, not too bad to see. Maybe we've got some of the meta kind of developing as we go into playoffs, because the first week will, even if there's Gods release next week, the established rule now is that the Gods are banned for, guaranteed ban the first week they come out. So we're probably going to be seeing something similar towards this unless some major nerfs come through. I really want to see how this Nuwa on her backline does. I also, on the other side, want to see how Sunday School play with this Neath. I've talked about it so much recently that I think Neath is really hard to play with late game, but I think that Sunday School is the best at utilizing that Neath.
I really like both drafts. I personally enjoy the Drink or Drunk draft more. But we've seen how Sunday School has been playing as this well-oiled machine, and it's really hard to kind of lean away from them when you're looking at who's going to come out on top in this game. So it's going to be a good matchup. And what about you? Who do you lean towards?
No, I'm a believer in the vintage Neath, to be honest. I think that it can also be a flex, actually. Now that I'm looking at it, could be Tilly with the Neath and Sol in mid. But Osme, I'm going to hold no more, jumping over into the game with Nuxel and Valve.
Hello, everyone. Once again, my name's Nuxel, and for this game, Sunday School versus Drink or Drunk, you'll be joined by Valve Game. How are you, man? Not Valve Game, sorry.
Man. Yeah, well, hey, I mispronounced your name last week, so
it's only fair.
You gotta get even. You gotta get even. No, 100%. I'm feeling pretty good, man. I'm excited to see. I've watched a lot of the NA games, a lot of the EU games, and then seeing APAC, a bit of divergence, differences between them. Baron Samdi is the main one I see here, but it looks like we're still looking to see if we can find anybody on the hunt here.
Yeah,
looking 5-man grouping from Sunday School.
Looks like they'll just be showing their presence a little bit. We know what Sunday School can do if you're going to walk into that 5-man, so Drink or Drunk not wanting to play with that too much. at least quite yet.
You see, they
But-
put that vision up on the backside there, but almost behind that mid D1. They want to see what the jungle's pathing here.
I think that's great, though. Like, keeping your eye on the jungler throughout the entirety of the game just leaves way for so many opportunities to make plays around the map, whether that's rotations or Platinum Pete just deciding what he wants to do, just full stop.
Well, he knows, if he knows that he's going to be responded to by Mordred every time, I think early on he doesn't really want to, mess with Mordred. Loki has that late game power spike, especially with this Bluestone build. He likes that, that pokey style. You throw them that 2, you put it onto some carries, and you do a ton of damage with that. So, early game, you're not really looking to tussle with Mordred. He kind of beats you up real good. But it is, a dangerous game you play. But standard starts from everybody out here. I do like how Sunday School have Loki start the blue buff and Odin sunder out this red buff. Efficient jungle clear. It's interesting, too, that both buffs do go to Texi here.
Look at the damage that Vintage is doing on Azemo. I just want to point out, showing a little bit of lane dominance to start with. And speaking of lane dominance, Sunday School as well over in the duo lane having a little bit of that too. But you mentioned like the lack of the Baron, which Jay Beto mentions in a previous game, how Sharks, one of our renowned coaches, kind of broke out of the Apac League, which is kind of funny to see, as I very much like seeing Baron. I think he's a fun god to play and to watch. There's a lot of interesting plays that can happen there. But first game of Ares today, which is nice to see.
Very nice to see, but what's not nice to see
is that exactly 1, 2 shackles and searing flesh taking out the first kill. Pesto, maybe not the nicest to get it onto him for the first kill, but he'll be taking it nonetheless.
Listen, I know you don't want your support to be the first one to get the kills, but it's Ares, so Ares from ahead, it does quite a bit of damage here.
I think Wobby's maybe catching a little bit more than what he came for. 3 people are looking at him, and 3 people are going to be damaging him as soon as this root comes out from Vintage. Here it comes, and coming up a little bit too short there, so he'll be getting out of there quite nicely with a camp and a speed buff to his name.
Just a little bit out of range. That speed buff allowing him to slip away just enough so he doesn't get rooted, and that probably would have resulted in a kill there for Sunday
calculated.
School. Calculated that movement speed. He was thinking that whole time, if I move exactly at this speed, at this angle. Sure, all of those calculations were going on in his mind. I have no doubt about that at all.
I'm sure we all know how much Wobby can be used to the calculations. If you catch my drift.
I have no idea.
That's okay.
I'm just taking guesses here.
That's all right. I think it may have fell a little bit short, the reference, but I'm sure some people may have picked it up a little bit. But that's okay. But speaking of Wobby, over here onto Texi here, maybe getting a little bit more out. Hoping for this blue buff to be up, but I don't think it is. But Azemo, what's he doing? He's walking the wrong way. Miss trying to juke it out, but it's going to be Loki. No, not Loki. It'll be Vintage picking up that kill. Platinum Pete's taking his wave tax in response to that. You're stealing my kill. I'll steal your big brute, man. I'll take that 100 gold.
Yeah, give me that. That's some gold in my pocket, some extra pocket change for you right there. But no, I think the Mordred was over on right side because Nuwa had called that Loki was looking at her, and there's no way he can respond to that in time. So he was looking to see if he could pick up something on Odin. That's why that tower dive happened, and they just couldn't get something in time. But there's an invade on the left side, and the right side, Sunday School have sent over the jungle, and the mid was even floating over there to make sure this Mordred doesn't try for an invade. And you see that the mid laner even rotated over to make sure that there was no invade on the right side. But Sunday School picking up this purple buff is real good for them, especially with all this pressure they have, how aggro this lane plays.
Great coordination and great start with close to a 2,000, maybe 1,500 gold lead already for Sunday School. Won't be making too much of an appearance until a little bit later on. 1,500 spread across 5 people isn't a lot, but we know how much that can snowball with Sunday School into just even more of a gold lead down the track. So got to keep an eye out, but keeping an eye out over onto this jungler here. Wobby's having a pretty good match to Platinum Pete here, doing some of that vertical jungling of his own.
A little bit of vertical jungling, but we're gonna need some vertical. Tilly goes in the ground. Talking about
in the ground, indeed. Disapparate wasn't quite coming up as fast as he may have wanted. Worldweaver getting blocked out by Katie, but two people running right onto the engage over here to Drink or Drunk. Greatest Assassinate coming out and no escape. Straight down, 3 people locked down, but it's not enough damage coming out. The Searing Flesh isn't enough on its own. Pesto, you may have gotten first blood, but it's not enough here when there's 3 people in front of you wanting you dead.
You know, that was a really good peel tool usage of the no escape because right now,
It's coming back. It's coming back. Shackle 1. Shackles are everywhere. Searing it down. Great knock up. Smitty getting a kill onto Pesto, and Tilly is just left with nothing. He's got his ult, but he doesn't use it. Or he doesn't have it, rather. He used it before, so there's nothing he can really do in response. Great trade for Platinum Pete in response. And that's just what you got to kind of expect for Sunday School. But it's great to see for Drink or Drunk that start of an aggressive game.
I'm glad that they're responding to this dual lane, the aggression from this dual lane, because Soul Ares has the way to just kind of run away with it if you let them. Because of how much damage they do, how much pressure this lane has, with the clear from that Stellar Burst, from that Ares 3, plus the chain damage. But speaking of damage, this On Her Bacchus has no slouches themselves. This is certainly a lane where you can fall down quickly. The damage coming out from those 2 characters is not something to slouch at.
And this is why we're seeing the Jingwei, as much as her damage is massive, and well, I'll cut my words off for a second because Ares is getting a little bit aggressive here onto Bacchus, and I'll pick up my words back up again, is on her and Bacchus, they have knockups in their leaps. And if you knock up a Jingwei, she's getting out of dodge.
Yeah, she is. She's running away real quick, and Odin's going to have to run away here after stealing that red buff. That Sunder coming down to make sure, but Pursue the Weak comes out. Fire Shards to follow up, but nobody will be tagged for it yet.
He's maybe caught out a little bit too much. Odin's wanting a little bit more here. Ring of Spears coming out. It looks like it's going to be more of a disengage tool than it will be to engage. He's lost at a bit of players there, but there's quite a decent grouping over here for a bit of nothing. And Vintage is just getting a bit of free farm for himself.
Looked more like a miscommunication there from Sunday School. I think the idea was for at least Texie wanted to go in, and his teammates were like debating on it. They were kind of dancing around it, and they were like, no, it's not good, it's not good. And he had put down the cage. He was like, all right, let's back away then. And it's fine. Nobody died for it. They lost the Ring of Spears for it, but he's got a Breastplate of Valor. He's got that cooldown rate. He'll be fine. He'll be up soon. But the speed buff invade is coming out again.
And you know who's not going to be fine is Wobby. Look at his health bar. He just came out of base, but the slows are coming out, and so is the Desert Fury. That's a decent amount of damage, but no escape onto 3 people. Great beads. You saw all the golden happen there, and Vintage is going to be getting a kill onto Wobby. We were saying before about this health bar, and he's going to be staying it to run down, but never mind. He wants farm. He's hungry. He's had a little bit of his appetite done, but he wants the wave to fill up the rest of that.
You know, last week, I remember in Apac and NA and all of them, right, there was quite a bit of priority on Yamoja. And I assume, now I don't know the intricacies of the name changes here, but I assume Pesto is Tilly Superfan, yes?
No, actually.
No, it's a different player?
So, to give you a bit of context, Tilly Superfan is the main roster player, and he's been having a bit of PC issues as of lately. So Pesto, we've seen actually more often. Look at this solo kill that's starting to happen over on Moxie. There's amazing damage even though you have a 1-level deficit, but it looks like the player deficit is what's going to be coming apparent here. He's looking to get the kill in just a bit of a return, but level 6 Wobby's not going to be able to do much to that level 9 Texie. But yeah, you saw that over onto Moxie there. He got so low with the Neath ult.
That is... that World Weaver not picking up that kill there is, you know, it's got to hurt a little bit because you saw how deep Odin went for that. The Sunder was burned for it to try to pick it up, and that was, you know, unfortunate. But it's not too bad. you know, we were still waiting for this late game. We've got the Loki, we've got the Neath, we've got the Soul, but looks like we're looking for an Ares here if we're drink or drunk.
He's dancing around. He can do whatever he wants here. There's no one around him except Vintage. Decent no escape, all fire shards and pursue the week coming out. They just want to kill Pesto. He's doing so much to them and just being an absolute nuisance, but he's finally getting taken down. 4 and 3 on the scoreboard and a 2k gold lead, 2.5k for Sunday School. He's just doing so much. I feel like it's a bit of a mental thing at this point, finally killing him.
Yeah, I think so too. It's a lot of what has been enabled right now, and a lot of like the plays this game have been around Pesto. Pesto has enabled so many things for his team, has made so much safety for his team. And look, like even the speed.
Look at this damage! Platinum Pete shredding KD. I don't think he expected that.
I didn't. I would have stopped talking if I did. I was not expecting Platinum Pete to absolutely just eviscerate KD like that. That was insane.
You can't turn your backs to the flurry strikes. You'll be getting backstabbed, and you just saw what that damage was able to do. None of us expected it.
It's absolutely shredded. But Pesto, I was actually about to say, has been going over the speed buff, setting up the invades, been the first one in, last one out every single time. And you know what? Sometimes that resulted in him going to the gray screen. Look at him. He's looking for the speed buff. No, they're looking for the gold here. They're looking for something else that's yellow.
He wants
here.
more. He wants the objective, not just some measly speed buff. But dancing around
it looks
a
like a
little
heat
bit.
check.
A heat check indeed, with those searing flesh flames over on the Ares.
It's more, we want to see how are you going to respond? Are you going to respond? If you don't, we get this gold fury. If you do, we want to see how quickly you respond. And if you do respond too slowly, we're going to pick this up real quick. And it looks like we're going to do it again. Loki is now here. Odin is resetting on this right side to come over.
He got the proxy off there, so he's going to have the tempo to get over here way quicker than Moxie is going to ever be able to. And it looks like they're dropping it. Gold Fury, first one on the board. Sunday School is going to be picking that up and almost what looks like from the last time I checked, doubling their gold lead when we're coming up to the 12-minute mark here.
Yeah,
So,
it is.
maybe a little bit caught out of dodge there. We can see the belly flop through the walls and a CC immunity as well, taking so much damage there, and that's a supernova as well. Great assassinate, straight down onto Smitty, but a good preemptive burp. Platinum P picking up that kill to start with, and this is that flurry strike. This is those backstabs that we just saw, and Tilly is the one that'll be securing that second kill there. 7 for 3 now.
Those knives have been sharpened and they're ready to go. That World Weaver putting on her under the tower, making him take a little bit extra damage that he wanted, burning that purification from the Bacchus.
This is just
this
is just BM at this point. They're trading ults onto their jungler. Pesto's gotten more than enough here, and maybe even a kill. Hello, Wobby. This isn't an ego check here. This is way better for Pesto than it's gonna be for you. What are you doing?
I say that. I mean, you say that, and Pesto is like the same level almost exactly as Wabi is.
Look at this aggression on the Vintage. Just absolutely running it down. W keys happening, and there is the Odin. Texi is here to secure out that kill. Vintage may be a little bit upset. I think he wanted that for himself. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Look at the level between the Sunday School support and the Drink or Drunk jungler. It's crazy.
It is, and this is not where you want to be if you're drink or drunk, especially not into an Ares, who is a character that could be, especially from ahead, can just kind of walk up to you and do it himself. That is his kind of thing in Smite 1. I feel like he does something similar in Smite 2, not as oppressively as he can in Smite 1, but I still think in Smite 2 he has that potential to just kind of walk up and prevent you from playing the game. The damage he has, the threat he provides is very high, especially when you have such a commanding lead like this. The same level here.
Ring of Spears, dazzling offensive just to get that CC immunity from that World Weaver ult. Texi just wanting to bait him out just that slight bit, and this is the flurry of blows. The daggers, they're sharpened just as you said, Valve, and Loki is picking up another one, 4-0 on the board. But you're absolutely right. Look at the player damage for Ares over on the bottom left there. He's 4th top with 5.5k, and he'll be bumping that up even more. Pharaoh's Curse straight down onto that poor Mordred. He's having to use his ult to get away, and get away he will be doing.
That Mordred had to burn the Pharaoh's Curse there too for his own safety. That is not something that was used offensively there. That was a defensive tool. That's not how you want to use it at all in this situation. You want to be using it to get aggressive. You want to be active with that Pharaoh's Curse. That's why you're building it, especially on this jungle Mordred. And this is not what you want if you're drink or drunk at all. Ideally, you want to be the one who's walking in like this Loki is picking up kills. Loki started walking towards that Odin and Amaterasu towards that portal. I believe he stopped walking for a moment because he knew Amaterasu was going to dash towards that blue buff direction and was just waiting for her to show up. And he did show up, and he got a kill because of it. So, oh my goodness. Vintage.
Here it is. Damage is out. Trying to belly flop in, but the belly flop isn't enough there. Wobby's hanging around, but they know he's here. You can't hide from us. Sunday School's coming to teach you a lesson. That's World Weaver, but Platinum Pete's picking out that kill. He's plucked it for himself, and he is 5-0 now.
This is clinical from Sunday School right now. A dominant performance right now, and there is... Drinker Drunk has to clean it up. They got to play a bit tighter, and they have to focus on getting themselves back into this game. Every time they see this Mordred show up anywhere that's past, like, the mid T1 area, he just disappears because 3 to 2 people are on top of him.
Oh, look how low KD is here. There's no help that you have to work with. That's another death onto the Bacchus. 3 deaths on him. And Platinum Pete is still going to be running it down, or at least baiting out another ult. Dazzling Offensive is not up for this Fire Giant, but they also don't have the health bars to work with here. So Sunday School look like they'll just be picking this up.
They are picking it up, and it looks like it's going to go cleanly their way. They've got 2 Sunders to pick this up as well. Amaterasu might try to steal, and does she get it? She does not. It's hard to tell sometimes with that unique texture, especially on certain characters like Ares, who have a similar texture to the Fire Giant, but Amaterasu does not steal that away, and I'm not surprised. That Sunder was burned. Both Sunders were burned, actually, for that. And that was, you know, an easy secure for Sunday School. Sunday School seem to be easily securing this game right now with how dominant they have been. And I want to say this is all off the back of Pesto, but I think at the start of the game, Pesto had, you know, dictated the pace, and then has now handed over the game to Platinum Pete. And Pete has said, "Thank you for the setup, Pesto. I'm going to set it up."
Here, look at this. He's soloing down potentially 2 players. Hello, Schmitty. I'm here too. Wobby, you don't have health, but you do have an ult. And CC immunity coming out. That's Beads. 3 minutes on the clock for Vintage, but he'll be picking up his first kill onto Wobby there. And Platinum Pete will be picking up the second. 6-0. KD, I think you're dead again. 4 deaths and 8 kills for Platinum Pete. They're looking at this tier 2 tower.
Vintage just walked up, and I don't know what he walked up onto your porch and took your package. That's what he did. He just took you had like a FedEx or UPS delivery right there, and he just took it. And then when you came out to say that's my package, he just started beating you with it. And what are you supposed to do with that? That man is hostile. He is a threat. And what are you supposed to do here? They're looking for a response on the soul here. The Supernova used to peel.
Having to absolutely use that Supernova to get away. He'll be playing a little bit passive here, but he's sticking around. Maybe healing up a little bit here. And Vintage, where did that come from? Robbie's dead again! Vintage's picking it up. He's trying to catch up to Platinum Pete here on the kills, but he's got half of his kills to catch up to. 8-0. for Platinum Pete, 4-0 for Vintage, but no escape coming in and pulling in KD. KD's trying to get out, but the Ring of Spears isn't quite enough. Texi will be picking up that kill, closing it out on that 1 HP Bacchus. Good tanking out for Pesto, but he is losing a lot of health, but Phoenix in, and so is Platinum Pete. Shackled down, crippled down for Moxie, and they'll be getting out of here through these little doors that are very convenient.
A little convenient for them, a little nice exit path. But I was talking about Platinum Pete, but now I got to talk about Vintage, right? This guy is walking up and just doing whatever he wants. There is no regard for any threat that Drink or Drunk could provide. And at this point in the game, I don't think he needs to have any regard for it. But earlier on, when he certainly could have fallen for it, he's just going in. And he trusts his ability to just win. I'm better, and I'm going to walk in here. That's what he's thinking right now. And that's just what's going in his favor. All of it is. And it's just the game, everything's falling together for them. And Sunday School just have been playing clean Smite 2 right now. And it's Drink or Drunk. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board for this one, because this is a rough game. It's still, they're not out of the running yet. Right, this is a rough deficit to come back from, but this is a clinical game from Sunday School.
Surgical, you could even say, for Sunday School here. They've picked up a lot of knowledge playing these past few weeks of games together. They're not the ones that have these Rust Apocalypse, so they can learn and learn and learn, and they can assassinate as well. KD is getting taken down again. Unfortunately for him, 0-6 on the board, and 9-0. Vintage has got a lot more to crawl back from if he wants to compete with the amount of kills that Platinum Pete has there on the board. But I think with this grouping, we're starting to see a lot more end potential to come out. Good Desert Fury to just CC immune that no escape ult from Ares, but now you don't have that to work with, and the numbers are certainly in favor, at least at the moment. Actually, it's even, because they got KD, but it's about to even out again for Drink or Drunk here. But it's so spread. It's just, Wobby's trying to split it up a little bit, and it's more looking like he has to run away.
He really does. Look at the build. Like, you can just look at the build discrepancies between these two teams right now. It just shows how much of a lead they have, how much dominance they have. Loki, Platinum Pete. You see 3 items done for the Mordred. There is a 4th item done for the Loki. And I don't know if Smite 2 is a golden hand stat yet. But Loki did just come out of base. And I assume he finished that Crusher just now. The Ring of Spears comes down on the Mordred. Phantom Shell instantly burned, and Pursue the Weak. He's not looking too weak to bring him up.
The body block has happened, and the Pharaoh Curse was popped, but it's not doing anything there when you're dead. Unfortunate for him, and that looks like a Fire Giant getting picked up. A bit of a human ward over there. Platinum Pete is maybe getting a little bit too much than what he expected, but he's still using that human ward to his favor. And look at the damage! This is what you were talking about earlier with that just chip bluestone damage onto KD there. He just doesn't have the health to work with. He doesn't have the tank to work with. Good little bit of macro over from Ana there in the left lane, though.
Good work indeed on this T2 tower. It's just a,
here it is, and here it starts. There's no escape from the wrath of Sunday School here. There's a Fire Shards, but there's also a Supernova that's killing your support, and also Moxie's getting taken down as well. Pesto picking it up. There's nothing that you can do when the heat is on you, and the Titan is getting looked at now. We don't need any more of the kills, but Vintage is maybe getting a little bit cheeky here. The Titan will be getting cleaned up, and Sunday School will be picking up the Game 5 here for Apac Week 5 on to Drink or Drunk.
Smitty showed up as his Titan fell. He spent a bit too long sitting there to defend or sitting there not to defend. And that's a bit, it was death by 1,000 cuts in that situation. There was only so much that they could have done to prevent that from happening. Sunday School just kind of ran it. They had the script for the game. They had the conductors. They were the ones leading this orchestra. They were the ones designing it. They put it together. A very clean, clinical game from Sunday School. And there's not much more to say than that.
a composition and a symphony made and played perfectly for Sunday School, and Sharks almost being that conductor in the background to compose this whole thing together, almost it seems, with their coach doing a very impressive job to keep this consistency as we're seeing with Sunday School, absolutely just punching through all of the games that we see them play. But an absolute amazing show there. But I believe we've got our next game, which is the third place game for Drink or Drunken Apes Together. I'm going to throw it over to you and Jay Beto for picks.
Warriors, to battle! Who's ready to party?
Check, check, 1, 2. Looks like we can see some cast audio. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, for that unfortunate mistake. Happens.
You know, sometimes computers have funny buttons and
Yeah.
they don't always click together.
Yeah.
But
It
I
happens.
was talking about this on her Bacchus dual lane, this powerful kill lane possibility that Apes Together have. And you know, the sheer amount of damage that those two do is a massive threat.
Yeah, for sure. I really want to, you know, touch on this support matchup as well, Amir into Bacchus. Typically, in my eyes at least, both of them tend to be pretty aggressive picks. Obviously, Bacchus the more mobile, Amir with the kind of more team-centric play with the freeze, the wall, and decent peel from him. I'm loving the boop as well. We've seen a few players in the early weeks of Apac, the wall boops. Got a Nuwa and an Armor on Apes Together, and finishing out the draft with a Neath and a Cuckoo Khan on Drink or Drunk. Now, we don't have too long to go over picks and bans, but Valve, in 10 words or less, whose comp do you favor here?
This is difficult. Drink or Drunk have an interesting comp, but I think Apes Together are stronger.
All right, well, we won't keep you waiting any longer as we jump into the cast with Nuxel and Osme.
Hello again and again and again. My name is Nuxel yet again, and I'm here with Osme. How are you, man?
I'm good. I'm keen for this game. These two teams we've seen tonight, Apes
Yeah.
together, maybe having a more showstopper game earlier, but we did just see that in the early game last game, Drinker Drunk were holding their ground against Sunday School, who we do consider as probably the top team in APAC at the moment. So let's see if they can continue that early game kind of mentality they had last time and bring up a good fight against this Apes Together roster.
This potentially could be a very interesting match here. I'm keen to see what gets brought out in terms of map plays and stuff like that on both sides. I'd like to see some proactiveness, some more clickiness happening, more instant sort of decision making compared to maybe what we saw last match for Drink or Drunk. Maybe something's clicked. Maybe they have a bit more confidence going into a team like Apes Together. We shall see.
Yeah, I definitely would love to see that as well. But we have seen these, like, we have seen this roast apocalypse in the past few weeks. And some of these teams that have been affected are right here. And I know KD is newer into the support role for Drink or Drunk, but I do like to see that he's getting some games in before our more important playoff games. We know that he's had experience in these frontline roles, like coming from the solo lane, but I think there's a little bit of a learning curve as we see Half Guy here looking for a really interesting invade start. You know, he
Yeah.
does like to pressure duo early if he can get away with map play like this. And it looks like Drink or Drunk are none the wiser. Weave is putting on good pressure here.
None the wiser indeed. This is a 2v2 already starting and a purple buff for the order side here, getting straight over to Half Guy. This is a great start to the game.
Yeah, if you're on Drink or Drunk here, you're probably saying, "Oh, guys, my game has no audio. Can we restart or something?" Just trying to get that out of there. But hopefully, that lead can be transitioned by Half Guy into a whole map domination of the jungle. He doesn't have the right side trinkets to go to, but he can revert back through his jungle and then probably pressure this mid lane buff. We see that Frenzy has been having so much success on this Kukulkan, so it's a good look to take that away from him and into a front line like this Bacchus and Mordred and the armor. You're really hoping that there's enough dive to keep him kind of subdued in these team fights, as we've seen tonight too many times already, that this Kukulkan, if left untouched, is just pumping damage.
What I'm a little bit scared of and interested to see come late game, speaking of that, we might be seeing a little bit of a fight here. Burp coming out straight onto KD and just smacking the ice or the ice cream, it looks like, with that skin, doing a little bit of damage. What I'm kind of a little bit scared of is you've got Odin and Emir. You've got two walls that you have to shell. Oh, great little shove there onto Schmitty. That was fun to see. What do you shell? And if you've already shelled it, then what can you do? You don't have beads. And even if you have to react so quickly before you get frozen by this Emir and get sandwiched in between this wall.
Yeah, they do have the two shells in response to that, but arguably more importance on Weave because he's going to be the only one really positioning probably more backline centric. Although we do see Half Guy here coming in for the gank.
Yep, 2 flops down. Great blink for Emir. I didn't actually see that he had blink, but great disengage there just to make sure that he's not getting picked off or flopped onto. And this is the wall that I was talking about. We can't see it anymore because it looks like there's going to be a gank over here straight onto Quickie. Wobby wants this, and Quickie's going to be getting out, but a blink straight onto him. Who got first blood? Has anything happened? I think it was Wobby. I was just the one kill. I thought something happened on the duo lane as well. Wobby's going to get in the first kill onto Quickie.
You're on edge, man. Just chill. Let Robbie take you through the game.
I swear I saw 2. Oh, there you go. Thegora's getting that second kill over. But speaking of kills, here we have Half Guy here, 3 people in front of him. I think he's maybe getting a little bit too far ahead of himself. He's only level 3, and there's 2 ults smacking, 3 ults smacking on him. Wobby's level 5. There's a 2-level deficit here, and Half Guy's getting taken down.
I don't know if he really needed to let them kill him there, but Half Guy really being proactive, looking for those back camp invades. Maybe a little bit too much to look for when you're level 3, doesn't have the pursue the weak available to escape. But good identification from Azimo and the rest of his team there to kind of just say, guys, there's a level 3 Mordred on our backs, and a good pickup.
I find it interesting that, oh, okay, Quickie getting a kill. It looks like Wobby was the one getting a little bit too aggressive for himself. I think he was on their backs, but we saw that they had that gank and that aggression over onto the solo side, and then Half Guys then doing their backs when they're grouped there. I feel like you want to be doing it over on the duo side where you've already gotten a kill and you have a person lead, but nevertheless, we saw the mistake, and we'll roll with it. Apes Together are the ones with the gold lead right now, so albeit not very much, they'll take what they can get.
Quickie has been really showing that he has been practicing this armor and has really been grinding to find these leads.
The practice has been happening, and Thegoris maybe doesn't have the health to work with there. Wobby's getting another kill for himself, 2-1 there. Amir ult, he's freezing out the ice cream and getting a kill onto Weave.
Yeah, that was awesome team play. Really nice wall there from KD. This could lead into a gold fury, as Half Guy probably can't step up into the 4 members strong
he has
squad.
This is what they want here. They've got 4 people. Wobby is being that human ward as we saw last game, wanting to do a bit of damage over to Half Guy, but Gold Fury is maybe just going to get easily taken. Spirit of the Nine Winds as well, getting taken over onto Half Guy, and he'll be getting killed just suddenly, even with no group. What are you doing, Wobby? A little bit low on health. He thought he was invisible, but Frenzy knows you're there. Fire shots coming out just to get out of dodge a little bit, and there's a gank coming on too. This is getting sandwiched down. You guys don't have the health to work with. Thegoris getting the kill onto Wobby in return. Come on, can you get more? And Weave trying to trade it out. Azimo maybe just having the movement speed to work with. Beads as well, just to get out of that pillar. But now the burp's coming out, and so is the flop. He didn't get the kill, but he certainly got that engage there. And Drink or Drunk will be walking out with a little bit of a kill deficit, but not without a gold fury. They didn't get it. It's still up.
Yeah, so nicely played by Frenzy there. He just kind of dangled himself over the edge, waiting for the shark to bite, and perfectly bought so much time for his team to come back in with his ult. And then clean afters from Apes Together. They just knew Frenzy was only there to buy time, and all reunited just at the right time to find those picks. And that should lead, although there wasn't too much a Gold Fury taken there, that should lead into so much kind of map pressure.
Yeah.
All over the map from that one play.
You've got that tempo to work with. You'll be taking those mid camps. You'll be taking that first aggression and ward coverage over onto objectives as much as possible to have the tempo to work with and start taking a little bit more of, as you said, with the map pressure. And we're seeing it right now with the buff invades.
We're seeing a full damage build come out here from Quickie. We do know that Amaterasu can one-shot you. It's pretty annoying when you're playing against an Amaterasu as a backliner who has damage in their build, because they can just step up at any time, cast their ult and 2, stun you, and just kill you.
There was the bug before. Pursue the Weak missing out. Half Guy's still there in front of you. Assassinate and World Weaver as well. He's getting double stunned, but he's got the blink to get away. Another blink coming out. Wobby is wanting to get that secure, but it looks like they'll be getting out in the mist there. And Barker's flop is straight onto that Cuckoo in the back line. You can see it happen over there. Tornado's out, but Frenzy's going to be getting that kill. Thegoris can't get into the fight with that ice cream wafer wall there. Weave is pushing out the rest of Drink or Drunk just to say, no, you're not getting onto the rest of my team, and we'll be taking your purple buff there. If you want to step up, I've got a Nuwa to absolutely demolish you.
Yeah, they're expending so many resources into trying to find Half Guy. He is probably one of the easier people to pick, but he's just playing so well, using his blink defensively time and time again to just be this slippery, annoying Mordred that takes resources and just lets the rest of his team clean up. Weave then puts his pressure towards this purple buff, which is probably the initial focus of that kind of posturing towards that side of the map to begin with. So it's a one play if you're half guy. Even if he dies there, he's probably not too upset with that.
Yeah, with that kind of trade.
All the meanwhile, this full damage Amaterasu is just being left to farm. And
Yeah.
if you're against this full damage Amaterasu, this is something you need to pounce on and identify
Still,
as a
like,
team.
quite tanky compared to that leap there, though.
Yeah, I suppose Odin doesn't have too much power, but who knows these days? Like, Amaterasu is being picked up more and more, and maybe there's this reason that she just keeps getting found in all these team comps. This lane pressure doesn't care if the enemy team is like jumping on you. She just has her one. She can sustain up and have kind of a very nice time regardless in her lane.
The blink having to get used there for KD for that weave burp, and bit of aggression coming out. It looks like Schmitty's going to be missing his root, so they'll have the tempo here to work with, and KD is not have the health to work with, and Half Guy is getting his first kill of the match here. He's been trading it out a little bit, but Wobby's getting it onto that full damage quickie, that Amaterasu over in the right lane, but they'll be picking up a Gold Fury for their condolences. Quickie, you will not be forgotten, but this Gold Fury will be what you get in return. And as well as that, we'll be getting Schmitty on top of that. And that's 2 kills for Mordred and a 3k gold lead for Apes together at the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, I'd like to see a little bit more discipline out of Schmitty there to kind of identify that this becomes bad for my team if I trade on top of giving the gold. Like, of course, contesting is never it's never frowned upon. It's always nice to contest an objective, but when you know that they have all their members there, it's a little bit rough.
Maybe not too much happening here. They're hiding around in the bush. Look at the level lead on this Barkus as well. He's just been hugging his jungler this whole time, and he's been soaking up the XP around it. Schmitty doing a decent bit of damage over to Thorgoris here, but I'll just be getting out of dodge with that buff, that speed buff. Yummy, yummy, yummy.
Yeah, and I'd like to see this pressure being consistently applied to the left side, because Thorgoris is kind of getting in his bag at the moment. And we've seen in these last few games, he's been so comfortable in ADC and really taking it to anybody that he plays against. So half guy pressuring this map here.
He's hiding behind the wall, and there's an Amir as well. You're frozen, and you're dead. Cripple and the Assassinate coming out. There is an ice cream sundae smash coming out from KD, but it's not enough to do the damage onto Thorgoris, and he'll be the first one that's getting taken down. Frenzy the bot with a double kill. Schmitty's getting ran at. Can he get the triple? Root coming out with the half guy ult. Triple! Half guy will be stealing the kill for himself, but there's still potential. Moxie's here with a little bit too much than he thought. Ring of Spears just to try and disengage, but that's the 3rd kill for Nua there, and she is 5-0. An amazing gold lead for her, and maybe even a tier 1 tower over in this duo lane.
Oh, I would be crying knowing that Thorgoris got out of that fight without falling there.
I'd be crying that I just missed a quadra kill, man. Half guy, come on.
It's a team game, man.
Oh, speaking of kills, Quickie, he's full damage. He does a lot of damage to that Kukulkan, Khan, but he knows that he can't tank that tower. Now, like, I want to talk about this full damage Amaterasu, because there was a bug before where if you got, like, 1 intelligence item, it would, like, double or something crazy, and you'd be half-shotting carries in the late game. Do you think this is maybe a bit too late that this build is, or do you think it'll still come up into sort of, you know, that later mid to late game?
It's like, well, that bug is why we didn't see Amaterasu for a few weeks, and full damage on Amaterasu, she does scale quite heavily off intelligence, and you know, it could be a little bit of disrespect towards the enemy team, and Quickie's really been happy with how he's playing, so he says, let's send it out with a bang and run it down on full damage armor. But at the same time, she does still have impact. Like, regardless of whether or not she has a full defense build, she can still have some effect.
Oh, here
through-
comes
Ooh,
Pursue the
Schmitty.
Weak. Amazing reactions there, but it's not quite enough. He drifted around and got the Aegis over onto Schmitty, but it's not enough. Half guy picking up that kill. This is his 4th kill of the game, but that was a crazy leap, but he just drifted around and still picked her up.
Yeah, Mordred got a little bit of a drifting buff not too long ago. He had an improved turn radius in his ult, but
Ooh,
Frenzy must-
Blink coming
Ooh,
out,
yeah.
Assassinate as well, but look how much damage has happened onto Robbie. Spirit of the Nine wins to try and secure that out, but Thegoris would be picking it off. This is a fight around the tier 1 tower here. Thegoris doing a lot of damage, Whirlwind as well. Azimo trying to hit his Zephyr, but it's just getting dodged out by the Anhor. He's got the moves, he's got the dances, and he'll be pulling this aggression and keeping it up. It's just him around this tier 1 tower, but it's only got 436 health to work with. But you know who doesn't have the health to work with? It's Moxie here over on this tower. Quickie's picking him up, and Quickie's taking him down. This might be a tower over here in the tier 1 solo lane. Weave doesn't have the damage to do it, so maybe not actually.
It seems like we're kind of heading towards a similar game state to the other games that Apes Together have found success in tonight. They've really showed that they can play from ahead really nicely, and maybe it's not the same from behind. We did see them fall behind in their unfortunate loss tonight, but from ahead, this team looks so comfortable. And we know these players like Half Guy and Quickie really just want to get in there and force the facts. So it's good to see that they're finding these leads in all lanes to get them to these positions.
KD having to blink out yet again, but he absolutely drifted around straight onto Azimo. Look at the damage of that fire charge!
Daniel.
Securing it out onto KD, and Half Guy will be picking up Azimo yet again. Drifting around in the Pursue the Weak. You can't get away from this Half Guy, and neither can this tower. Burping coming out. Wobby, he's diving this tower. He knows he has the damage, but he just doesn't have the speed to get onto Wobby there.
Yeah, as I was touching on before, like we've seen Apes Together can really play well with a lead, but I hope in these next few weeks we see a more versatile approach that they can bring to these games, because not every game is going to be this absolutely. Oh,
what?
He missed. He missed.
He
Wobby.
was
Wobby was
in
stealth.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think if Apes Together can bring this approach or bring this type of comfortableness from playing maybe not with a gigantic lead, this team's going to be really hard to stop going into these finals games. And we know Half Guy and we know the rest of this roster can really stand up to these top teams. So I hope that going forward, it's more of the same.
I think this is not much happening here. They're wanting Robbie so much. Never mind. The amount of damage that they can output at a range is even impressive. I wouldn't have thought that they could catch up to him, but they knew where he was. You can't hide from Apes Together. That hive mind, they just can tell where you are. They're like-minded people, like-minded apes, and like-minded to take this battle maybe over in the right lane. But Quickie's by himself over there.
Yeah, this is a really rough position for KD. He's like 4 levels down and pretty much insta-dying. Ooh, Thegoris with a nice impale. Schmitty's just going to jump out of that one. But yeah, as I was saying, this Ymir is really in a bad spot. He's very, very underleveled. Keeps falling as he's just like the easiest target to focus out. And he has to now leech farm off one of his laners, and I know that the rest of his team are probably not so willing to give up this XP, seeing that these leads are in every lane almost. So I'm kind of a bit worried for Drink or Drunk and their front line, because it doesn't look like this pressure is going to be relieved at any point, because Apes Together are really, really playing as a unit and just not allowing farm to be found for Drink or Drunk.
13k gold lead. It is 17-6 at the 18-minute mark for Apes Together. Drink or Drunk having a fair bit of a deficit and not a tier 1 tower to their name. We're one Gold Fury away from an Ancient Fury as well. after this next one. But look at the damage that Thegoris, level 17, is outputting. Has to be the Assassinate having to come out for Wobby to just get away there. And we've taken you away from your own camps. And we've taken you away from your own life. We've picking up his first kill of the match. He is 1-1 with 10 assists.
Yeah, they were trying to set up their own little trap there, but I think they just walked into the trap that was set up by Apes Together. There was Frenzy making the rotation from mid and just saying, okay, Thegoris, I'm going to back you up. You can do whatever you want. And then Schmitty just falls there. The map is really not looking in favor of Drink or Drunk because this left side is kind of getting gapped at the moment. And we see time and time again that they're willing to group and willing to force the issue. This Gold Fury should be uncontested. You could look at some right side prio, like a right tower if you're Drink or Drunk. That would probably be an awesome little bit of map gold to find. But yeah, it's going to be a tough uphill climb to get back into this game for Moxie and his squad.
It doesn't feel like it's only 19 minutes in the game. I keep looking at the timer and I'm like, aren't we at like the 25-minute mark? Like the way that we're playing and the way that we're grouping almost feels like it should be a lot later in the game. And Quickie's gotten himself a solo kill onto Schmitty. There's a 5-level gap there, so I'm sure that was a fairly easy fight, just knocking him out of the park. And Moxie looks like he'll be the one that's getting looked at next to get knocked out of the park. And we're starting at a little bit of a fight here. Nua's wrapping around. She's the damage. She's the one that you want to get close. And KD is not wanting that at all. But Half Guy has as much damage as Nua does for himself as well. 14k on the board and a blink coming out. This is Moxie getting absolutely wrecked here, and Nua will be the one that gets taken down second on the board. Frenzy, lots of damage, but not a lot of health halfway in the mark. Oh, catching out the Wobby, even though he's invisible, and Spirit of the Nine Winds going straight onto him. It's not enough for Quickie to stay alive. Good Zephyr to close that out, but they're still down 2 people, and they look like they're about to be down a tier 2 tower.
I can't help but think if Quickie had a defense there, he would have actually probably got a double and killed that, survived that Spirit of the Nine Winds. But it's only one pick. I suppose it's a big pick if you're Drink or Drunk, but if you're Apes Together, it's not the end of the world. There is a substantial amount of gold that they would have just handed over. But Schmitty can still push this left lane out and find impact all across the map, because this Neath, we see it time and time again, it's got that pick rate, has that potential, and I'd like to see Schmitty just keep shoving left, keep getting farm, and probably hand this, like it's 21 minutes, you can probably hand this fire over and try and slow the game down to an extent. I know fire does speed it up, but on the other side of the view, there's like so much extra gold that you can find in comparison to just like all dying in a firefight. But it's kind of it's daunting when the support backup is the same level as the Loki.
More even. Look at the wave that he was able to soak up just then. He's level 16. Loki's level 15. Just, he'd be so tanky against this Loki.
This Amir just cannot step anywhere into the jungle without his life being at risk. And as mentioned, there is a bit of a split of the map going on, which is awesome to see. And it looks like Half Guy might be making his way over there to stop this split push.
Oh yeah,
this fire should go up for
tower.
free here.
Look in the left side. Half Guy's trying to cancel it out, but this is a 1v2. Although he is level 20, Fire Giant will get picked up over on the side of Apes Together, and 3, 2, 1, there it is, destroyed, and looks like Moxie will be the next one that's getting destroyed. We have Fire Giant, and we have your death on our schedule. There is still a fight over in left lane, and Half Guy's full health. He's getting slowly chipped away, but he's fighting. He looks like he's altered out, and he's wanting to chase us down. Look at the health on Wobby on the board. It's still happening. The fight's still going, and there you go. Wobby's finally getting taken down, and Neath was able to get the back off, but this is a 4-person group up over in the mid lane, or the mid sort of jungle area. They don't really have any waves to work with though.
Yeah, it doesn't look like any of the members of Apes Together are glowing that ember red as if they got secured fire there. So Moxie must have stolen it away. He has the Sunder, and perhaps there was just a miscommunication with the secure. I'm not fully sure though, but in my opinion, in my eyes, they're not. They don't look like they have a fire buff.
Yeah, this is always so confusing. I feel like
I
there's
feel
not like the
like-
marker than there used to be.
Yeah, I think Apes Together could have pushed that harder. They're so far ahead in every role, yet they decide not to find the Phoenix there. They fall back to this Ancient Fury, probably looking to cement their build advantage a little bit more before fully committing to the siege. But I don't know. I think they could have gotten at least a mid Phoenix there.
I feel like you want to
Being a
play
member
with
up.
your level lead while you still have it. It's not going to be
Mhm.
long if you draw it out before it just gets taken away from you and everyone's level 20. Sure, you've got more gold and more build and maybe even more pots than they do, but the level lead makes a big difference.
Yeah, and Moxie and Azimo have been farming well. They both hit 20. Azimo has the potential to defend really well on this Cuckoo, and
Good
the
bait of
longer you
ults,
give
but
him,
Pursue the Weak coming to chase out Wobby here. There's nothing that you can do there. You don't have ult, and Blink's not going to do anything for you either. Frenzy the bot is going to be using his fire shards to secure out that kill. They're getting chased down. There's nothing that they can do. KD, you don't have the things to
trying to
work
blink
with. He's
out.
trying to blink away, but the wall's too thick. Frenzy the bot getting a double kill here, and this is a Phoenix of what they're looking at. Good belly flop straight onto that Cuckoo, and this is what the Ancient Fury wants to do. It wants to cancel out these Phoenixes, and they want to be able to just push with them. Good stun straight onto Moxie. Phoenix is alive though, and they'll be hitting their team. Half Guy is the one that's going to be taking out that, and they have the wave to work with, and they have the people to work with as well. They're looking at this Titan, 12,000 health to start with. Half Guy's taking out this Titan, and Spirit of the Nine Winds is having a bit of a miss here. Ring of Spears to just cancel out as much team play as possible, but Talisman of
Huge
Purification is having to be used to get out the rest of the team, and here comes that Ice Cream ult. Not hitting anyone, and it looks like it's just a little bit uncoordinated here. There's not much happening. There's no deaths, but lots of low health bars, and the Titan will be living, but not without taking 2 Phoenixes.
yeah, a little bit of a misplay there. Like, they could have ended. They could have just focused that Titan out, but instead opted for picks. They did find the mid and right Phoenix, so it's not the end of the world, but I think it's every day of the week though, you just have to try and focus that Titan down and not try and kill these team members while the rest are coming back.
Yeah.
So the game lives for Drink or Drunk, but with mid and right Phoenix now, it's going to be rough because there's inevitably going to be this left-hand siege, and they're going to need to send these members over to defend those lanes. I'd love to see the onus coming out from Apes Together. They're already running down this right lane and kind of forcing the question to Drink or Drunk, like, are you going to be able to here to defend? This Amaterasu is just doing her thing. Oh my
Still so
God.
tanky, but half chunking out Robbie with a quick little bit of damage there, and he is out of the fight. But it looks like Apes Together do not want to miss that opportunity. Chasing out that knee through the wall. Aegis having to get popped. Half Guy chasing it out, but he doesn't have a team to work with here. Ring of Spears to just secure him out. And Thagoras is looking at Azumo now. You're not getting away from me. I'm slowing you down.
God.
Spirit of the Nine Winds getting taken out, but Weave is getting that kill onto Cuckoo. They want kills. They don't want to end this game. They want to increase their stats. And Thagoras will be the one that's getting tanked out for this Titan now. 5k, 4k, 3k, 2k, 1k, and that's game for Apes Together. They'll be your 3rd place winners here for week 5 Apac.
Yeah, really nice end there. Thagoras just like a machine gun with that Hasten Fatalis, just running down everybody in the fountain. He doesn't care. But yeah, 3rd place this week for a relatively new it's not a relatively new roster to the competition as a whole, but this iteration of the roster is showing that they're willing to just run it down, and if you can't stop it, they're gonna take games off you really easily. So yeah, nice to see that from Apes Together. Unfortunate for Drink or Drunk, but I think they've had some good showings, and coming into the finals, there shouldn't be doubted at all.
Congratulations, Apes Together. A great showing. and a domination that we just saw for themselves. I think they should be really impressed, and I'd like to see how, like you said, how they take that in to the future, keep that consistency. You know, they're very good at working from ahead. If they can balance that out, they're just going to absolutely demolish some more of these teams. So keen to see what they bring in with their future games. So what we're going to do is we're going to bump it into a bit of a break. So about a 5-minute break, and then we're going to go jump straight into our week 5 finals. So I will see you all guys very soon.
Hello and welcome back. We're here for the final of our week 5 games of the Apac Founder Series. We found ourselves here, 99% engaged versus Sunday School. It's going to be a great matchup tonight. What do you think, Valve?
I mean, Sunday School just put on the most clinical performance I've seen in APAC against Drink or Drunk. So I'm excited to see what 99% Engage has to, counteract that. Because it's clear that this team is the powerhouse. And again, there's no change in the band. It's been Jingwei, Fenrir for like the entire day.
Yeah, it's just a handshake agreement at this point. And we see this Texie week in, week out going towards this Odin pick. They've got their draft, they've got these bands organized in a way where they kind of secure this pick no matter what. And the Senanos coming out from Furin is nice. He performed quite well on that in previous games tonight. So I'm keen to see if he can really keep up that performance. And Jed9 on this back is shown he loves this god as an engaged tool and shows that he can lead from the front, flopping in.
You know, getting in there, getting involved seems to be his MO, and you know, Bacchus does that real well. As Chalk and Soul are picked up to complement that, along with the Certanos first pick. You know, the previous weeks he's been, you know, kind of looked away from. ADCs were not getting Jingwei or Neith, and then they were looking at Susano, Anubis, Kukulkan, you know, all this other stuff that just wasn't Cerner on her. But it seems like we're going back towards those hunters. As Sunday School round out their
Zeus
draft with a
ADC.
Zeus pickup here,
That's so
and that
hype.
could be going carry.
Yeah, we haven't seen very much Zeus so far, only from Hot Dog in the jungle of Ping 269. So maybe Tilly's been inspired. 99% engage, ending off their draft with a Thanatos, which is spicy. We haven't seen too much of that, but we know it has that potential to really swing these fights. And these squishy targets like Zeus are really going to suffer with that execute coming down. So I'm liking both drafts, but as I said before, I can't lean away from Sunday School. They've just been playing so clean. Who do you think's got this one, Valve?
I think Sunday School definitely have an edge in terms of just how well they've been performing, but 99% engaged do have a, you know, sort of surprise card in this Thanatos. I've seen players like Rat Milk on Borscht go absolutely nuclear on this pick. So if this Thanatos can go off, maybe take down this Odin, we might have, you know, a game on our hands from 99% engaged. But we're ready to go into game. Let's see if we have a game in our hands with our casters.
Hello, my name is Nuxel, and I am joined here by Jay Beto for your finals. How are we today, Jay Beto?
You sure are. Bit of a grouping deep into the enemy jungle from Sunday School, but I know for a fact they do this all the time with the ward near that tier 2 tower in mid.
Yeah, they seem to do this every game, but
Yeah.
we're seeing a Thanatos for the first time, and it looks like this is going to be the Zeus in mid, not ADC.
A lot of damage on the side of Sunday School. I will say on both sides with the Thanatos, the double mage. I think this is going to be a bloody one, Nuxel.
A bloody one it will be. Even with the Ares, we saw that last game. Sorry, the game before, Pesto absolutely searing the enemy team with his flames and shackles, and he was up there, I think, fourth top damage in the entire game. So that, on top of the World Weaver, on top of the Zeus Storm and ults and everything, it is quite hideous for Sunday School. And then you look at on the other side of things with the Bacchus flops. Like, Bacchus does so much damage. Furin with the Wild Hunt ults and the Supernova, like, and then the Chark Storm Calls. Like, there's just, like you said, this is going to be a very bloody game.
Tilly getting poked out to half HP already. That Bramble Blast does so much damage.
I'll drink some pots, thank you very much. And we'll
Yep,
fall
I'll
back
be
and
healing.
Take the wave.
I really want to point out my featured matchup for this finals being Vintage and Swifty. Not necessarily that they're the two best players or anything, but hold that thought. It's Tilly Beats' fault already.
That's a blink, and Furin is getting first blood over in the duo lane. I didn't expect that at all. Blink coming out from the wait. Where was the blink from?
That was the Ares trying to blink back into town, maybe to body block an auto. I'm not sure if he fat fingered it, but
that was.
It looked like it was a blink like Bacchus auto, but no. And crucially,
that's
that
what I
killed
thought
on
it was.
Furin.
I think you're right. I think Pesto tried to block the auto. That could have been massive, but
it could have been tech.
Really getting taken down for first blood. Taking way more damage than maybe he would have expected.
They're rotating.
A bit of a grouping here over on the Oracles. 4 people already against 2. They just want to get under tower here, but they'll be taking a speed buff for their happiness. And Platinum Pete will be taking a kill. Aegis down. Ward Hunter doesn't have the damage. That wave is going to be blocking his sides. And Pesto is just going to be doing Ares Pesto things over here in the duo lane.
Didn't quite see what happened to Swifty, but I guess just, caught out on either the rotation or left by himself in mid as his team was invading speed and just a bit too greedy, I think.
Just can't turn your back to this Loki. The back.
Yeah.
We've seen it to tanks do so much.
I think that Sol really gonna be like smacking late game. So getting a down in this early game against Zeus is look at this pressure in mid already. I mean, he's not low health, but look at the clear potential from Zeus. He just has perma prio, and with Loki being able to go invis, I mean, obviously when Thana gets ult, it's going to be, much bigger deal. But remember, Ward Hunter is subbing
Such a good
for
freeze.
99% engage.
Yeah. The freeze there. Tilly's still level 2. Tefurin's level 4. That is detrimental for the Neath. And we see here, Vintage maybe getting a little bit caught out. Good scythe hitting straight onto him. But he'll be getting taken out of there with his movement speed. Chucking down his Thunder Clap. And
This
Tilly's
duo lane is
still level
pumping.
2. And Pesto got out of dodge on 1 HP. Oh my god, Vintage. With a fraction of his hair was able to dodge that scythe. He had just the movement speed to work with there. Platinum Pete looking a little bit aggressive.
This is pretty classic. A Sunday School, man. These solo side invades. I'm very happy to see Engage invading over on the purple side, over on the duo side, splitting the farm. I believe that got dropped for them. Let's have a look. Did Barkus pick it up?
So far at the match, they're a K gold ahead. And there's a bit of an engage here. Ring of Spears trying to catch out Ward Hunter. Thana has no escape from these walls. He has Blink, but it's not up to get him out of there. And Chuck can't do anything to help out his jungler. So that'll be 1 more kill for Sunday School and 1 more kill for Platinum Pete.
I think that they didn't get that purple buff. I could be wrong, but I think they didn't secure it. That feels bad, but I'm really not a huge fan of like the response we've been seeing off these invades, which is like show up late by yourself and try to 2v3 kill them. Like, guys, they're grouped. They're fighting together. Trade.
Oh, Lightning Storm coming out onto Swifty here. Lots of damage, and he's got the movement speed to work with as well. Swifty just doesn't want to walk up, and he's having to ult the wave there because he just wants to back. And we've got 2 more people showing face around here. Thana, hello. We're getting these mid camps. And Pesto's just matching this aggression here, but he doesn't have the ult to work with. Where Jed9 using the Intoxicate right now, securing out those mid camps. But Gold Fury's coming up.
Nixel, is Thana going to have a massive impact this game? That's the question that I'm thinking right now. If you're Sunday School, I feel like there's a lot of options and answers for this Thanatos. A lot of ease of poking him out. I mean, if he misses his 1 in these team fights, in this poke scenario, I think like Neath, Zeus, Loki poke is just so much more of a nuisance against their team.
I think more than anything, this Thana wants to be playing that cheeky jungler, you don't know where I am, and suddenly I'm ulting on top of you. I believe that if he is, especially against a team like Sunday School, if he's showing face, then that's great for them. Worldweaver L coming out straight onto nothing, it seems.
Just channel, but not fired.
And
the problem I'm seeing
with
this
they need to do that to have those fights. Supernova and Wild Hunt does so much damage that that can be your engage there after obviously your tanks go in, as well as Stormcall as well. But you just then are able to jump on down with Thana, stun people, execute if they're there, and then just do your burst damage when you're suddenly on top of them, rather than getting poked out by people like this Neath and potentially even the Zeus.
I think that for 99% engage, I think they have a lot of threat onto this Zeus. Now that I'm having a look, really thinking about it, there is a lot of threat and ease of access onto this Zeus, but I think that you need to be coordinated. If this Thanatos is landing onto the Zeus trying to get like an insta-kill, it's just going to get beads, and then he's... even if Vintage... I mean, Vintage is a good player. He could buffer that ult with his own so that Thanatos is landing in the Stormcore. And just as soon as he's out, he's going to get stunned. Ares
coming out. He knows that he doesn't have beads, and Sonanos is going to get pulled in. Worldweaver ult as well to stun out Furin. Furin, can he get away? No, Platinum Pete will be picking him up, and Pesto's searing fire is just demolishing their team, but Platinum Pete are picking up 2 more kills, and he is 4-0 to kick off 7 minutes into this game. We're looking at 4-1 and 1,000 gold on for Sunday School.
This is a huge lead for Platinum Pete. Man, Loki. Whew, I feel like he's everywhere. But I will say, I mean, there is a lead, but if you're able to shut down this Loki from this point, it's not too bad if you're able to fight where he isn't. good invade. I like it. Some cross mapping. I'm glad to see teams cross mapping against Sunday School, mitigating their losses. It doesn't feel too bad, you know. And potentially even caught out here. They're looking for an engage.
Oh, Texi, you don't have
Beautiful,
to work
beautiful.
with. World Hunter needed that kill. He wants to get himself back into the game and even it out. But you're absolutely right. We look at the gold deficit here. It's not that much. And if they can shut down this low key, they'll be getting a massive injection for them.
I've got to believe that two chimps, one trench coat was calling that play. I love the cross map from him. Very smart play.
Yes.
Now, Nukes, I think the game's going to slow down a little bit here. Gold Fury's not up for a while. There's maybe some more invades is where I'm looking for, to see some of these fights. You can see the timer there, 180 seconds on gold. That's 3 minutes, so not expecting too much to happen for a while.
I'd like to see them try and catch out Platinum Pete where
Yeah.
possible. I want them to be looking for them, but you still don't have beads, Furin, and you do have your ult. Polymorph out, but you got no health. The fire is out until he'll be securing that kill. This is his first one of the match, and he will be getting that gold injection. There's a bit of a grouping here over in the mid lane. Jed9 and Swifty, I believe, saw him go into that bush. They're a little bit confused at this point in time. Maybe they don't know. Vintage hiding a bit around. Tilly also doing a bit of fighting here onto their jungler. And the ult's coming out. Lightning Storm just isn't enough. It's not hitting anyone at the moment. And they're chasing down this Vintage Cow 6. Jed9 pushed too far ahead. And he'll be getting taken down instead of the Zeus. Unfortunate for him.
Man, Vintage is able to kite out just long enough. Platinum Pete reaches him. Beautiful assassinate, stunning out Jed. Not enough damage yet on the side of Engage to, really get these kills. I like the punish from Vintage. So onto Vintage, but man, Furin, I mean, we saw Aegis picked up from him quite a lot, and he's been having an off day. I will say, I'm a Furin fan. I think he's a great player, but he's getting caught a lot.
Oh. Look at these ults coming out here. You're only one person just trying to get a little bit aggressive, but 3 people are there just to cancel that out. But no Ring of Spears for Texi here, but Platinum Pete, he doesn't have his assassinate either, but he does have his presence of body, and it looks like he'll be trying to get the Thanatos, but he'll be getting out of ult quite quickly, ticking down, tick, 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 like a time bomb. But he'll be okay for now, and Sunday School will be backing out along with that as well.
I love the punishes for the way that Sunday School has been playing, finally having an answer. What are we going to do when they just run at our red and our blue all game? And they're going to. They know the timers. They're going to do it all game. So sometimes in the previous week, we saw a bit too of an overcommit towards defending their buffs, and they were losing Gold Furies. Teams were losing Gold Furies to Sunday School's invades. Right now, no Gold Fury up. They take the 2v2. They secure both buffs. I believe Swifty rotated over for the red buff. Really, really nice macro answer from Engage. I'm happy to see that. Unfortunate that, coming into a 3k deficit in the favor of Sunday School.
Catching out Swifty. Good little bit of damage there in the World Weaver on top of Vintage Cow's abilities. What to be calling that out? Lightning Storm down just to peel for the rest of that, and he can't get on top of this Ward Hunter, but he'll be taking that kill, and Jed9 doesn't have the health to work with. Ward Hunter just couldn't get to him. Those Lightning Storms just did too much damage to him, and he knew that, and if he walked towards him, he was just dead even quicker.
Man, I gotta say, there's not much counterplay to that. Just a brilliant bush bait from Vintage. What do you do? What do you do? He's got no Aegis on Soul. Even if he did, I don't know if it would keep him alive. He's got no mobility. He just waits there, baits Swifty in. He walks what he has to. He's like, oh yeah, I'm safe. Maybe, just have the presence of mind to know, but I think that's a really, really hard play to read, especially with no vision. It's almost impossible to be like, he's definitely in this bush waiting for me to walk in. So I think just a really good play from Vintage.
Look at the Sunday School vision as well over.
Yeah, it's so good.
Fury. We just saw one of the wards tick down, but that is crazy. The preemptiveness of that. We haven't seen that, I believe, at all today. Just that amount of preparedness, if that is even a word, for what they're wanting to do. 1-2 minutes ahead of time, and using that tempo to be able to do that rather than just kind of dilly-dallying around, maybe getting a camp. or something like that. That's just like, let's get this ward vision, and then when gold's up, we'll just take that. Oh, okay, we have 3 kills. Well, that makes it easier, but we've also got the ward vision to work with anyways.
Yeah, lots of waves being denied as well off of these kills. Look at the level disparity in mid. As
Looks like Warhunter's going to get denied
so
his
much
life.
damage.
He's going to have to ult away yet again. Tick, tick,
I think he's
tick,
dead when he
again.
lands.
He's so close to dying, and you're absolutely right. Bluestone will be taking that down, and Vintage Cow 6 will be taking down Swifty on top of that. Jed9's left on his own yet again, and he'll be getting a double kill for Vintage Cow 6. And there's even more fighting happening here over in the duo lane. Is this going to be an ace? Chalk's not dead yet, but Furin isn't either. A backflip coming out, and Tilly will be taking 1 auto to take away the rest of Furin's health and getting as much damage onto this tier 1 tower as well. No ace. We've still got 2 chimps in the trench coat. I guess you could say
Yeah,
that
you can't
that's 2
take down
lives still
both.
alive. But that looks like a tier 1 tower, the first in the game, over for Sunday School.
This gold lead is ballooning massively. I will say as well, when Thanatos ulted out of the cage, what killed him was the Odin cage damage when you leave. But it doesn't hit him until he lands. So he's flying away with this spear following him on the ground. And as soon as he lands, it hits him instantly and dies. That's got to be like a really bad feeling. Like you're looking at it like, oh man, okay, well, I'm dead. I will say as well, winning both sides of the map at the same time is just something that feels like you shouldn't be able to do from this. Like they're nearly 10k up now, but they weren't before that play. I mean, there was a gold lead for sure, but it's not like there's no options. But you're winning on both sides of the map. Somehow 2 people are diving Furin by himself, while I guess Texi is 2v1ing at blue buff, and then they secured the red as well. Sunday School's macro and their team fighting just seems to be so good this game. It seems unmatched.
Yeah. What can you do at the moment here for 99% engage? What do you look at? What are you thinking? There's so much to consider and so much to feel out with Sunday School's fighting and damage.
Yeah.
What do you think is the next step for them?
Game 2 draft, potentially? No, I'm joking. I'm not fully joking. Like, this is a really rough position to get.
Oh, look at that third shackle sniping out Furin there. And that's going to be a talisman of purification popped out to cancel out that no escape. Finally, Jed has that up to be able to save the life of Furin there. He certainly needed it.
I think that you really like Sunday School is such a macro team. Hold on, spears down.
Look at the dive down under tower. Assassinate has come out as well, and Platinum Pete will be picking up the kill onto Furin, as well as Jed9. Warhunter getting a kill onto Texi. He's still dancing under tower, but the heal isn't enough from his scythe, and Pesto is picking up his first kill of the game. And this is tier 1 tower. Vintage he's going to be autoing it down. He's just left alone in mid, and he'll be taking all that gold and XP for himself. Shared a little bit, but mostly for himself.
I will say, like, if you don't understand what we were talking about with the macro in previous games, have a look at how Sunday School plays and what they prioritize. Look at the towers already at 15 minutes. All 3 tier 1s are down, and no one's overextending. Absolutely no one. I mean, Texi got caught a few times, Tilly died once, but you know, does that really matter? It's a flawless game from the mid 3v3, the core 3v3 right now. 10k up, and they're prioritizing the right things. Even if this was 0-0 kills, they would still have a massive gold lead, even if they weren't getting the physical last hits and the kill bounty. They're still denying farm when it's necessary. They're securing all these buffs, invading, playing the map, looking for towers. They're not overextending and diving for these like last hits because they don't really care. They're going for the farm. They're playing for the farm. I guarantee you that if Vintage was 0-0-0, he'd still be this far ahead. He'd still be happy winning the game that way.
Yeah. 5-0 though for Vintage, and a 4-level lead as well. We are 53,000 for Sunday School and 43,000 for 99% engage. It's 16 minutes on the clock. And now we've just ticked up to an 11k gold lead, but maybe getting a little bit caught out here is Vintage Cow. A bit of a supernova to chunk him out. Lightning Storm just in the returning damage, but it's not quite enough to do anything there. But look how low that soul is at the back. She's going to be okay, but no escape coming out onto that Chark, getting him just right on the tower. Warhunter missing his ult, not executing anyone, and Pesto still still alive! Warthunter getting taken down under tower, and Texi will finally be picking up that 1 HP Swifty that we saw all so long ago. They'll be running it down just that little bit more. 2 chimps in a trench coat. That's technically 2 kills if you look at it that way for Platinum Pete. And he is 8-0 on this Loki. And Tilly, just as we saw last fight, but this was a vintage before, Tilly's just taking a tower all for himself. The macro is crazy.
Nuke, yeah, absolutely right, Nuke. So I think, you know, maybe 99% Engage need to take a page out of Haddix's book and, you know, take a breather after that one, because that's a tilter for sure. That is so unfortunate to have happen to you. I mean, I like the Engage, but there's just not enough damage yet. It's one of those things that we see all the time in OCE, I think, where, oh, well, the fight's great, the opportunity is great, but you're down 14k. You just don't have enough damage to kill anybody at this stage. This Ares is super tanky. Vintage dies once, it's a nice shutdown, but you can't get anything off of it. You can't kill this tier 1 in mid. You're not able to do fire yet. It happens so much, and it's just a feels bad moment to me.
Yeah, we saw how much damage the lightning bounces and the lightning storm just absolutely chunking 99% Engage. I didn't even see it happen, but suddenly Swifty is 1 HP and get ran down by Texi there on the Odin. It just was such a turn, even though it looked like such a loss for Sunday School. But look how much of a gold lead we're at now. It's 62k to 48. And we're just ticking over to 19 minutes here.
This is the nice tower, Nuke, but look on the other side of the map. Fire Giant being pulled as Thanatos is spotted. That's 2 in duo. This is a free fire, unless Engage have something to say about it. Thanatos in the air, forced to ult away as well. Platinum Pete, absolute raid boss
That's
on the duo side of the map. This might be a kill over here. So much damage coming out.
This looks like an easy kill onto him. He doesn't have the beats to
Oh,
work with,
beautiful.
though, and he didn't get his tick damage onto Furin, so he'll be living there, but Texi will be picking up a kill onto Jed9 as well as the Fire Giant. We can see that fire buff onto them now, but they're looking at a tier 2 tower over here in the left lane. Good bit of push, not just backing there, but they're wanting to back up now. Hello, I'm Tilly, and I want you dead. He's running him down here, and we've got Pesto on the flank, as well as their Odin. They're running it down here. Jump over the wall. Furin trying to get as far away as possible. Wardhunter has a little bit more to work with than Furin does. Dashing away. Great stun onto Furin and ticking up to level 20 with that last kill there for Texi. He's 4-2 right now. And Wardhunter was able to teleport away. They just don't know where he's gone.
That is such an unfortunate chase out. Just getting slow chase, can't get your base off. Fire Giant now on Sunday School. What feels like an insurmountable gold lead right now. Ancient Fury as well. This is a really rough position. And in my eyes, pardon me, I know that this might seem like a doomer take, but I think it's the correct thing. In a game like this, your job as Engage is, sure, if they int,
This is another 2v1.
Yeah, I mean, he's so fed.
Having to pop out the ult, and I think the tick damage is actually going to kill him.
Beneath, that's gonna hit him. Yeah, he's dead again.
He's dancing around, and it's just a time as old as ages. Bit of deja vu there. Stormcall coming out onto the Platinum Pete. But it looks like Platinum Pete has a little bit of an advantage here. It's a 1v1. It's so close, but never mind. 2 chips. It's a 2v1 in the end there. If you look at it that way, Ancient Fury getting a little bit of benefit here. And Lightning Storm coming out, getting Tilly a kill onto Furin. And that's the first Phoenix of the game. Second Phoenix. Suddenly, I just saw the mid one was already taken. This is a 4v3 for the favor of Sunday School. They'll be backing up, resetting, and taking the fight straight back to 99% Engage.
You sent 2 over to kill Pete, but you've lost 2 Phoenixes to get that shutdown on a Chark that does Chark have enough agency to 1v9 the game? I don't really think so. I think what I was going to say before is, if you're Engaged, you just have to make the game go as long as possible. You have to like drain the enemy team's mental while you reset the mental by getting enjoyment out of the fact that it's taking them a long time to end while you talk about your next draft. Because realistically, you're never coming back from a position like this unless the enemy team just absolutely turbo ints. You know, if they all die as 5, you get fire, and then you're able to just push down an end, sure, that can happen, but this is nearly 3k gold. Sorry, this is nearly 20k gold. Is what I meant to say, not 3k gold. How are you supposed to do that? How are you supposed to win a fight and kill 5 with all of your members up? I feel like the best option is, talk about draft, try to stall as long as you can, because Sunday school mental can slip. It can, and as long as your mental maintains strong.
Oh,
As
Furin's
Furin,
getting
however,
taken out here. Lots of damage in return, but Platinum Peter be getting taken out. But these people are human. They can be taken down. They're not immortal here, but neither is that Phoenix. Going to be getting taken down, and we've got no more Phoenixes left on the side of 99% engaged, and it looks like we'll be close to having no more lives either. Supernova getting taken out, but it's not going to hit many people. Texi getting a kill straight onto Swifty, going under Titan. We've got 9k, 8k, 7k, 6k health. It's going down so low. Warthunter's dancing around, but not before the game just ended. Sunday School, Game 1 winners for the finals of Week 5. Just an absolute showcase of their skill and map knowledge.
A real statement game for sure. Like, they're coming into playoffs next week as the first seed, as the favorites, in my eyes, in what I would hope is everyone's eyes, because they are incredibly dominant at everything they do. So I don't think they're unbeatable. Obviously, we did see Fish beat them once, but I think they haven't lost a single game other than that one in the entirety of the 5 weeks. Just crazy stuff.
So impressive. Need to start channeling the Osha Fire Giant Steel if we're going to be getting much more happening in some of those late game fights. That was what turned it for Fish ? In a previous week. So we will jump it straight into P's and B's of Game 2 to kick us off.
Clinical.
Clinical, yeah, absolutely clinical from Sunday School. Once again, they are just dominant in this week. They've just been absolutely, I don't know what else to say other than clinical. It is just the only way to describe it.
And it's not just this week either. They've shown this week in, week out that, yeah, they're just going to stomp everybody. So
Jingwei's up.
Nah, Odin.
Jingwei's up. Odin was picked though. 99% engaged, prioritizing that Odin, that safety, that damage in the solo lane, and Sunday School going back to that Loki is no surprise to me. Jingwei is available and they will take it.
Yeah,
that's no surprise either.
A bit of an OC lore that you might not be so familiar with is that the 99% engage ADC of Furin is super comfortable on the Jingwei. So taking that away is a very nice look. And he's going to be back on that Xenos, which he has shown he can find success on it. Not maybe the outcome he wanted last game, but there was some good synergy at the end there, finding those picks when Sean was trying to split the map. So hopefully we can see more of that. The Ares again, Pesto's just looked so lights out on this Ares pick.
He has really looked completely dominant into this pick, but I don't think it's not dissuading Ward Hunter to go to the Susano, even though Ares does really mess with that Susano and how he wants to play the game. 2 of those abilities at least being somewhat limited by those Ares chains. It's a bit of a difficult thing for Ward Hunter to do, but he's clearly confident in his Susano play to be picking it straight into that Ares right after the locking comes, as Hecate is picked up for Vintage here. Not going back to that Zeus despite that dominant performance here. This comp is dangerous for Sunday School.
Yeah, definitely. The enemy team is named 99% engaged, but this Sunday School roster probably has more. I'm loving this Mordred solo. I think Texi's going to really bring it to him. And yeah, I'm leaning towards this Sunday School roster. That Susano pick into the Ares is just a little sus for me.
Yeah, it's a bit, I don't know. It has to be a comfort pick. It really does. Because if you want to play that Susano that badly into a pick that kind of doesn't let you do what you want, that Ares just, like I said, does so much to prevent you from doing what you want. And it's such a difficult game for you to play. That Mordred as well, if he tags you with that 3, Susano likes to move around a lot in fights. And that's just more and more damage stacking up. So the Susano's going to have to be careful where he goes in these fights, and you don't really want to play careful sometimes when you're just going for it. And we'll have to see if we go in. But speaking of going in, going right back to the cast, we go right in to Game 2.
Hello, my name is Nuxel for the last time this week, and I'm here yet again with Jay Beto to, well, maybe not the last time. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. There could be a game 3. I don't know why I said that. But
Nuxel.
Nuxel, as Jed9 sometimes says.
True.
I want to
There is
have
a- there is a
hopes
clip of
for
that.
99% engage. We've seen so much good come out of them for this week. I am rooting for the underdogs here. I just want to preface that.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't believe you. We know who Nuxel's going for. Now, I want
I've humbled my
to
words and I've
I want to
shown
talk
my
about
hubris.
these picks and bans, specifically the Neath first ban from Engage, which allows Jing Wei to get picked up. Crazily, in my opinion, they don't go for it. They go for the Odin, which they thought the Odin was the problem. Guys, let's just take the Odin away. Don't let them have it. Take the Neath away as well, which Sunday School have been playing a lot of. Take away those 2 key picks. Give Jing, give Loki. It's fine. Pesto back on the Ares, and we've got it was mentioned, but Susano into this Ares, potentially being a comfort pick. There's not too many junglers in the game right now. Obviously, Loki and Mordred both getting picked up. Does feel a little bit bad. Fenrir banned as well. Maybe he doesn't want to go back to the Thanatos. He's not super comfortable on the Warriors. No Athena for him. I mean, I think that counters are more or less a comfort thing. Like, there are some lanes, some counters that can be really difficult to play against, almost to the point where they're unplayable, but I don't think Smite has too many of those where it's just like you actually can't do anything. Obviously, if the Ares is really good, the Susano has an awful time, but it's not like he's forced to play against the Ares in the beginning of the game. You can find angles somewhere else on the map.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just noticing that Mordred is the first time today, at least. Never mind, Pesto maybe getting killed for the first time, ticking up to level 2 and getting a bit of a health advantage here. Level 2 is not there for 99% engage, but Mordred for the first time this week we're seeing over in the solo lane.
Yeah, lots of jungle prioritization from this Mordred, but obviously it's a
and we're
flex.
back
Wow,
onto
beautiful.
it, and Furin's getting first blood yet again.
Yeah, again.
This is
This is
Pesto
something-
showing a little bit of maybe too much aggression.
This is something that happened in the first game, obviously, but I think that, you know, like I said, Furin's a great player. I think that if Engage are able to play another kill potentially
Great
going over to
player,
Furin here.
Maybe getting more for Tilly, but not too much there. But good to just get him back. And Ares is the one that used that portal there, so Jingwei does have a passive, but she's still got a little bit of the way to go to come back, but she's probably not losing too much, to be honest.
Gotta be careful here, Swifty, on this Anubis, not super mobile into this Loki again, especially this Hecate. There's a lot of displacement availability from the Hecate. Obviously, you can channel your ult, but then you're standing still. If you want to, you know, charge ult, channel ult, and then immediately cancel it, you can immune, sure, without using your beads, but then you're down your ultimate. There's no movement availability to get out of this Hecate ult, so we're relying on either beads, ult, or talisman that I can see that Jed is building into first.
We've got more beads for 99% engage this time, which is going to be very nice against that Ares, and definitely against that Loki and the Hecate as well. Finally, we're seeing Furin with the beads, which I think is going to be a massive game changer for him, with just the amount of times that they were just focusing him out with the no escape Ares ult. Just wasn't feeling great there, but Pesto not really realizing that there's a ward hunter hiding in the bush. No ward on him, but not too much happening quite there. We got Pesto shackling out, 99% engaged, but able to get away, and then they're just going to get their wave.
This is what I want to see from this Susano. Play on the other side, away from the areas. Obviously, late game, you're going to have to, you know, try to do something against it. Find angles in, but in this early game, you do not have to play that matchup at all. You can find other angles, and this time it's Engage on the front foot, but they're getting collapsed on Nuxel. This Anubis is not here yet. There's a numbers disadvantage.
Yeah,
Two chumps on Trenchcoat. Might be caught out here, cage down.
Pursue the Weak as well, coming out straight onto that Odin, getting a little bit more than what he bargained for. 2 chimps dead. It's almost like a double kill, but it's not quite. And Texi as well, getting a lot of damage taken. Ward Hunter, and it looks like Swifty has just not got quite the damage there. Maybe he could have taken that teleport and killed Vintage, but he didn't want to do it because he would have definitely died alongside with that. But that could have been a pretty funny play to see, but good little start there. Was able to kill 2 chimps, 1 trench coat. We're 1 for 1 on the board.
Ooh,
Good
close.
little ult there. The Wild Hunt getting taken down and hitting Tilly by the tail end of that.
If my teammate Care Package drops an Anubis into me at 1 health, I'm reporting him immediately. No, really good. I love it. Like, immediately the answer back from game 1. Okay, fine. We'll draft pressure and we'll run at your buffs. Let's see what happens. Unfortunately, Anubis isn't able to get the prio in mid, rotate over fast enough. It's still not a bad trade, you know? Like, I still really like to see it. I love seeing the pressure.
Yeah.
The question is, where do you go from here? Gold's up. Are you going to play for these next set of invades on the solo side? Maybe swap it up and go duo this side. Are you going to prioritize Fear and try to get him, like, gold on him?
Ults are coming back up very shortly as well. Belly flop onto this Pesto, and Pesto is going to get taken down. And this is going to be the advantage over here for 99% engage to start looking at objectives and start looking at more damage onto what they need the damage to go onto. Mid camps, towers, invades, but it looks like they won't be doing the damage to the other gods, and their gods will be killing them. Ward Hunter getting taken down in return, and that is not what they wanted there.
Ward Hunter, a bit too distracted by wards, forgot that there's other gods in the game that he needs to hunt as well.
Exactly.
I still don't think this is a dead even game right now. Like, that, some of these feel pretty bad, feel a bit unfortunate to happen, but the gold is very even right now. And I don't think either team has to sweat too much. You know, you've still got to maintain what's next. You know, if you're Ward Hunter in that position.
There. Pesto doesn't miss the shackles, and no
Oh,
escape coming out. You got beads, you got ult, which you're gonna use. Oh, you don't have beads, but you got ult, and you used it. And Tilly having to run away. He's having a rough time in this lane. Jed 9 doing a little bit of camping over here.
I do like this. Tilly maybe missed Brute Minion there, got zoned away from it, which I really like, actually.
Yeah,
But
that's a lot of gold, that Brute Minion. It's,
yeah,
I believe
it's
109 gold. And if a tower hits it, it's only 12, so you're missing out
it's
on
nothing.
90 gold.
Oh,
really.
2 chimps, 1 trench coat, solo killing Texi in the solo
Is it gonna
lane.
be a solo for too much longer? Platinum Pete is walking up his way. He's got the assassinate, and that's a leap coming out onto 2 chimps and a trench coat. It's not gonna be enough. Good flurry strikes, but Cripple coming out, and Platinum Pete picking up that trade. And that's exactly what I expect for Sunday School.
It's never a 1v1.
No, it's never a 1v1 for 2 chimps, 1 trench coat.
True.
It's
Maybe it
2v1.
was a 2v2.
Oh, there's a 2v2 there.
Makes sense.
Well, two 2v1s.
Yeah, true.
They share
Well,
a health bar, though.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'd hate that. Invade coming over. An answer back from Wild Hunt. Sorry, Ward Hunter. Why did I say Wild Hunt? Distracted me. Ward, Hunter, and Swifty able to secure that blue buff. A great answer, plus an invade over in duo side.
Yeah,
Jed might be caught out.
A little bit caught out here.
Looks like he didn't get the buff, but good try. I like the pressure.
The Susanoo, if you're catching him without his wind siphon, and
Yeah.
if there's an Ares around, he's such a sitting duck. Like,
Yeah.
he does have beads, and you got to keep your eye on the cooldown there. We've got 30 seconds left on that, but we're not really seeing too much happen outside this duo lane for these support and ADC. Sometimes seeing the supports roam around, but there's not really too much happening outside of that. I haven't seen the Susanoo happening too much. Good little bit of displacement immunity there for Pesto. He is a Shackles fiend, hitting it onto Furin and crippling him out. But not too much happening here. These teams are wanting to get something so they can crawl over to this Gold Fury. They don't want to just raw dog it.
This is a much better looking game for Engage, in my opinion. I mean, not even in my opinion. Like, it just genuinely is. 3 for 3 at 8 minutes. Platinum Pete isn't able to get off to an incredibly dominant start. They actually have a gold lead as well, which is probably negligible. Like it's just a bit of here and there gold, but they are technically in the lead, which is a really good start. The question is, where do you go from here? You need to keep up this lead, or this even at least. Is it a Gold Fury? Is it invades? Are you just scaling and trying to trade across the map and trade and trade and trade until we get to late game? I'm not sure. I want to see what happens. I'm assuming that there won't be too much brawling. Potentially a Gold Fury fight, but neither team has great secure, Nuxel. Other than these two Sunders.
I don't think, in my opinion, I don't think you want to be scaling against a Jingwei. Especially when you've
This
got
is true.
gods like a Susanoo, gods like an Anubis, and gods that are getting taken down. Jed 9 getting a kill over onto Vintage Cow 6. Aegis coming out from Platinum Pete, and he won't be getting anything in return for like the first time this whole week. And Jed 9 maybe getting a little bit caught out. He's going to get crippled. The shackles are coming out from Pesto. Good wrap there. Is the damage enough? No escape getting used, but that was a bit of a waste. That's better for 99% engage, if anything. Support for mid and a wasted ult for Pesto on the Ares. I would take that as a win.
Guys, I'm fine here. I'm not fine here. That's what again, just run back those exact comms. Jed a little bit too greedy in that play. I think Swifty backed off brilliantly. They got the kill. They wanted more. Unfortunate. Can't, cooldowns. But Texi might be caught. Does have
They
ult.
want Texi.
Oh, nice.
It's coming out. Oh my god!
God!
Crazy! That was a crazy block onto the Pursue the Weak there. Texi still somehow getting out, but the mechanical plays onto that block was amazing. That
nuts.
sucks that they weren't being able to get the kill onto that, but that was amazing.
That was one of the best, just little micro plays I've ever seen. It's super unfortunate that they don't get the kill and they get invaded off the back of it, but I'm gonna choose to ignore that. That was crazy.
That would have been that would have been the clip of the day for me there. If he could have secured that
still
kill.
is for me.
Oh, that
was nuts.
That was nuts, especially onto a team like Sunday School to have the confidence and the morale to pull out something like that. Like, where are the nerves when you're doing something like that? Like, I am impressed.
Yeah, I think to come back from a game like Game 1 and be making plays like that, up a goal lead now, this is really good spot for Engage. I think that they can just keep playing their own game. They're playing this nice, always together style that I've been seeing a lot from Sunday School. Tilly getting kind of put down in this lane, not too bad, but
good root on
no
Tilly
pressure
there.
coming from Duo. Mordred has TP'd behind though. Furin is getting collapsed on. But
Furin doesn't really expect the rest of Platinum Pete to be here, and here comes Mordekaiser. Texi's here, and Platinum Pete will be securing that kill. Typhoon knocking them up, but Typhoon isn't enough here. World Hunter is trying to get away here. They're trying to dive tower, but it's not quite enough. 3 people here on the side of Duo for Sunday School. I don't think it's enough for a Gold Fury quite yet. We've got Swifty still up, and we've got 2 chimps in a trench coat battling out Vintage Cow in the mid lane.
He's just one little cow against 2 whole chimps. That's not fair. I would be terrified too. Some dropped tempo in left. My results in a bit of damage over on this tower.
That was a good try there. Good wrap and a blink coming out from Jed. Jed, stop taking all the kills, man.
That's brutal, but a great play. Nice wrap, nice ult, good blink in from Jed to get that last bit of damage off.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe they weren't gonna get it. I'm not gonna say.
Well, it's been too many times we've seen them on 1 HP. So I respect the blink play. If I saw another 1 HP Vintage Cow getting away, just absolutely criminal, I would blow my top.
Good. There's no ults on the side of Engage. This is really risky to get to play. I know the Hakade's dead, but you're either going to have to secure this
Ring of
buff with
Spears.
Sunder. Sunder was just used.
Gold Fury getting taken down. Good start to the fight here. No escape, not hitting anyone. You're dancing around in the air. You're hovering, but you got no chains connected to anyone. And they'll be getting away from there with a Gold Fury in hand and an even better gold lead to go and spend that money in base.
And I think that's the second no escape that I've seen that's just unbelievably missed. It's the best channeled ability to miss. It just looks so good. It's so funny.
It looks like
These
you're like an
off invades
angel
are
in the
still-
air. Just oh
Yeah.
no, Chimp's in a trench coat. Hello? Are you getting caught out? Or maybe it's the other way around. Swifty getting a kill onto Pesto. Typhoon coming out and knocking up Sunday School. Jed9 flopping in. He wants to peel for Swifty here onto Platinum Pete, but Platinum Pete will be killing Swifty. And that looks like that'll be Queen Naga for 99% engage.
This is a
Two
great
kills
game
onto
for
Sunday
Engage
School.
right now. I mean, I know that we're kind of letting this Jingwei scale, but I don't think that in Smite 2, she has the potential to just absolutely 1v9 the game. Like, she's definitely catchable. I know she's super safe, but Engage are playing really, really well right now. They've got a 3k lead, or, you know, about that, 2.5k. They've got that Gold Fury that was a bit risky, I will say, but, you know, it's not scrims. They got it. You know, you can't blame that. And more pressure coming out as well, not overcommitting. I like a lot of this play going on from Engage right now.
I would say if you start to see Furin picking up a Hydra's on top, sorry, not Furin, Tilly picking up a Hydra's on top of Crit, I would start to be running for the heals. That's the one-shot build that you don't want to get very close to it all. And it's a one-shot build that I'm sure for Furin is quite
Like, this is
familiar
not like Furin
with.
at all. Him
No.
walking up here and dying would be exactly Furin, but he's playing super safe. Like, he knows that his team is on the other side of the map. The Barkus is on mid camps. You could even walk back and just give tower here. Like, it's a bit risky. Maybe you just want to ult the wave with Susano there to help you. You could Susano ult the wave as well. Looks like they're catching at this Loki, actually.
They're getting the Pyromancer here, and they'll be getting a kill
Oh,
as well.
like, just
Water Hunter
so good.
getting a shutdown onto Platinum Pete. That is amazing. Purification Beads is luckily going to get used over from that No
Nice.
Escape. The No Escape didn't miss there, but a Pyromancer and a shutdown is great for 99% engage, especially when you're already ahead.
Yeah, I'm loving how Engage are playing. Like, even if they like somehow throw a fight and lose from any point, I think that they've played this early game really, really well. Like, Texi has no pressure at all this game. They can't get their solo side invades off. They're prioritizing duo around Furin. Furin's playing smart. He's playing safe, but also aggressive when he needs to. Swifty hasn't been caught out being too aggressive on this Anubis that I thought he would be getting caught all the time. Pete is getting shut down. This is a great showing from Engage coming into, you know, next week of playoffs.
Yeah. Lots of great plays,
Yeah.
lots of continuation. And speaking of that, Ward Hunter's here. Wind Siphon coming out. Texi healing up so
Nice.
much just suddenly. That's
Yeah.
the Mordred ult. That's the
Yeah,
heart
that
flash there.
That
And
4-1 is so, like, the healing out of that is dumb.
Yeah.
Like, it's really weird that it does that.
yeah, just the root and the heal there. Good ult to cancel out the teleport onto the open the gates there from
I like
Vintage.
that, actually. Not a bad play, like, interaction is what I'm trying to say. Not a bad interaction between the two of them. I was thinking that after ult went down, he would just immediately get engaged on by, you know, maybe Ares or even Loki ult, but as long as it's just a 2v2 and they're trading Hecate ult, which is way more valuable for Anubis ult, I think it's totally fine.
Yeah, Pesto with ult. He's got the no escape, but Anubis has his beads up, so maybe bait it out, maybe look at something. If they are, they need to get it early, because if it's already in a fight, then that's where you're getting the value out of the beads.
Gold Fury has spawned. A grouping from Engage on the left side. Furin starting it up. Leashing this away.
More people here. Not
There is a
much to
lot of
look
burn
at.
with Anubis.
Tilly
Anubis ult is
here,
up.
poking
Tilly
his
could
head
steal.
around. Oh,
This would
he's
be rough.
trying.
Nice. Good secure. Good
Yeah.
secure.
That is 2 for 0 on the Gold Furies. A good
Some
stack
a
of
great
permanent buff.
macro from Engage, to be honest. I'm super impressed with how they've been playing so far.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pyromancer not too far away from being spawned. Sorry, they already have it. Pyromancer is still not too far away from being spawned. Odin
Ooh.
cage down. This is a good
Oh, look at the
rotation
shield,
over.
keeping him alive a little bit, but Pursuit of the Weak is what's going to be securing that out there. Texi getting a kill there, 3 for 2, and a little bit more fighting happening over here onto Tilly. Wind Siphon's already come out, and the teleport as well. Tilly's getting out of dodge there. There's no objectives to fight. There's nothing really to do, but Swifty is getting a kill onto Pesto. There's still so much happening, though. Platinum Pete is going to be getting that trade, and Jed's left it alive with his health. Just for now, but a tier 1 tower getting macroed over into the left lane. That's a great trade in my opinion. A
That
kill on the
beads-
left tower.
I think if he didn't beads, if
Oh, did
Swifty
you see
didn't-
that buffer?
Yeah, wow, that was crazy. If Swifty didn't beads that play, I think it's mega worth for Engage. But now he doesn't have beads. He has to ult this next, like anything, right? And there's so much Engage onto him. Mordred ult, Loki ult, Kade ult, Ares ult. There's so much that can get on top of him. And now that he doesn't have beads, and Jed also doesn't have Talisman, you're relying on like just timing your ult perfectly and essentially trading yourself for hopefully one, if not more. But there's a good chance that he just gets engaged on before he's able to use the ult. Naga being taken for Engage is nice. A little mini Gold Fury, a lot of gold there, plus the buff.
The idea as well is that, and I believe that this would be being communicated with Sunday School, is if they do bait out the ult with no escape, he is a sitting duck. And if they have the Engage to just jump on him, what can he do? He's just going to soak up the damage. He can't move around unless he cancels his ult. Open the gates coming out, and so is Pursue the Weak. One's missing, one's hitting, and Texi will be picking up that kill onto Swifty.
Yeah.
3 for 3 now in the mid lane. It's getting a little bit rough here. Typhoon coming out onto Platinum Pete, and not a lot of health working out for Ward Hunter here. Level 17 for both junglers. 2 for 1 compared to 4 for 1, and we're 2k up for 99% engage on the 20-minute mark.
Kind of swung out of nowhere. Kind of a bit wild. I'd love to be able to like go back and look across this game and see what exactly was the turning point. To me, right now, I mean, it's not obviously done. As Pyromancer
Who got it?
is stolen by Engage. Ares
yeah,
ult.
the Sunders are out, and so are the ults. Polymorph coming out, Pesto having to run away, and so is Texi. He's drifting around, but the stuns are coming out. Pesto maybe getting a little bit caught out of dodge here. He's shackling, but here comes Jed 9, and the burp's coming out, and he'll be getting a kill. 3 for 1 for the support laner for 99% engage until he's taking a tower over here.
This Jingwei is
Great,
farming a
just
storm right now.
Working out, level 19, evening it out here for the Cernanos, but Vintage Cow having to use his beads to get away from here. He doesn't have much movement to work with. Ward Hunter doesn't have a lot of health to work with, but can Vintage Cow secure this out? Good damage straight on himself, but now he's stunned, and now he's dead, and so is Platinum Pete on the other side of the map. Texi getting a trade kill onto Fury.
What's happening?
And just kills everywhere. The only one that's not dying is Tilly when he got that tier 2 tower over in left lane.
Engage have swung back like 4k in their favor now, which is just crazy to think about that they're able to do that. But back in the driver's seat, what can we do as Engage? Gold Fury spawning up soon. This will be your third, so all the buffs going towards you. Fire Giant as well on the table. A lot of burn potential with this Anubis. Are we just scaling? Starter items soon to be finished off. Both carries approaching level 20. Not yet, but not too far away either.
That's what they're looking out for. Cernanos to Jingwei here. So even. But who's getting more value?
I'm not sure. It's hard to say. I think that it really comes down to how you're playing. I think that Jingwei is just so much safer. If Furin's able to sit there and hit, and they play the fight really well with this Anubis damage, I think that's fine.
Trenchcoat doesn't have a lot of health left. We suddenly see as we pan around, Texi's Pursue the Weak has already popped out. And a good ring of spears, but Swifty's getting a kill onto Pesto just suddenly. We didn't see it happen, but he's already dead. And we see half health over on Jed 9, and Sunday School's walking it down. They're looking at this Gold Fury here. We're passing it out just that little bit more while we're waiting around. And Cernanos here on that mid camps, just hiding around in the bush, wanting to see if he can get a little bit cheeky here. Ward's not in the bush, so Furin's still able to hide, pushing out this mid wave, but we can see over in the bottom, over at that tier 2 mid tower, Mordred was getting a little bit cheeky there. He already killed, oh no, he didn't kill the Odin, but he maybe was just showing that he's still around and he still wants something. But now they're looking back at this gold. Well, maybe they're
still
just
available. Quite a big lead now, nearly 5k on Engage. This is a sizable lead now. I think this Anubis has been a bit of a sleeper pick, like not necessarily as what he's shown, but I'm surprised that he's doing this well. He seems to be grouping really well with his team. Swifty not really getting too caught other than that one time he didn't have beads.
Open the Gates is coming out, and that's has to be the Fury.
I think you could have just tapped ult and left it, but maybe you want to take the fight, so the beads is a better option here. If the play is just to ult and die and just try to get as much damage off as you can, I like the play. If they don't take a fight, then I'm not as big a fan.
Oh, blink
Billy
in from Jed 9. Burp is out, but Burp isn't enough. 1 HP, Talisman of Purification getting used now. He's dancing around, and Texie's able to get that first kill, and Furin's dead next. It's 2 kills down, and we don't have any yet for Sunday School that are dead. Pursue the Week coming out onto Swifty, and Vintage Cow's going to be picking up the rest of that Ward Hunter. Lots of health to work with, but he has to get out of there because he doesn't have any of his friends, any of his gods, any of his teammates to work with. And this is Gold Fury getting picked up, their first one of the game here. And we're evening out the gold deficit so much, and with this Gold Fury to be evened out even more.
Min 4 and Gold Fury, right? That's such a sizable chunk of gold. Now, the gold is only even. It's not too bad. We're going to jump back into a replay so we can have a look back at that fight.
No, it won't be the replay, but I believe
listen in.
Soon we want to listen in. That's a Gold Fury there. Sunday School walking up. Fire Giant is up next for them. Let's listen in and hear what their team comms are like.
So this fight, because they're not going to be grouped.
Thunder down.
Yeah. And sentries. Didn't put on top.
Need high wards.
I guess. Stay close to it.
I can ult to like make them scared if they. I'm holding
on
him.
their side. I don't have ult for 20. We're still hitting it.
I'm just hitting fire.
Let him.
Just stay on it, just stay on it.
Odin's coming in
Odin.
soon.
It's 3k.
He can chain.
We have to
Just
scale.
kill it.
He's on, he's on.
I can look for an ult.
Help text you.
8 seconds on my ult.
I'm ulting in.
Ult down.
Nice.
Nice job.
In the back, in the back.
Stay on. I'm called up.
Guys, Anubis.
Anubis.
I'm ulting him, I'm ulting him.
What's up, guys?
Vargas
Wait,
is fucking free as well.
Mid tower.
Nice, Luke.
That's
Well done.
is that game?
It should.
He's
Should be,
gonna
yeah.
try and grab a wave. He's gonna try and clear.
We don't have
That's
a
fine.
wave.
He
We need
can do
this
it.
big one.
Yeah.
Crazy fight. You can just see how quickly the game just turns around as soon as Sunday School just have a little bit of favor for them. It's just suddenly there's a Gold Fury down. Suddenly we've taken your Fire Giant. Suddenly you're all dead. And we want to end the game now. You heard them in the team comms. Can we end here? Looks like it might be the end.
The comms from Sunday School, so calm. Every time we listen in, this is the second time, but just always calm, it seems. Always, clinical, someone's calling, Tilly's listening, just, yep, doing that. I love it. I love the way they talk. I mean, I do like the mega overdone hype that we hear from someone like Jed, but hearing a really clinical, just calls, answer is really nice to see.
Amazing work, and 4K ahead now for Sunday School, just very suddenly. It was the complete swing around, not even a minute and a half ago it feels like. Maybe it was a little bit more, but just now Sunday School have that lead, and they know how to snowball that. They know how to work with their lead, and they know how to work with this Fire Giant that they have. Just grouping up, looking at this Ward Hunter over here. Pursue the Weak is coming out. They are knocking him away. No life for you. Tilly's going to take that away from you. And they're going to be looking at this tier 2 tower as well. 2 Phoenixes down. 1 tower left for 99% engage.
Just a punish, overextend there by Ward Hunter. The Pursue the Weak is such a great catch ult. It's so, we see it a lot for ganks, which I wouldn't really call that a gank necessarily. It's great in team fights as well, but I would more call that just an engage on the side lane.
Gates, having to use both the ult and the feeds, and this is just that you're staying still. We'll just do the damage, and that's what's happening. Vintage Cow getting a kill straight onto Fury and Jed 9. He's dancing around. Tilly's going to get that kill for himself. There's no one left. There's 2 chimps, but what can they do? They're standing around. Odin just cannot do anything at all, and that's the game. Sunday School will be your winners yet again for Week 5 of Apac.
A dominant performance in Game 1. A very back and forth game in Game 2. A great look for Engage, but a nice finish out from Sunday School. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile. They looked really, really strong. I think Engage looked really strong too. I don't want to discount the fact that they looked great in that game. I think there's, it's definitely a learnable game in my opinion, like a very learnable game, because it's really only a few fights that you made a mistake on. You drop tempo around fire, they're allowed to pick it up. You're not able to get your Sunder. Texi actually wasn't anywhere near to secure that fire at the end. If Two Chimps was able to get in there with his Sunder, that might have been a completely different story. They might have secured fire. The fight may have gone differently. It may have gone the same. It's all, up and here and there, but a great game nonetheless. And that cements guaranteed Sunday School as our first seed. We're going to be going into playoffs next week. Next week, Dixel, we're going to be doing a Saturday-Sunday cast, and the week after that will be a Sunday cast, I believe. Now, before we head off, I believe that we have someone waiting for an interview. Mr. Sean, how are we doing?
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Not too bad.
My
A bit
camera's
tired.
fuzzed up.
That's all right. No problem. Yeah, got to get some food after this. It's been a long night. But congratulations. You guys have played unbelievably well. I don't think that anyone really doubted that you would, but congratulations nonetheless. First seed going into playoffs. Got to feel good.
Yeah, it feels good. I mean, we're not too surprised, but
Yeah.
it is how
Fair
it
enough.
is.
Well, we've seen Pesto be really consistent in the past few weeks. Had a bit of a stumble in, I believe it was week 2 when you guys lost to Fish. Oh, sorry, lost that game actually. You've only dropped one game. But how do you think Corb has filled the role of support for your team since Shank hasn't been playing every week? Has it been, difference in comms? Has it been much the same?
It's pretty 50-50, to be honest. Corb has he has some moments where he'll go 0-17. He also have his moments where he'll pop off and make plays. It's really whether or not his plays work is the main thing. It's very different.
But he's a
I think
playmaker.
He goes for the plays. Sometimes it works. A lot of the times it doesn't.
Well, I mean, it's content for us nonetheless.
He's done
You've
well
been,
there.
yeah, he has done well. You guys, he looked good today. Now, you guys have, you've been considered one of the top junglers in Apac and in OCL before that. How do you find the transition into Smite 2? What adaptations do you think were the most important coming into Smite 2 being the most dominant jungler?
It wasn't too bad. I started playing on the very early playtest, so I was quite lucky. There was only 10-15 gods, so it's pretty easy to get into. The main adaptation, probably just getting used to being able to build anything on anyone. I mean, it's fun. It's definitely the best part about it. I was spamming crit Zeus, crit Ymir mostly for the first couple weeks.
Very nice.
And that's the best bit. I mean, and then you've seen Soul Reaver a lot, especially on Loki. It's fun. I think it's definitely what Smite needed, but it takes a bit to get your head around.
Yeah, for sure. So just getting in there, build testing. I know that you guys kind of do the tech testing quite a bit.
I love jungle practice. I'll sit in there all night.
Very nice. Well, I mean, we've been asking kind of everyone this. It's becoming a bit of a trend, but what gods are you looking forward to being added? Are there any changes that you want to see to these gods, like the small changes that we've been seeing? What's on your list?
Well, I believe the number one god on my list is not coming till the very end.
Oh,
Set, I believe they said, is most likely to be the last or one of the last gods. So I'm not keeping my hopes up on that one. Tsukuyomi would be cool though.
Yeah, nice.
I'd be excited to see how they do his scaling. Don't know how many changes they'd make to him, but be cool. And
Yeah.
I think Thor's coming through soon.
I believe I did see some art for that on on Twitter. So yeah, that would be good. We are in desperate need of some new junglers, so that to spice up the pool a bit, take away from this Fenrir ban every game on red side. It's
I'd like some magical junglers,
True.
if possible. That's not Athena.
Yeah, maybe some
Some aggressive ones.
yeah. Hebo, some Alquan maybe.
Alquan. Alquan would be great.
Some executes in Smite 2 would be very nice too.
Sobek.
True. Now, we're going into playoffs. What are your thoughts going into playoffs? Are there any teams you've got your eyes on? You know, you guys had a dominant win in that first game, a bit of a close game in game 2. You've had some contention with Fish. What are your eyes on? Without revealing any strategies or anything like that, who have you got your eyes on? Or are you just number one? Just you guys?
No, I think the level of competition has jumped quite a bit, so I'm quite excited to see the top 4 teams maybe. I think there's quite a gap between maybe top 4 and below, but I think anyone could win up there.
Yeah,
for sure. I mean, there could definitely be upsets as well, especially in those loser brackets. If one of them goes down, it's best of 1.
Yeah,
Get out some cheese and knock them out.
True.
I would like to see Fish again though. I need some more revenge on Simply.
Revenge indeed. Some hopefully very hype games coming up. We're all really excited. Well, thank you, man. Good luck. Thank you for coming. Congratulations on the win. Heading into playoffs as first seed, it's got to feel good. So congratulations to you and all your team.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Well, I think we've got a bit of a 4 cam over here as we. Hello. All right. How are we doing, Nukes or Osme?
Good. Yeah, congratulations on the win, Platinum Pete.
Thank you. Thank you for casting.
All right, well, we don't have too much time, so I'm not going to keep us here too long. I'm just going to throw out some quick shout outs. Thanks to Gangster, Sexy, Nuke Ninja, Dice, everyone who was specking, Cat G as well. Shout out to all the players. And yeah, like I said before, we have a big weekend next week. It's going to be pretty hard for us. We've got, I believe it's Saturday and Sunday next week. So that's going to be a bit crazy. Are there any things that you guys would like to say before we head off?
No, not particularly, but thank you everyone for watching tonight. I think we got a massive raid at the start of the stream. That
we
was
did.
Awesome. So if there's anyone still watching from then, thank you so much for tuning in. It's been really good.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in this afternoon, tonight, or this morning if you're in NA. That'll be us from the Smite Apac Founders Series. Signing off. See you guys next week.